At the dawn of time, life was simple, yet brutal. The earth was untamed, ruled by creatures far larger, faster, and stronger than any man. Men were not the apex predators. They were prey, living on the edge of extinction. In this savage world, survival demanded strength, strategy, and sacrifice. Men became hunters, stalking beasts that could kill with a single swipe because the survival of their families depended on it. Imagine it, a group of men armed with nothing but sharpened sticks and courage, facing down a creature 10 times their size. Their goal was not glory, but survival. Each hunt was a battle, each victory a lifeline. These men knew that failure meant hunger, and hunger meant death, not just for them, but for the women and children they protected. In those days, the bond between man and woman was more than emotional. It was primal. Women nurtured the young, ensured the survival of the next generation, and kept the fire burning. Men stood guard against the chaos of the wild, against predators, against the elements, and against the darkness itself. This balance was not questioned, it was understood. Each role was vital, each sacrifice necessary. As time passed, men's ingenuity began to reshape the world. They harnessed fire, crafted tools, and built shelters to protect against the cold and the beasts of the night. Tribes became villages, and villages became towns. Men constructed walls to keep danger out, planted crops to ensure food for the future, and created the first sparks of what we now call civilization. But progress came at a cost. As society advanced, the primal roles that once defined survival began to blur. The wild was pushed back, and the threats of nature were replaced by the comforts of security. Men no longer hunted for survival. They built systems to feed nations. They no longer fought beasts. They fought wars to establish peace. They laid the foundations for a society where women and children could walk safely without fear of the wilderness. And with each generation, the need for men to prove their strength dwindled. The very systems men created, law, order, and progress, allowed others to question their relevance. The roles men once filled were no longer seen as vital. Protection became control, leadership became oppression. And men who dared to hold on to the values that built this world, they were labeled archaic, outdated Neanderthals. Today they say men are no longer needed. They point to the safety of their cities, the convenience of their technology, and the stability of their society. What they fail to recognize is this, all of it, every skyscraper, every innovation, every ounce of security stands on the shoulders of men who fought, built, and sacrificed. Without the hunters, the builders, and the protectors, none of this would exist. Yet here we are, fearless, Ronin. They see us as relics of a bygone age. They mock the way we think, the way we carry ourselves, the values we hold dear. They call us Neanderthals as though it were an insult, but we wear it as a badge of honor, because those so-called prehistoric men, they were the foundation, the first architects of survival, the original creators of security and progress. We are not ashamed of who we are. We are not here to apologize for the values that built civilizations. Strength has always had a purpose, leadership has always had a cost, and men, real men, don't shy away from either. So tonight, we take you back to the wilderness where survival was earned, not given, back to the firelight where men stood guard against the darkness, back to the foundations of society where the so-called Neanderthals laid the groundwork for the world we live in today. Thursday Night Therapy, Lev, Fearless, Ronin, the truth they don't want you to hear, the story they refuse to acknowledge, and the values they can't erase.
Yo, you gonna bring
Thursday
this
night
up?
there. I was going, hey, I'm afraid to. The Neanderthals can't work this.
That was a little intense, don't you think?
Hey, we had to go back through history and let you understand. Without men and the things we did to establish society, you guys wouldn't have this comfort level to fly off about the head, the body, the mouth, and all the things that you guys do in order to try to provoke men. You don't appreciate us.
So welcome to the show. This is Thursday Night Therapy. We got a therapist. Georgia is in the building. She likes to say that we crazy, so we're going to find out how crazy we are. So I have been on a few other shows, and as I get on those shows, they keep calling us, dinosaurs, relics,
Geriatrics,
knuckle crawler. What is it? Something like that.
knuckle draggers.
Knuckle draggers.
Yes.
So since we have the therapist on there, and she said we might have been out of touch, I wanted to review some of the videos that we've had and see if I'm out of touch or the world is out of touch, and if our values are still needed. Are we Neanderthals or what? So we're going to go through maybe about a half an hour of some things. I want to break it down. I want her opinions on it. So we're going to stop and start. Once we do that, we're going to bring people up, and I want you to tell us, are our values just too old school? The way we think, is it just crazy? I don't know. So this time, I'm going to say I'm always 99.95% right.
We almost 99. Yes.
So this time I'm going to put down my right and say it's a possibility I could be wrong.
Nah.
I don't know, but I'm going to open up my mind. I'm going to open up my ears, and I'm going to say, therapist, can you help me? I'm on the couch.
There's just not enough help or therapists for you, Fearless. There's not.
Wow.
Now, as I said, we're going to break down this video. I was on a podcast last week, and I want y'all to see all of it. The person who hosts it, he calls himself a male feminist, and his values or what he thinks is entirely different than mine. So I'm going to break it down. I'm going to ask the questions to the therapist. I'm going to ask the questions to Ronan, and I want to know, are we relics? Is our thinking out of date?
Now, before you play that, I got one little video I want to play. And it kind of sets the mood. It's from a brother. And when I say brother, I mean he's a fellow Marine. He's into dating and psychology as well. And he puts out these little memes and these, pearls of wisdom. So I'm going to play this, and then you can go ahead and play your video. His name's Graybeard.
The phrase alpha male, as commonly used, is slang or colloquialism. There's no official definition, but we all know what it means. Just as when we call someone a Karen, no official definition, but we understand what is meant. There are no serious people that actually use the phrase alpha male in context of normal conversation, precisely because it's too cliche. But when the phrase is used, generally speaking, it's understood to mean a dominant man, even if in a negative context. So when you hear men on social media attacking the idea of alpha males, understand they're attacking the idea of a dominant man. They'll often cite the animal research that gave birth to the phrase and how there's no actual science behind the idea of alpha males. But that's like saying there's research showing that women actually named Karen are no more likely to act like a self-entitled monster than women of any other name. Therefore, the colloquial use of the term Karen has no real meaning, which is stupid, of course. It's slang. It's colloquial shorthand for a larger meaning that has nothing to do with science. So pay attention. When you hear men deriding the idea of alpha males, they also promote the idea of vulnerable, softer men who sacrifice themselves for women unconditionally. These men are always effeminate clowns.
Are you guys getting a pause on the playback?
I was not.
I did. Okay. Maybe I got a window or two open I need to close. All right.
I'm always surprised at the bias I have to go through on other channels. For instance, as people know, I have a child. I had a child when I was a little older. I get criticized, but someone like Halle Berry gets praised. And she had her baby at 47. And they're like, great, Halle, you did a great job. What's the name?
You are no Holly Berry. Let me tell you.
I'm no Holly Berry. Ebony K. Williams decided to have a child late in life and just said, I'm going to do a single. Okay, that's fine. But do we praise single mothers for doing it? I don't know, but we'll find out. Let me bring up this video. I'm going to stop it a lot periodically so we can discuss it. Let me put us to the side. All right. So let's hear this first part.
You can do it. The people I would recommend to say no. And to my daughter, I would tell my daughter, hell no, you better not have no whole phase. What the hell? What kind of father would I be if I recommended? Yeah, baby, go to college. Fuck everybody.
Fearless, no one said the parents should encourage whole phases.
If you don't encourage it, you wouldn't encourage for your daughter what you accept from your wife. Stupid as hell, man. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. You would want for your daughter more than you would want for your daughter. So you wouldn't encourage your daughter to be a hoe, but you fine with your wife being a hoe? What kind of wife would you marry? What's she going to teach your daughter?
Hold on, Fearless. I'm coming from
So my cast is what the background of this is. He said he doesn't care how many, he wants a woman that has more bodies than him. He's fine with that. When I asked him, okay, that's fine. How many is too many? None. I mean, like I said, 100. Okay. 200, 300. You fine with 300? It's like, I'm fine with all of that. My thing is, because he said, what happens if someone goes, your daughters go to college and, they got to go through this whole phase, the hot girl summer. I just don't think you teach that. Do women, so my question would be, maybe I'm out of date. Do women need to go through a hot girl summer? Do they need to go through a whole phase to become women? Or am I out of touch?
No, I don't think that women need to go through a whole phase to become women. I think women need to experience life outside of the home, being independent, whether it be in college or working right after they've moved out. But I do think they need to experience some freedom. Does it need to go into a quote unquote whole phase? No. But I think it's important for women to have experience before they get into a committed relationship.
Can you define experience before you go too much further?
I knew you were about to ask me that. I just think a woman needs to experience not only what she wants for herself, but what she wants in a relationship. And I think a woman that needs to know her body, she needs to know what she likes, what she doesn't like. Does that mean go out there and sleep with 50 men? No. But I do think it's important for women to be comfortable with their sexuality and having conversations about sex, be comfortable financially, be comfortable with being independent, but then being comfortable with being in a relationship where your significant other wants to take the lead. I mean, there's a lot that a woman can learn from being out on her own. And I think a lot of women who go from living in the home to getting married, they have not experienced life enough to know what they like and what they don't like, and what they need and what they don't need.
But if you send them out there like that, shouldn't they have some kind of guidance on how to deal with certain situations? You're just sending them out there all willy-nilly with no guidance.
Yeah, I definitely think guidance is your first teacher is your parents. Learning
that same thing.
Yeah, I mean, being at home, learning from your parents, learning from your adult mentors, whether it be in the church or through coaches and things of that nature. But I think that a lot of guidance that needs to start at home. And unfortunately, there's a lot of women out there who are either missing one of the parent or both, so they're not getting both sides of the coin. And sometimes if they are, it's not necessarily the good sides of the coin. So
they have like youth ministries and stuff like that in the churches if you're a Christian, and they have singles nights and singles things where people that are like-minded can go out together and associate within the churches.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of other places in the world don't have those things, especially if you're not a Christian. So where are they getting this guidance from?
Again, home, through coaches.
So your parents are going to go out with you?
Well, I just said through coaches, from mentoring programs, from you know,
Okay.
being out. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that it has to happen in the church, but there's other ways for men or young boys and young women to get guidance. It doesn't have to be in the church, and it doesn't necessarily have to be at home. I mean, you can get guidance from hanging out with a friend who happens to have a stable household, and you're over there a lot. There's a lot of different ways for children to get guidance.
Correct. My thing was, I was trying to say that a mother is the first representative of a woman to a child, and a father is the first representative of man. So I would not want to marry like a prostitute, because who does my daughter look up to? And I want to make sure that I set the example. If that's her mother, you don't think that that's her mother and she has
That
different
eye roll was enough for
Why
me.
do we have to go from 0 to 1,000? We went from guidance to a
All right.
prostitute.
I'm going to tell you why. Because every time we bring you up and you say, where y'all meeting these women at? And we say, we don't meet them. These are the women out there. And you're like, I don't know these women. Well, I'm going to show you a woman who is in Atlanta. Both of these people are in Atlanta. So maybe Atlanta's ratchet, or maybe we write about the women. Because I ain't been called so many. I've never been called this many N words by white people. Let's bring them up.
Let her
Where
finish.
your woman at? You got a woman?
Upstairs. I'm married. What are you talking about?
Where's she at? Why you ain't with her? You talking to me?
My woman's right here with my little baby. What are you
So
talking
you
about?
having this type of conversation?
Where's
in front
your
of your
man?
baby?
Hold up. Where's your man at?
He right there.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
So why ain't he put a ring on your finger?
Because we only been together a year. And we're planning.
And so usually a man knows after 6 months if he wants to get married.
6 months. Did I just say we
So
planning?
why didn't he put a married? Why didn't he put a ring on your finger?
Don't let me drop you.
So
And I just want to let you know, the woman asked me where my woman was at. I asked her where her man was at. And the guy's like, I'm going to drop you. Because I'm asking her the same exact question that she asked me. This is the bias that we get, that we protect all women. And by doing so, it's like crazy. I'm going to play a little more. I'm going to skip around.
Hold up. See, Chris, hold up. Why you want to hold up? Chris, why you want to drop me? She's the one who asked where my woman is. I only, hold up, Chris. I only reacted. She asked where my woman was. So I asked where her man was. Why you want to, and hold up. Why do you want to drop me, Chris?
Let me go a little bit further. I'm going to keep going up to 257.
That's all that matters. So her past doesn't matter. How much experience is okay? 100, 200, 300.
I don't want to know.
It doesn't matter. What doesn't, because you're saying when she meets you, that's all that matters. So her past doesn't matter.
Facts.
So 300, 500, what's a number you all right with?
To me, me and BA had a classic conversation about this like last year. Because he wanted to take it OD and say, so Chris, would you marry a prostitute? And I said, had pushback. I said, no. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying before I answer your question.
So the difference is the prostitute did it for money, the other girl did it for free.
We're not going with that, but I'm saying
I'm saying so if she slept with 500 men for free, that's okay.
What I'm saying, Fearless, is how often are we going to find someone with 500?
And these chicks got 30 before they leave high school. What you talking about?
Come on, Fearless. 500. I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist. We can.
Well, what's the number then? I mean, you tell me. I'm asking you.
Let's throw out a number. What's the number that makes you uncomfortable? Just the first number that makes you uncomfortable.
1.
No, come on, Fearless.
You said what makes me uncomfortable?
That doesn't make you uncomfortable. We know you are fearless. You said you were Mr. Kappa, Mr. This, Mr. That, and now you are the born again Christian, and you want to have a.
I'm not Christian, just to let you know.
I am.
Easy is.
You want to get?
No, I wasn't marrying any of those chicks, so I wouldn't try to marry them. But I do know this: that the higher the number, the harder it is. Those girls don't get married long term.
And that's a crime. I think that's a crime against humanity. That shouldn't be a criteria. Fearless. If you telling me.
I think I said this before, so I'll say it again.
Sorry, so we're getting off topic. You didn't answer.
No, I'll say it again so you have a better understanding.
What's the number that makes you uncomfortable?
Anything I can't count over one hand would make me uncomfortable.
Wow.
To settle down with.
You're one of those.
I don't know what one of those are.
It means those typical Mansfield dudes say 6 is ran through.
Hold up. I want a woman who values her body, uses it as a temple, and not needs to fulfill that with men.
Fearless. You said you don't want to go over how many hands you got. No judgment.
I said one hand.
No. Because that's the standard you're holding the women to. But how many hands you got on yours?
I got a whole lot.
Right. So so you are asking for something that you don't even qualify for that you didn't even live that life.
Women do that all the time.
No.
Hold up. A woman will ask that you make 6 figures when she doesn't.
Okay. But
so what are you talking about? Women always have a double standard.
Okay.
And I'll stop that because that's true. And I'll bring us up and we'll talk about it. And what I mean by that is the values that a woman looks for in a man is not the same value that a man looks for in a woman. Example, a woman could care less if I slept with 50 people, 100 people. They just want to know, hey, can you provide? Can you take care of me? Are you going to be a good father? And I can't say all women, it seems to me that a woman is more concerned about a man's future. A man is more concerned about a woman's past. So as a man, we say, well, what kind of woman are you? We don't want a woman like that. But on the flip side, we don't really care if you can provide or, you can protect us, because those aren't the attributes that we look for in women. We look for other attributes. So am I wrong in saying that? Therapist, help me out. I'm on.
Well, I don't necessarily agree that a man looks for what happened in a woman's past. I don't necessarily agree with that. I definitely agree that women are concerned about, okay, what does this man's future look like? What is he doing for himself? How is this going to look if we enter into a relationship? But
women are concerned about that. Why wouldn't men be concerned about anything the woman has done in her past when we meet her?
That doesn't make any sense. I mean, unless you're out robbing banks or, I don't
say criminally. Obviously, we wouldn't expect you to be out there robbing banks. But as in your feminine, we would be concerned about what you were doing in your feminine before we met you. How many men have you been courted by?
Why?
How many men have you been with? Why not?
Why would that be a concern?
Parity.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. When you went to go get a job, did they say, Georgia, do you have a resume?
Yes.
The reason they asked for a resume is why? Because your past work ethic, your past how you work is a reflection on how you will be. If you was a person who went from job to job, you stayed there a month, stayed here a month, you got fired, you were still on a job, you was doing all of those things, they say that will be an indicator of possibly how your future, how you will be on this job. So a guy wants to know, what kind of woman were you? Were you a woman that slept around? Were you all over the place? Because that will be an indicator. Not always, you might have somebody who's a redeemed hoe, but that is an indicator of how they may be in the future. Do you have anybody? Hold on, let me ask you this. Do you have anybody
in your
family that steals?
Why is it when we have concerns, it's silly, but when women have a concern, it's a legitimate concern?
I'm listening, Ronan. I'm sorry. I apologize if I hurt your feelings.
Confused.
Do you have anybody that in your family that was a thief? They come over, you can't trust them. Follow them around. Okay. Now, what if they said, I'm no longer a thief? I don't steal no more. I'm religious.
You gotta trust them. You gotta trust.
See, she wants to say it, but she can't do it. You gotta trust me.
No, it's not that I can't do it. It's just you make these comparisons. It just don't make any sense.
All right. Would you hire someone you got a child? You got a child. They were a child molester in their past.
That is complete. Come on now. We went from having enjoyable sex to a whole
whatever it is, a theft. They were thieves. They were scammers. Okay. Would you hire a scammer and say, hey, take my credit card to the store?
No.
Why not? That's in their past. They're redeemed.
Now, if I had a friend that was a scammer in the past, that's a friend. So clearly we're on a different page. So I cannot sit here and say that all my friends have been straight and narrow their entire lives. That's a whole lie. But would I trust them in my home? Absolutely. I don't think a woman's past, depending on what that looks like, I don't think that dictates how many men a woman has been with in her past has no indication of what her future looks like, especially when you're talking about a girl who's in her late teens, early 20s, who's off the chain, even into her 30s. You change, you grow, you mature. So you're talking about the mind of a 22-year-old versus the mind of a mature 35-year-old who's ready to settle down.
So
It's not the same thing.
There was a woman who slept with a record. She got 1,000 men in under 12 hours.
That's not even physically possible.
She just broke the record. We just had her on. We just not had her on.
Yeah, she can say she did that. That is not physically.
Hold on.
They film it. You got it in the background?
I got thank you. No, I got it. Here we go.
Right.
Are you still planning to do what I've called the 1,000 man challenge?
The man challenge, definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah. So my assistant's currently going through the 5,000 applications we have. It will take place in England.
Yeah.
They'll be getting, honestly, as quick as possible in, out. I just want a conveyor belt.
Right.
So as in, like, we're hoping to get it done a lot before the 24 hours. We're maybe thinking most it'll be 17 hours.
So I saw the video of after you did the 100.
Yeah.
And you actually seemed quite distressed.
I was extremely overwhelmed. It was very, very intense. Obviously, just after finishing a 14-hour stunt of just constant.
Just to let you know, she already did 100. Now she just want to go for
and damn near had a mental breakdown after 100.
Okay, so can I please ask why you all dig to the bottom of a gutter to find information?
Oh my God, this is
not the average woman. This is not the average woman.
We're not saying this is the average woman. We're not saying that. We're just saying, is the past an indicator of the future? So what you're saying is this same woman can be
from
like
0 to 1,000.
She said, I'm changed. I'm not that anymore. As a man, say I make good. She has an expectation of me to be a provider, to make more money, to do all of these. She wants that for me, and that is the standard she has for me.
Fearless.
Should I not have a standard for her?
Fearless. We can't use this. We cannot use.
Well, tell me what can we use? What's a number? Then what's a number a guy can be?
I don't know what. I don't. Okay. I can't throw a number out there.
I'll ask the chat. What's a number that you guys are comfortable with marrying that a woman has? Just out of curiosity.
Is this a question that you all ask your female partners?
Yeah, I do. I need to know. Yes.
Why?
Why? Because I want to know the type of woman I'm getting involved with.
But isn't that more? And so, that's an insecurity. That has nothing to do.
Do you ask a man how much money he made?
No.
So,
but you find out.
But you find out. Yeah, they find out. It's not.
Well, but
they're incredible investigators. Oh, what kind of job do you do? Oh, you're a doctor. Oh, are you a pediatric doctor or are you a specialist? Do you do? You know how to break that down. Come on.
I don't. I've never dated a bum.
What kind of car you drive?
I've never dated a bum in my life. Sorry. So.
But I'm saying that because that's what y'all do. Y'all say, what kind of car you drive?
No.
Where in Atlanta do you live at? Oh, in Marietta. Oh, okay. That's what y'all do. Y'all don't ask those questions directly. What you do is find out by what restaurant are we going to now? Oh, Ocean View. Oh, all right. So just by the questions you ask, you're finding out his financial.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't agree with that's something I've done. I don't think there's an issue with that, but I think, the circle that you keep, your mate is in your circle. So if you're hanging down at Magic City, those are the type of men you're going to get. So your potential partner is in your social circle. So if your social circle is hanging out with drug dealers, that's who you're going to be with. But if your social circle is going to events and hanging out with college educated people or people who are doing well for themselves, that's your social circle. So you don't necessarily need to ask those questions.
I went to college, and you know what they did every spring break? You in Atlanta? Oh, they went to Freaknik. And I know what they did at Freaknik because I was down there. Oh, you looking at me like crazy. You know what they did at Freaknik.
I was at Freaknik.
She said, "Hey,
but
I moved down here. I moved to Georgia because of Freaknik.
And you know what they was doing?
Things that go on Freaknik stay in
They would have
Freaknik, just like
boyfriends
in
up
Las
north,
Vegas.
and they would go down there and go wild.
Okay, what does that have to do with dating and relationships?
Why would I want to be with a girl who goes to Freaknik and gets her swerve on? With
How old are the girls who were down at Freaknik? You were not talking about 40-year-old women. We are talking about college age people up to the age of 30, maybe a little bit older.
So that means as a guy, you shouldn't get married until 40?
Because no, I didn't say that.
20,
I did not say that. I'm saying the mentality of a 20-year-old is different from a woman who's 30, 40 years old. It's different.
Man, because the girl we about to hear, she's in her 30s.
Okay, again, you went to the swamp.
I didn't go to the swamp.
This was on a panel. That had nothing to do with the swamp. This is real life interaction.
This is not typical behavior.
Really?
I'm telling you, it's typical behavior.
Your circle is so tight.
Man,
I swear to God.
But I tell you, I want to know
older, grown adults. But this is what society is dealing with. These young men that are listening and ladies, they will attest.
Okay, when you're dredging creeks for potential partners, and that's what you're gonna get. When you're looking at the world's biggest whole world record, then those are the women that you're gonna get.
Let me ask you, who is in your circle? Do you have people your age or older in your circle?
My circle is a wide range of age, literally in their early 20s all the way up to 80.
And then the 25-year-olds, what they doing?
Working.
Are they going through the hot girl summer?
I would think a couple of them are.
So why, as a man, would I want to deal with a girl who does that? Guys value or cherish a woman's past, no matter how you look at it. That's how we're built. And the reason that is, and I've been there with your frat brothers, with your ball players, you never want to go in a room and a dude looking at your girl like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay, so if you're talking about women who are being passed around. Okay, we're talking about a hot girl. What does a hot girl summer mean that she has to be out there sleeping with 50 men in 3 months? What is that?
Well, that's usually what they do. Or it lets me know their judgment or how they think. I just showed you last week when we were on here that a girl was getting down for some toilet paper. What are you talking about? When she told the dude, hey, the bartender, I need some toilet paper. She took him to the bathroom in the freezer and got a freak on over some toilet paper. Now, the other guy, as a guy, I'm like, hold up. Now, I'm trying to wife you up, but you'll have sex with the other dude for some toilet paper. What kind of value is that?
This is making my book hurt.
I mean, I told you that wine wasn't going to be enough. If we need to,
it is not. No, I need to go get
we can pause right now. You go get that vodka, go get that tequila, get that little ice glass, and you start pouring up because it's going to be a long night for you.
Because I don't understand why you all choose to literally dig the bottom of the barrel. You all aren't pulling videos of college educated women who are talking about relationships or wanting to be in relationships. Y'all are going to how many guys can I sleep with?
These women will talk about it, but then turn around and go do the exact opposite of what they talk about they want.
Yes.
And then when they find what they want when they're very young, it's not what they want right now. It's what they want later.
But those same women you talk about are the single ones. The Vivica Fox. She in her 60s still talking about, I need this kind of man, this kind of man. What's the other one that was on the show that in the strip show that she was married to some guy who was Turks and Caicos? What's that woman's name? She was on Strip Club. Man, y'all know who this is. What's that woman's name?
Not Superhead.
Ray. About her. No, Ray. Lisa Ray.
Lisa Ray.
She still got all these daggone standards. You like, I can't be with no man who ain't gonna take care of me. You and your 65. Y'all both about to be on Social Security. What you talking about?
Wait, but you mentioned Lisa Ray and you mentioned Vivica Fox. These are not average everyday women.
But
these are celebrities. That's not average everyday working women. It's not.
But I can't tell you Jane down the street because you don't know Jane down the street. And so I have to give you.
I don't know Vivica Fox either.
But I can see from her behavior what she does, what her
Okay.
expectations are.
Why does it matter when you have found a woman that you're interested in and you all are enjoying each other? She's got a lot of potential. Why does it matter what she did in her past? As far as her sexual experiences, her sexual exploits, why does that matter?
Why is it okay to exclude? Why is it okay to exclude that, but a woman's not going to exclude a man's income and his ability to protect and earn for her?
Correct.
What
you're not going to exclude that? You're not going to turn a blind eye to that? Well, we supposed to turn a blind eye to the way you acted before then.
Me personally, there's a certain caliber of men that I've dated, and I'm not gonna waver from that. But when it comes
to a certain caliber of women that we want to date.
Let's take a pause for the cause. We got a super chat. Our first super chat of the night by Darnell Elliott. He wants to know, Miss Georgia, if I was gay in the past, but now I identify as straight, would you believe my homosexual past matters? Is it acceptable for women to judge my past? Should I disclose this to future female partners? Pause again.
Darnell started. I don't know what happened to Darnell, man. He started throwing
straight out
in there, man. Darnell,
so
brother.
Your answer as a woman, would you be concerned if a man that you were dating was gay but now identifies as straight?
And you are.
Would you want him to disclose that information?
Absolutely.
Why does this past matter? Because
why does it matter
anymore?
Yeah, we didn't.
He doesn't have an STD.
No. We didn't talk about the number of partners. We're not talking about the number. When you all are talking about women, you're talking about how many partners she has had. Darnell is not asking a question about the number of partners.
Should his past, but should it matter? If he was out there doing a whole bunch of that stuff with a whole bunch of men, but he's not doing it now. He doesn't have an STD. He's changed up. Like that one.
No, there's no such thing. First of all, that's a whole lie. So that is not. You don't just change it. Okay?
Oh my God!
So why is
you know how many women say they were lesbian before and then all of a sudden want to be with a man?
And
we
why
supposed to ignore that?
Gay man can't change, but the hoe can.
Stop.
Why do you think there's a saying that says you can't make a hoe into a housewife? That's not way before I was born. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. You think that somebody just made that up?
Okay. When it comes to the question Darnell asked, that's apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. It's not the same thing. When a man is dealing with a homosexual past, yes, a woman has every right to know. So it doesn't make any sense to me that you all would now we're bringing
a woman has the right to know, but men do not,
and a whole nother level of things that are going on in those type of relationships. To how many men a woman sleeps with. It's not the same thing. You all keep pulling from all these different places. Stay focused. Why does it matter how many men a woman has slept with? Why does it matter?
The past reflects the future.
It does not. It absolutely does not.
Why wouldn't you hire the thief, the scammer, the whatever?
Completely different subject.
So you're saying
you're talking about whether or not somebody can be trusted.
Oh,
just because no, please stop it.
So you're saying she ain't cheat. She just was faithful to all the people. She did. As long as she didn't cheat, she could have had as many sexual partners she wanted.
Absolutely. Okay. She's not married. She's not married. She's not in a committed relationship.
So
she's
in
not
your
doing
mind's eye, a woman's being chased and keeping her energy to herself until marriage. It's not a necessity these days anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Kevin Romo says back in the day, men weren't too concerned with how many men a woman had unless it was obvious or well known. Well, that's why they have IG and the internet, because now it's obvious and well known. Back in the day, if your girl was the hoe of the town, she just moved to another town. There was no internet. There wasn't nothing to find her. She go from one state, she's Amy. She go to another state, she's called Arizona. And don't nobody know the difference. Her past never followed her. Today, your past follows you.
Okay. So, again, the number of men a woman has slept with has no bearing on what type of potential partner she's going to be in the future.
Now,
However,
I'm going to pause you right there. You being a doctor in psychology.
I'm not a doctor.
Well, you're a therapist license.
I'm a therapist.
Okay. Knowing the ramifications of having multiple sexual partners over a period of years and the damage it can do to a female mind, do you condone it?
Do I condone a woman having multiple partners?
Yeah.
That's not for me to condone or deny.
By the standards of science, is it something that a woman should do? Is it not psychologically damaging over a period of time, depending on what type of men she's laying down with?
No,
over that period of time.
Depending on what is going on with that woman in the first place. Now, if we're dealing with a woman who has got a bunch of sexual trauma in her past in childhood.
And how would she have that? It wouldn't just be through childhood.
I'm sorry?
It wouldn't just be through childhood. She starts acting out from what happens in childhood, but she acts out while she's an adult, right?
No, I'm talking about women who have had sexual trauma in childhood, most often become promiscuous or have quite a number of partners going up from childhood up through whatever. So yes, childhood sexual abuse has a lot of bearing on that. Okay. So yes, that is different from a woman who is going out there and making the decisions to say, you know what, hey, I like sex and I'm going out here having sex. Because if you all want to continue to do that, then what is the difference between a man going out there and having multiple women? Isn't that doing psychological damage?
No.
Why not? Fearless, why not?
We don't really remember their name. It's just like, hey, what you do today? I went to play some basketball. I hit this chick, and then I went somewhere else.
Oh my God.
To us, it's just a physical act. There ain't no emotion involved. Just like, that's what you do today. Oh, I just hit this chick and I was gone. So we don't even think about it the same way y'all think about it. I know that there's usually a number that if you have sex with a woman over a certain amount of time, she starts to get feelings involved. Not all women, but I know from experience. There's a number, there's a catch.
She's not going to give you the number.
No, there's not a number. Now you're talking about, you brought the video up with the woman who's got thousands of partners. That is not the average woman. Okay. So I'll say this.
Here's the study that they spoke.
Let her finish her thought.
A high body count. Okay. From what I've done over the years, the people that I've come in contact with, the conversations that I've had, I would say 20 to 30 partners for a woman. That's a pretty hefty number, but I don't think that is a number that's going to dictate what a woman's future is going to look like and what type of partner she's going to be. Now, we're talking about hundreds of men. There's bigger issues going on there.
A lot of these kids are coming out of high school with 30 bodies before they even get to college.
That's a whole other issue. When we're talking about high school students who are coming out with extremely high, there is another issue going on there.
And so that trauma propagates itself into adulthood.
It does, but that doesn't dictate the type of partner that woman's going to be. It doesn't.
Understandable. And what I'm saying is, if that has happened, and it's happening more and more in society because of the family dynamic.
No, it's not happening because of the family dynamic. It is happening.
You don't think it's the lack of parental?
I think it's a combination of a lack of parental supervision, and it's also the exposure to what kids now. Sex is everywhere now,
so
and these kids are being exposed to sex through anime, which again, I mentioned this a few shows ago. This was new to me. I had no idea there was that much sex in anime. The kids are watching and their parents are thinking this is cartoons. No, there's a lot of sexual stuff in anime. So from 6, 7 years old, all the way up through whatever, the kids are on the internet 24/7. Internet's not their parents aren't patrolling that. So kids are being exposed to it on the internet. They're being exposed to it at school. They're being exposed to other children who have been sexually abused and therefore now are experimenting on them. There's many different reasons why this number is growing. Well, you know, back when I was working in the schools as a therapist, there were so many 16-year-old girls who were having bus parties with stripper poles in the middle of the bus. And
That's insane.
Their parents were buying they were paying for these buses. You know, I attended a birthday party not too long ago. Well, these 17-year-old girls, 18-year-old girls in the middle of the dance floor are giving strip shows, and parents are standing around watching. I've seen this on multiple occasions. So yes, it does start at home. You know, parents aren't patrolling what's going on with the kids on their internet and on the phone when they're supposed to be doing homework, all the things. But they're also being exposed to other people who've also been exposed to some type of abuse, and they're just passing it on. So I think there's many different reasons as to why this number is out of control, because it is. There are young girls who are coming into therapy who are literally getting paid through Cash App or whatever, have OnlyFans. And these girls are in middle school who are walking around with bank accounts and making money from the privacy of their own bedrooms, and their parents have no idea.
Did you hear about the young girl that was selling her virginity and made $46 million?
Oh, damn. Yeah, she's crazy.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't.
Now, the chart, you said, why does it matter? Now, this is a study by the psychology, something, whatever y'all call it. And this study says the adverse of sexual partners and divorce rates. So you're at 4% divorce rate when you have one partner. When you have 7 or more partners, it becomes 50% divorce rate. So you ask me, why does it matter? Because the more partners you have, if you want to get married, the higher the possibility of divorce. This isn't my numbers.
Okay, so so this is what I'll say to that, because that's again nonsense. As many marriage counseling,
this is a psychological study, aren't you?
As many marriage counseling and couples counseling sessions that I've had, the number of partners a woman has had has never come up. That has never come up.
Because they already married, so he's accepted it.
Okay, but marriage counseling, they're looking for a divorce or a way out. That has never come up. When she was younger, she was a hoe, so I'm ready to leave her now.
Because they already married. Meaning he's already accepted that.
But how many times do you hear a woman insulting a man during those counseling sessions?
As far as
maybe his inadequacies, he's not spending enough time with her. It's all about her happiness, and she's just not happy, even though he's doing everything. The man is his happiness
as well. But no, I don't. I have not had sessions where a woman is bashing a man's manhood. I haven't had.
Really?
So, no. The question is: so do
in
you
front of the spouse? No.
Do you admit that there's an adverse psychological association with many sexual partners? Miss. I think that miss was to mean something on there. That means something.
No, it was a question. It was a question
mark. No, I do. I just said there is. I said depending on where this is stemming from, her level of sexual activity, depending on where it's stemming from. Yes, there can be some psychological effects from that.
But we just confirmed, you said most likely it's coming from a woman's younger years.
When the younger they are and the more experimenting they are doing, oftentimes is directly connected to some type of childhood sexual abuse or some type of exposure. So what I mean by this is there's parents out there who are not necessarily discreet when it comes to being intimate with their partners, whether it be their husband, their wife, or their boyfriend, significant others. So these kids are being exposed to this at 6, 7 years old, and they don't understand what's going on. And then you have kids who are acting out off of what's happening in the home. And parents are thinking they've got a healthy sexual relationship with their spouse and don't realize that they're traumatizing the child.
I'm going to move on a little bit because I want to get through some of this so we can bring some people up. So if I skip, please bear with me. I apologize.
Asking questions shit like that.
Shit, you do, man. You just dated a married woman and you for a year that you didn't know that she was tripping on you. What do you mean? You need to ask those questions. You
I'll butt in just so you know the context. He's saying that you shouldn't ask a woman about any of those questions, almost like what you're saying. And this person dated a married woman for a year and didn't even know where the relationship was going. And I said, it's important that you ask those questions.
Dated a woman for a year that 1, you didn't have sex with, 2, you didn't know where you stood on the relationship, 3, you spent all that money on it, still didn't know if you was with her. You're not asking the right questions. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Fearless. I understand you didn't get enough meat from the last episode. You want to kind of rehash this shit. The bottom line, Fearless, is this: questions were asked at throughout, at the beginning, at the mid. Maybe I took the foot off the gas after the mid because it seemed like everything was good.
Let me get a little bit of
yes. 100 is because I'm not going to have this fucking conversation. That's childish.
Is that number fine?
I'm gonna skip past that because I think we found out that the therapist, the number doesn't matter. So let's get to what a standard would be.
You need to get back to old female chick. You and him.
I'm gonna get to her.
She needs to have the exposure to whether the female.
The past indicates how the future will be. So
yeah, that's what I said. I got to that. Let's go to the standards. Whole phase 944. Let's see.
Everything doesn't matter. How many baby daddies can she have?
All right.
Narrative. It has nothing to do with value. Someone who has a virgin has no more value than.
How many times can she be divorced?
That doesn't. That's a good.
Doesn't
question.
matter.
No. Let's be very clear about that.
How many kids can hold up? How many kids can she have? Doesn't matter. How many kids?
We're talking about different things, Fearless.
How many? No, because you always say everything doesn't matter. How many baby daddies can she have?
No. We didn't.
No. You say you should be a stepfather. So how many baby daddies can she have?
We didn't talk about that. What I said is.
Well, how many? Well, I'm asking, how many baby daddies can she have?
Just to give you reference, when I say I have standards, he says standards are wrong. And I'm showing him that he has standards. He's not going to date a woman who has multiple divorces, who has multiple kids. So he's put a standard on it. The difference is my standard and his standard of type of woman we date are different. So he's chastising the standard of woman I would date, where he also has standards. It's just not in a line with mine.
Okay. So
why?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
1, you don't think she could have just made a mistake earlier? It could have had 2 guys. One when she was 18, and she gets married when she's 20 and has a kid. And she's still a good woman, Chris. Why would you put that limitation on her?
Because what you're trying to say, Fearless, what the difference is, Fearless.
Why would you put that limitation on her?
No, hold on, Fearless. Fearless, hold on. It's because you want to be the ultimate contrarian. The difference, Fearless, and when I was married.
No, what I'm showing you, Chris, is listen, Chris. What I'm showing you is you also have standards. Your standard is you don't want a woman that has multiple baby daddies. No. You don't want her to be divorced multiple times. You have a problem when I say I don't want a woman who's been out there. No, see, we both have standards, but what you try to do is say my standards are wrong, but your standards are right.
No, let me finish, Fearless. First and foremost,
the people I would recommend to say no. And to my daughter, I would tell my daughter, hell no, you better not have no whole phase. What the hell? What kind of father would I be if I recommended? Yeah, baby, go to college. Fuck everybody.
Fearless, no one said that parents should encourage whole phases.
If you don't encourage it, you wouldn't encourage for your daughter what you accept from your wife. Stupid as hell, man. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. You would want for your daughter more than you would want for your daughter. So you wouldn't encourage your daughter to be a hoe, but you fine with your wife being a hoe? What kind of wife would you marry? What's she going to teach your daughter?
Hold on, Fearless.
Because here's what I do know. That when I look at my wife, I know that the first person, there's going to be 2 people that my daughter is going to love and who's going to set the bar. My wife will teach her how to be a woman, how to respect herself. For me, I will be the first man she loves, and I will set the gold and make the gold standard for the men she needs to date. So if I say, oh, yeah, go date a hoe, go date this, go date a poor man, that's what she's going to do. I set the bar, just like my wife will set the bar for the standard of the type of woman she would be and the type of lady she will be. She's teaching her how to be a wife, not to be a 304, my friend. There's a difference.
Fearless.
What do you think about that before I move on to Femi?
And I mean, those aren't conversations a parent is going to have with their daughter, whether or not to go out and have a hoe phase. You're going to teach your daughter to go out there and respect herself and do what she needs to do to have a future for herself. So the conversation about having a hoe phase is ridiculous. Now, when it comes to,
I say it's not, and I'm going to do this. Hopefully, I can hide.
Can she finish her statement?
Go ahead. Yeah, I said I just didn't want to interfere with her.
Go ahead, Fearless, because you
I just didn't want you to get interfered with what I'm about to pull up. Go ahead.
No, that's my stance on that. I mean, a conversation like that, there's like, why would that even happen?
Well, I think, in my opinion, and from the life that I live, that I'm going to see if I can do this without my name. So, as you can see, these are every dean's list. I got papers and papers because I just went and looked at them. Dean's list.
What does that?
Okay, I'm going to show you what. Because my mother and father had an expectation of me, a high expectation. And I think when your mother or your father has those expectations, when you're young, like when I was young, I couldn't bring home a C. That was against the household.
That was a no.
Yeah, you couldn't bring a C into the house. It was an expectation of what it was. And I think when you have parents who don't set those expectations, or like, be what you want to be, go out and do this. They don't set that, then their children become what we don't want them to become. So I would set those expectations for my daughter. And if I'm marrying someone who didn't have those expectations for themselves, it's going to be hard for them to teach a child to have that. That's why you see in when you go to the hood, you're like, "Oh, do this. I don't care." It's generational. So I think that your parent is the first example of the person you're going to be.
I don't agree with that. Okay. So just because the conversation isn't being had, if your mother goes to work every day and she's maintaining a household and she keeps food on the table, she doesn't have to sit down and tell me that she's doing. I can see what my mom is doing. I can see that she lives a respectable life, that she's taking care of us, that she's not out running the streets. She didn't tell me to do anything. Unfortunately, my mother, her thing was, you're going to go out there and you're going to take care of yourself. Now, we didn't have conversations about the importance of going to college. We didn't. It's like, you're going to get a job, you're going to take care of yourself, and you're going to get the hell out. So, but it was important for me to be able to take care of myself. So eventually I wound up going to college. So my mother didn't necessarily have conversations on what she didn't want me to do. But my mother led by example by going to work every day and taking care of her family.
But the thing is, sometimes it's not about the education, it's about the expectation. So let's ask a question. You have brothers and sisters. How many of them have college degrees?
2.
Out of?
5.
In some families, it's 5 out of 5. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because it's not even a question that you don't go to college. It's an expectation.
But just because, but no, that doesn't have anything to do with living a respectable life. That just doesn't. Okay, just because a person doesn't have a degree doesn't mean they're not out there doing what they need to do. I don't think that has any. I think this is very irrelevant. I think if you decide that you want a career that requires a degree, then that's what you do. My brother doesn't have a degree. My brother probably makes 10 times more money than I'll ever make in my entire life. Okay. That has no bearing on it. My brother has a wonderful work ethic.
But there's an expectation of work ethic. Just somebody instilled that in.
My mother went to work every single day. You're going to take care of yourself. Did my mother tell us that we had to do this? No, she showed us. We had responsibilities. We had chores. There were things that we were expected to do. Did she sit down and have conversations with us? No.
So and I understand all of that. I guess I'm saying that the likelihood of a woman that's in the streets doing that later on in life, she kind of has that. As they say, it's hard for a leopard to change his spots.
I think what we're missing
Is that a
here is
leopard or a tiger?
there's a lot of different factors that go into whether a woman is going to go through a phase or this is going to be her life. Okay, we're talking about many different factors, and I don't think that any man out there, if you've met a woman and you again you two click, you're enjoying each other. To me, a man who asks that question has his own insecurities.
I don't think we ask the question. I think it's just by the behavior. Just like a woman doesn't ask how much a man makes, she does it by where he lives, job, all of that. There's questions that you ask to get to those answers. Just like a guy asks, like, you go out every night, or you at the strip club every day? You got to only.
But then she's not an option for him. If she's doing that right then and there, and that's something he has an issue with, she is not an option for him. Okay, now if he meets her out and they're at a dinner party or a work event, and that he's thinking, okay, this lady's got herself together, but then they start chatting on the phone, and every time they talk on the phone, she's getting ready to go to a club, then he's found out something that doesn't work for him. Okay, but then he meets another woman who is at a work event, and every time he calls her, she's working on her business, she's taking care of her family, she's doing whatever. Then that's his partner. But to ask a woman how many people she's been with, it doesn't make any sense. It has no bearing on the type of partner she's going to be.
I don't think it's the number. Maybe her promiscuity. I mean, she could be still promiscuous.
Well, that's the promiscuity and the number. That's the same. That's the same.
That's basically the same thing. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Then I can't be with that. Yeah. Yeah.
So it has no bearing.
Oh,
if a woman is out there 40 years old, 50 years old, running the streets, she's not a partner for you unless that's what you're into. I mean, Kanye, that's his type of woman. So we're talking about average, everyday Americans. I feel like a man that asks that question, he is dealing with his own insecurities.
And let's take Kanye. The one thing that Kim said is when people start putting her past out there, how do I deal with that with my children? See, I don't want that. Guys don't want that. They don't want that past of having to explain to their children what their mother was. And that's what Kim had to do. She had to try to keep her.
Okay, but we're talking about somebody who's not even in the
You brought Kim up. I didn't bring her up.
But I was just saying that I was giving him an example because he clearly doesn't care what a woman's past looks like. But when we're talking about Kardashian money, that is never going to factor in. That's a whole tax bracket that many people will never achieve. It just is.
I might have
so we can't use that.
I might have to forgive her. If it's Kim with all that money, $1 billion, I might have to forgive her. She'll be
shut up. Really, shut up.
I'm gonna put let's see, we got Darnell again with the 50 spot. Darnell, spread that love around. I like you, Miss Georgia. Oh, and have respect for you. But your answers to your question proves your hypocrisy. And that modern woman. The past does indeed matter by your own words. Why is it acceptable for modern women to have these double standards?
And by the way, you can say the word accountability, right?
Kryptonite. Oh,
Ronan, is that what we're doing today?
I was just asked by somebody in the chat.
Is that what we're doing?
I was asked by somebody in the chat, and I said you could. I said you could. I just needed you to shake your head. I didn't say you had to say the word. You can say the word accountability. You've said it before. Look at it. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
So Darnell, if you feel like that is hypocritical for me to say that, so be it. My stance on how many partners a woman has versus whether or not a man has engaged in homosexual activity are two different things. You just went from 0 to 9,000. So Darnell, you can probably just go there.
All right. I'm going to move on. I'm going to play this one, and then we're going to bring some people up. Let's see if I can get to it. I think I tried to mark it. 1340. Goodness gracious. This is going to give me a headache, people. Man, I really ain't ready for this, and I'm sorry. But I'm only playing it because you have a sense that there's no women out there. And I want to show you that these are the women that we deal with
She has.
Let's see when they pop this chick up. Goodness gracious.
Same things that I would.
Let's see. Oh Lord.
What the fuck? It matter to you how much he spent on his date.
These women.
Why you trying to dictate this man's life? Ain't you married?
So you cool with it? So let me ask you a question. Since you give great advice, you fine with him dating a married woman?
He can do what he wants.
So you fine? That's the example. Hold up. Is that the example that he just said?
He's in that situation. We know about the situation.
So that's the example that he just said.
And the only reason I bring it up is because he says, being a married man, me being married, Ronan being a father, we're not good examples for the children. We're not good examples for men. And I'm saying, well, he's a good example for men to date married women, to spend $1,000 a month. Is that a good representation of what a man should be?
The lady's going through a divorce, and if he want to date her and she want to date him, guess what? They grown.
No problem if you do that, but don't try to give advice. But don't hold up. But don't try to.
Pressed about it, but you
lady, I'm not going to overtalk you if you're going to keep yelling
about this man's life. Like you want to date him.
We can talk, but we can't.
You acting like you want to date this nigga because you sitting up there pressed about how much money he's spending, pressed about what he doing.
Chris, if I talk like this and I yelled over everyone, you would tell me I'm going to get kicked off.
That is a manipulation tactic.
See, there you go. See this, and now, Chris, you understand what I'm saying when I say there is a disparity when it comes to men.
Nobody in the chat tolerates you. You ask these stupid ass questions as a 50-year-old man. I ain't even had myself together at 30, 45 years old. But you up here talking all this shit trying to impress people.
I didn't have myself together, ma'am.
Wait. I'm talking.
No, you screaming. You're not talking. You screaming. You're not talking.
You want to oppress a woman, but you sitting up here trying to oppress niggas in the chat, showing us your house, telling us about your certificate. Right. Nigga, you fugazi.
And what it is on the chat, I guess it's the internet. So I just play along with it. Either I'm broke, I live in a small studio apartment, or I have a house. I don't make money, or the girl is using me for money. I don't know which one. My wife is either an immigrant without papers who doesn't speak English, or she's somebody who has a college degree. It always goes to whatever path that they want. So this is what you're going to have to be careful of, because they'll just take a sentence that they think and then.
You shouldn't be trying to impress.
Fearless. I'm just curious. Why are you even entertaining her?
Thank you.
Here's the thing. I've
been wondering that myself. Please diagnose why he keeps going back in that room.
First of all, the level of ignorance.
Let's have an intervention.
I mean, seriously. So first of all, her use of the N-word is so offensive. She's calling you all sorts of names. She's hollering and screaming. Clearly, she's got some things going on with her. Okay. So why are you engaging with that?
I'll tell you why. First, I was talking to the man. And I was under the impression that somehow we could kind of steer him right. Before the beginning of the year, me and Ronan got on the show and we talked to him. We said, look, man, before you go to the new year, why don't you even ask this married woman if she's interested? You keep saying that you want to be married, that you want to have children. Does she want to have those same things? He's like, I don't know. I was like, well, why don't you ask her? So we were having a decent conversation. Now this is the new year. Him and I in the beginning kind of were having a decent conversation. But what happens is he loses a lot of the arguments and goes into a lot of hypocrisy. And so he feels if he can bring someone on like this, if they just scream and talk, that somehow they're making sense. So the louder they scream, the more ghetto they become. To him, it's like, oh, they're making their point. And so I try to be patient.
It's funny you paused the screen at that point. I just noticed Maya is sitting there making a comment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other lady that we used to deal with.
She's sitting where making, what do you mean?
Oh, no, there's a comment that she has.
There's a comment at the bottom of the chat, of the window. It says, just Maya. Mm-hmm. She actually used to sit on our panels until she had a problem.
Well, if you remember when I was down in Atlanta and I said, I don't know if you want to come on the show because these are the type of people. And there was a girl saying, bend over and I'm going to peg you and all of this. That's the person is.
But I mean, so what? But okay, so my thing is, it's like you want to hire
He's got his
caliber.
cape on for some reason.
Well,
and he likes to run in these rooms and try to save these people. And I told him to put his
but
cape
my
up.
thing is when you're this level of conversation is like dumbing you down. Like, why are you even interacting with this? It's ratchet. I mean, hollering and screaming and dropping the N-word. Why? This is not even somebody you would have in your circle. So why are you engaging in it?
You are correct. I don't have an excuse for that. There is no excuse because my wife comes to me and says,
Me too.
I
tell you the same thing. We're like, why are you going back in there? I don't even pay that dude no attention no more.
She says,
I mean, he clearly likes this. He clearly likes these type of interactions. This is embarrassing. I mean, the way she's presenting herself, the way she's just the cursing and just her logic. You subjected me to 30 minutes of that. I literally felt like I needed to just lie on an encyclopedia and a dictionary just to try to get some brain cells.
Yes. And I was under I thought that if you show someone a different view, then maybe they may go in and say, hey, and my wife is in here. She said, yeah, I don't know why she go on these panels. She gets mad at me.
Because he's justifying sleeping with a married woman. So why? That's not even a conversation. Like we're done talking.
He justifies it. I did not, and we.
That's what I'm saying, right? So why? But why are you even continuing to interact with somebody who can justify doing something like that?
We thought that maybe.
No, don't say we. You.
Oh, Ronan, you've been on there with me.
I've been in there one time, and I said I'm done. Bumping my head up against the goddamn wall. I haven't said this many a time.
I'm gonna tell you why. I thought that I could, because we've done it before. I thought that if you ever heard the story of the seashell and the boy, or the starfish, the boy walking on the beach.
You go with these stories. You like those stories, don't you?
Yeah, I do, because it's a good moral story. The guy's walking on the beach, he throws a starfish in, and the guy comes up to him and says, what difference are you going to make? There's 1,000 starfish. And he picks up one, throws it in the water. He said, I made a difference to that. So there has been times that we have gone onto that panel, and it's been more than once, Ronan. And some people from their show have come over to our show and said, you guys were making so much more sense. We would rather be a part of your panel and not their panel.
But you went back over in the swamp water.
Yeah.
Repeatedly. Like he's addicted.
I have no excuse for that. I went to the swamp water.
I do want to actually, Fearless, you said something. I was like, oh my gosh, this is what I've been focusing on this year. You had said something about, you would want, when you vet the men that your daughter will date at some point in her life, that you will ask about, are your parents married? And I'm like, wow, that is such a great thing to say, because that is something that I've incorporated into therapy, and making sure that is also a part of my intake questions, along with, the sexual abuse questions, is asking that, because it does have a lot of bearing. I have married couples who come into counseling, and they're dealing with all this conflict, and they can't understand why they're not seeing eye to eye. And so I always take it back, number one, to childhood. Then I take it back. Okay, what did you see growing up? And I always say, were your parents married? How long were they married? How did your parents interact? How did your parents resolve conflict? And the minute they start talking about that, they're like, oh my gosh, they start connecting the dots.
I got to push back on that.
I'm sorry.
I got to push back on that.
Go.
My second wife was from a family where her mom and dad are still married for almost 50 something plus years. And because she lived in such a restrictive family, which they controlled every action, she still didn't have freedom to move around and expand and grow. That once we got married, we lasted 9.5 years. She realized she had never even lived on her own and wanted to have that
earlier, though, right?
But I'm saying it doesn't matter whether the parents are married, because eventually, if the child is maladjusted, she's still going to want to expand her horizons, regardless of whether she's in a healthy relationship or not.
Well, but that's my point, is asking not only how long have your parents been married, but how did they interact? What did the household look like? You can have parents who were married for 40 years and it can be the most
Unhealthy.
dysfunctional mess that you've ever been in.
Mhm.
Okay. So there's many different factors that go into.
They weren't dysfunctional. They understood each other's roles.
No, they restricted they sheltered their kids.
How do you figure?
You just said she lived in the most restrictive household and she didn't experience any freedom growing up.
Well, obviously she did because her son was 8 years old when I married her. So she had some freedoms.
Okay, but her issue was she had never lived on her own.
She had never lived on her own.
So
Not that
she
she
went
had never been out.
She went from living
not
with
that
her
she had-
parents to marrying you.
Right.
Okay, so she did that. That's not a well-adjusted child. They didn't encourage her to go out and learn how to be independent. She didn't know. The majority of women who come into couples counseling are seeking, like, I want a divorce. Like, I need some advice on this. I need to talk about this. Their issue is they went from living at home to getting married. They never experienced living alone and being independent and learning how to navigate life on their own.
I see nothing wrong with that.
I don't see
because how it used to be is you went from your father's covering to your husband's
covering.
You didn't have that. That's why your dad walked.
Men
you
are
down
the
the
ones
aisle.
that are supposed to know how
Your
to
dad
live on their
walks
own.
you down the aisle because he has you under the covering and he gives you to the husband to say, you're taking care of my daughter. There's no need to ride the cock carousel. That's what a lot of women do out there. They get out there and they ride this cock carousel.
Wait, so here you go. Why does every when we talk about independence, we go back to being a home?
Because usually
that's what happens.
Yeah, when a woman says she
I'm
wants
talking about a woman who learns how to take care of herself financially. She learns what she likes about her life, what she wants in her life, what she doesn't want in her life. It doesn't mean that she's out there running a penis train outside her apartment door. You guys are so freaking obsessed with sex and ratchet women. It is mind blowing.
I'm gonna subject you to one more minute of this.
Oh,
I'm sorry, just one more minute, and then we're gonna have buckets. I have put in the chat
I got a lot of questions.
I put the chat.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, buckets.
I know that my neighbor is also.
He was the one that asked the accountability question, so you can look at him like that. Once we get back,
my neighbor would like to come up. She can come up. She's a female. She has children. Respectable woman. I would like to see her point of view. So that is put in the chat. I'm going to subject you to 1 minute because I had to go through 30 minutes of this.
Jesus.
I went through 30
you don't
minutes,
have to torture us with it.
I will.
As a woman, but you trying to oppress us in the chat, honey.
Yeah, at the crux of it, Fearless, is this.
I told you I don't care what you do with your money. I just told you a fool.
No, that's not true.
I said a fool and his money. I'm not gonna talk over this lady, Chris. Chris, you either gotta mute her or we can't talk, man. I'm not disrespecting her, and see how she's disrespecting me. If I was to talk the same way, see, there we go. Man, and you wonder why brothers don't date black women, man. This aggressive behavior by black women is what we got to deal with.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that, Fearless.
See how you just did? We're not doing that. But you allow her to call me a nigga. You allowed to call me broke. You allowed her to say all of this, and that's okay. There you go. See, Chris, I'm just showing you your bias and your hypocrisy.
So what? He can be biased. What you gonna do about it?
I'm not gonna do nothing. This ain't my panel. This ain't my show.
But to sit up there and go to another panel and try to impress somebody else with your lame ass self. That's all you want to do.
That's right. I'm lame. And now what?
What
did you win?
All sitting up here talking the way you talking about body count, asking another nigga what he doing.
Let's see. Let me get
please, why did we have to hear that?
Correct me, nigga. I heard what you said and I heard what OB said.
I'll repeat.
To travel we don't give a fuck. We don't care.
You know what, Chris? I'm gonna let you go, man. I'm gonna bid you a good night. I wish you the best, Chris. I can't deal with this type of behavior, man.
We don't.
We can sing together, but we can't talk together with this. I can't deal with that type of energy.
Nigga,
this
get
type
the
of
fuck
woman.
off the panel then.
That's the type of woman, and they wonder why brothers become passport bros.
No, niggas like you a weak ass nigga become a fucking passport.
They wonder. This is guys. If this is the representative of the type of woman you have to listen to, if this is the representative of the type of black woman you have to listen to, start dating a white lady. Start getting your passport.
That's racist.
Right here. You think I talk
Nobody,
like that, or you
God,
think I'm talking to
man,
your bitch ass
nobody.
like that?
If this
I'm
woman
talking to
comes
your
home
bitch ass like
and
that. Do I
talks to
talk
her
to Chris
man
like
like this,
that?
look at the
I'm
peace
talking
that
to
she
your
would
bitch
give me,
ass
man.
like that.
God, this is the type you would come
Yeah,
home and this
this
is
is the
what you
type
would
of
have to
woman.
hear.
I won't
Fearless.
suggest
I
this
can't.
no
I can't.
more. I just wanted you to hear when you say that there's women out like that. We deal with these women, well, we should because
Fearless.
go ahead.
Fearless.
Mhm.
Seriously?
I don't understand. I don't understand why.
Did you really
My
say
brain
that?
hurts.
No, because that's what it is. What they try to say is, oh, black women are this, black women. I say black women are great, but that type of black woman, and I say that they become a representative because they talk the loudest of all black women. So when you have a stereotype in your mind of the black woman with the attitude, with all of this, that's what they think about. And that type of woman because they talk so loud, they talk so rambunctious that they start to become the stereotype for black women.
Man, those women ain't real, bro. Where you meeting them girls at, bro? That's not a real woman. That was AI, dog. Come
That
on,
was a mess. That was a whole mess.
My head hurts. I don't even subject myself to that kind of yelling in my life. No.
So I got a few questions for the doc, if you don't mind. Good evening.
Hi, Bacchus.
I just want to say I love the church blowout. You know, I ain't recognize that was you.
First, let the church say amen.
Yeah, she gonna go praise
That's
the Lord.
all right. I'm getting my braids. I'm getting my braids back on Sunday.
Weave tight now.
Quick,
That's
let me read
cool.
this.
No. Wait. What?
I just want to read this. The therapist.
No, wait. What did Bacchus say?
I said I like the church blowout. That's all.
Oh, I thought you said it was a weave.
By the way, we are in an open panel. Please, by all means.
I thought you said it was a weave.
Hold on,
Because
because you know I got Bible study, so let me just run through my notes real quick.
Let the church say amen.
First of all, Doc, you know, you was talking about Kanye West. We don't know him. That's not the average person, so you can't talk about him. That according to your rules. And you doing a lot of sign language. Like every time one of the brothers say something, you like to shame, insult, and guilt them, man. That's not cool. Like that's very hypocritical.
Sign language is an acronym.
So explain to her what sign language is.
Sign language, you know, SING stands for shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Whenever one of the brothers say something,
it's
for their truth, their real experience, you shame them, you insult them, and you try to guilt trip them into feeling like that's not true, that's not real, that's never happening. That's kind of messed up.
No, I didn't say it wasn't true and wasn't real. I'm saying again, he makes these blanket statements that all women do this and all women do that, and all women when they get out they hoes. That's not true.
But you're the queen of saying not all. But there's a lot of times you made a lot of blanket statements and you didn't say not all. So that also brings me to my other question.
When have I done it? And I listen to Cardi B too. What does that have? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I can't. I listen to Cardi B. I like Cardi B. What does that have
that's
to do
not a
with
real person though. We don't know Cardi B. You can't talk about celebrities. I don't know. That's not the average person up the street though. So you can't go to your rule.
She's responding to this chat where LJ says the therapist doesn't understand that most of these highly educated women listen to Sexy Red, City Girls, and Cardi B.
I listen to Cardi B.
Hold up, but this is some of the things that Cardi B says. I don't cook, I don't clean, but I still got that ring. And so hold up. So what happened? Hold up, Georgia. This is what the problem is. Cardi B was married. Cardi B is Dominican. So she come from a household that they cook and they clean, and it was shown that she does it. Beyonce would be like, all the things that she says in her song isn't the same thing that she does. So what happens is they're singing this to women, and women are repeating it like, I don't cook, I don't clean. But the same woman who's singing it actually cooks and cleans. So the audience accepts that that's what a real woman does. I don't have to do that. When the woman who's actually singing it does it. So I think that's what it is. They're listening to
anybody who listens to a rapper and thinks that the stuff that they say is true they probably don't need to turn on the radio. She's making money. She's going to say whatever sells. That's ridiculous.
But you're saying it from an educated point of view. These people, especially in Atlanta, they be like, Future said this, and that's like gold mine. They showed that trial of Young Thug, and people
they know
yeah,
all the rap songs more than they know Bible verses.
Yes.
Oh,
so
yeah.
They take that to him.
Real quick,
you're educated enough to differentiate between an artist and their words. Some people are not.
I also want to point out that you were saying that you don't know where we find these girls at a truck stop and blah, blah, blah. Not all. And then you still go ahead and turn around and say the 16, 17, 18-year-old doing this stuff on a pole. Not all. But where do you find it?
All women. I didn't say. I said girls with the school that I worked at. I didn't
not
say
all of them
all
though. Right. That's what I'm saying. You didn't say not all to that one because you love saying not all to us, but you didn't say not all to that one. And also you said you got a book coming out. Is the name of the book that not all? I'm just curious on that.
You just made Bacchus shut up.
You didn't just say that.
Bacchus, shut the hell up. I never said I had a book coming out.
This is a legit question. And then question, if your son came home with Sexy Red, you're not gonna ask, where you from, who's your family, her past don't matter. Well, then again, that's Sexy Red, that's a celebrity. We can't use that.
That's not her past, that's her current.
Say that again.
That's not her past, that's her current.
Yesterday was her past.
Yeah.
She different now. She changed now. She changed.
Stop,
she met her son today.
Y'all reaching.
No, that's not reaching. That's legit question. Reaching. I just feel like you be moving the goalpost quite a bit.
Yes, you do, Miss Georgia. You do be moving that goalpost.
I don't.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Darnell gave you. Somebody help me with this word. I can't spell it.
Oh, Darnell. No, Darnell, we've got to face
to ask you the question. Darnell's the one that posed the question to you. He felt like he did not get a proper answer from you.
He did not get his money's worth.
I sure didn't.
So he wants you to kind of really delve into this question a little bit more and kind of give a more sincere answer than what you gave earlier.
I don't think it's a double standard. Okay, if it's hypocritical, then call me a hypocrite. But I absolutely Bacchus, shut it.
You just said all right, sorry.
Darnell, if a man has a homosexual past, that is completely different from talking about a woman who has slept with 10 dudes over, the course of her lifetime. It's two completely different things. You guys keep bringing these apples and oranges type scenarios, and it doesn't make sense.
Well, what makes it different?
Okay, well, if you had a meth addict on the corner, would you bring them home to meet your kids?
Well, we're not talking about a meth addict. I mean, we're talking about a man that he happened to be at one point attracted to men. Maybe it was a phase, don't know. But now he's attracted to women. Should he disclose his past?
Absolutely.
Because he was with 5 or 6 dudes before. Why does that matter? If a woman doesn't have to say, hey, I slept with the Phoenix, half the Phoenix Suns, a couple players from the Dallas Mavericks, and one guy from the Atlanta Hawks, she don't have to disclose that.
When I say it boils down to a man's insecurity asking questions like that, when we're talking about homosexual relationships, that's adding in a whole nother element to the situation. We're not talking about. So let's stick to the facts. Let's say, okay, we're talking about numbers. Let's stick to numbers. Would I ask my potential mate, how many women have you slept with? No. Why do I care? As long as all his STD tests come back negative, we're good. Why does it matter?
Ask him what kind of neighborhood you're going to live in?
I'm sorry?
Would you be asking him if you got married, what type of neighborhood are you going to live in? Basically asking him his income.
I've never asked that question in my life.
Y'all don't ask it, but it's presumed.
I just said your dating circle is your social circle. Okay, if I'm hanging around people who are slanging rock, then I don't need to ask what you do for a living.
Yeah, she said slanging, like with the angry part.
Make it make sense. If I'm hanging around a bunch of college-educated people and they go to work every day, I can assume that they're making a decent income.
Well, remember, she didn't have a choice. Remember, he bought the house and didn't tell her.
It is your social circle.
Why you bring me up? Don't bring me
I'm
up
about
like
to
that.
start doing that.
I'm just
Remember he
messing
bought
with
the house and didn't tell her? So
you.
like
Did
she
you get
didn't
your
have to ask
vodka?
when he was going to
Where's
sit.
your shot at? You need to hit that bottle.
Oh man, I got this bottle from Mexico.
And I see that your friend, your coworker Stephanie is also here. Stephanie, if you'd like to come in from a psychological.
Oh, please, Stephanie's here.
Hey, Fearless.
Did you pin the link to the top of the chat?
I printed out my own docs, man.
I did.
My own paperwork. I'm a doctor
Please
too.
bring Stephanie on, please.
She
And
begging
also,
for
Miss Georgia, real quick, those girls I was on the poll and whatnot. Can I have their IG for
Bacchus, I can't
They underage, Bacchus. What are you doing?
I got nephews, bro.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Were you asking for your nephews, Bacchus?
Yeah, that's it. Nephews, that's it.
Uh-huh.
So let's ask some serious questions, guys. So let's start off with this. One of the arguments or discussions I had is, and I think we're going there, does a woman's past matters if you decide to make her someone serious in your life? I mean, so should it matter? Meaning if she was somebody in her 20s and she's changed now that she's in her 40s, does what she did in her 20s matter to you if you want to get married?
You want real answers or just?
No, I'm asking real. So I want to get more,
Yes.
I know we
My real
we
answer
joke
is
around.
no, because if she's at the point where I'm attracted to her, then whatever happened to her past happened. Now, if she shows some type of toxicity from things that happened to her past, then I'm going to dig a little deeper.
Now that's where
I normally
co-sign.
don't ask. Don't ask. But if
That's
it
where I
appears to
co-sign.
be an issue, then I'm gonna pull at it and figure out what it is.
You did some crazy stuff and you went and you seeked help and you've dealt through your stuff and you have a longevity of a long time of not being that person. I can completely forgive and forget and whatnot. But if I see that you are still using those type of that toxicity is interfering with our relationship, no thank you. We are done. So I understand people have a past, and a past does your past makes who you are. If you didn't go through certain things, you wouldn't know how to deal with them later on in life, etc. So the whole you have no past, I think that's BS, because even the doc said, people go through stuff in childhood that can still affect them in adulthood. But if you have no past, like, who are you then?
Darnell?
So I take the opinion, I think past does matter, and I think society, would agree with me, especially going back in time.
We're not talking about society. We're talking about you. Let's cut it down to you. Do you care about a woman's past if she does not display it?
Well, yes and no. It's more or less, I think all
concise answers. You wanted Miss Georgia to give clear and concise answers.
Well, allow me to explain. So I think all men do care about a woman's past. The only thing is that we just don't ask the question. We don't want to find out. We don't want to know. You take.
It's not we. It's you.
I mean,
you. Talking about from your point of view.
No, it's not just me. It's not just me. I mean,
of you. I gave the answer of how I feel. Bacchus gave the opinion of how he feels. I want your opinion on: do you judge women by their past? How do you approach when you meet a woman? Not anybody else. Don't talk in generalities. We're talking about you.
Mm-hmm. Then yes, I do care about a woman's past.
Why?
Let me ask you. Let me put it this way, Miss Georgia. I'm answering. No. I'm answering your question.
Absolutely
I'm answering
not.
it.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why?
Well, allow me to.
She's gonna get it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the thing is that Miss Georgia, have you traded stocks before?
Oh Lord, don't equate it to anything but the answer.
Hold on. Do you know how to read a chart? Do you know how to read a stock chart?
Basically,
have you ever?
Past is an indicator of a future. That's
correct. So when I traded stocks, right? I'm trading on how the stock performed in the past, right? I'm looking at the chart. I'm looking at the candlesticks. I'm looking at the moving averages, and I look for
cap. I'm calling cap because most guys want a freak in the sheets, but a nice, wholesome girl in public? How can she be a freak in the sheets if she never had a fucking past? Let's be real.
I don't need a freak in the sheets. I'm gonna teach her that.
I'll teach her. Yeah.
Don't reverse it. Don't reverse it now. She had to learn it before she got to you.
I want to teach her. I want to teach her.
It's the embarrassment. You don't want to be embarrassed by colleagues, by friends, by family. You don't want that embarrassment. Is what it is. It's the same reason why, say, women that did adult films back in the day, maybe to support themselves through college, they didn't want that getting out before I'm talking the days before the internet. They didn't want that getting out. I mean, look at what happened to Vanessa Williams.
So her past is non-disposable. Her past is not accessible. There's no way anybody's going to find out about her past. Do you have an issue with her past?
In that case, no. But again, you're talking, there's assurances, hey, I'm not going to get embarrassed.
That's an insecurity issue. Why does it matter if you're in a room with a dude that slept with your girl?
That's just the way things are.
That's insecurity.
I have an answer for that.
Okay. So well, hold on. Let me respond to that real quick.
You're putting it down. It shouldn't matter what happened in her past. It shouldn't matter if you're like, oh, babe, you're at a restaurant. Oh, that's somebody I dated in the past, and you freaking out on the inside. Why does it matter? If you're doing what you need to do in the bed, it doesn't matter.
Then it shouldn't matter that Vanessa Williams did those photos back in the 80s. And
that's why they apologized to her publicly years later. Remember that?
Well, that doesn't count. I mean, she still lost her crown.
Okay, but they apologized for it because they knew that they were wrong for doing that. That was
societal norms.
That was not about nudity. That was a race issue. And they apologized publicly years later because other women were caught in the same predicament and nothing happened to their crown. Mm-hmm. So let's not use Vanessa Williams. Let's not do that.
Is Vanessa Del Rio? Which Vanessa y'all talking about?
No, Vanessa Williams. You don't know who Vanessa Williams is?
Yeah, I don't know. She black?
Is that before your time? She light skin, green eye. What the hell? The actress too?
I don't know.
You don't know who Vanessa Williams is? Google her.
Wow. Yes.
Probably. Anyway, so Ms. Jordan, I basically look at it like this: you are a accredited woman. You are somebody. You don't deal with the ratchetness or the BS. Understood? Right. I'm sure you go to galas and balls and conferences and stuff with some people of note. I would assume. Am I correct in assuming that, ma'am?
Go ahead, Ms. Georgia. I hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, setting her up.
Okay. I'm just going to assume it. But anyway, right. You go to these things. You would not bring a guest of yours that you knew did not know how to act in public. That's going to hit up that open bar, get drunk, and start dancing and singing on the table. They'll embarrass the bejesus out of you. They would make you look like you're a bad judge of character or whatever. Your colleagues would not look at you the same. This Vanessa is kind of the same thing that we. Oh, okay. And she, we do not want
she was bad back in the day, man. She was bad.
They all did. We don't want that with our wives. We don't want to go out with our wives and from the waiter to the bartender to everybody done had a turn on that. That's the way.
What are the chances that that's going to happen with a woman that you've dated, Bach? What are the chances?
Unless you're talking about dating an active hooker like that. But listen, unless you're talking about dating an active hooker, no chick that you're dating, you should run into 20 or 30 guys that's in the vicinity.
So remember my chick I was telling you about last time?
Which one?
Right. So she asked me a few years ago why we don't get married, and I laughed in her face. And I'm like, "You really serious? I'm going to marry you." And everybody in my wedding party done had to turn at you. Which is that true? All my homies.
But you chose to entertain her. You chose to entertain her.
Spend time with her, though.
The village bicycle. Huh?
Yeah, she was. So, I say was loosely.
So what does that say to you as a grown man that you're willing to entertain a thought? What does that say about you and your choices?
You lack standards.
And once you get to a certain point in your life, once you get to a certain point in your life, you have too much to lose. So you're not going to be messing with thoughts and ratchet women because you have too much to lose unless you don't care. So why would you even be entertaining that caliber of woman?
Right. So you just answered the question right there. Like, why would we? If that was their past.
I'm talking about active hoes. You just said somebody that you were messing around with asked why you didn't marry her. She was actively a hoe. You're talking about somebody who had a past 20 years old. You're talking about they're now in their 30s. They've moved on. They're not an active hoe. That's completely different.
They have a history of hoeing.
If you were dating a woman that you fear she's about to go sleep with the bartender, that's on you.
So I wouldn't have that around me. She knows I wouldn't do anything else with her.
So you basically
sorry,
that's my point. That's my point.
Whoever's talking, you're so far away from the mic, you're breaking up. I don't know what the heck is going on.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna challenge the guys. So why is it that if she's changed, if she's a different person? Because believe me, the person that you met in college, I want you guys to think: are you the same person you were 20 years ago?
Right.
Absolutely not.
So if you're not the same person you were 20 years ago, and you're different, and you've learned from your mistakes, and you're a different person, why is it that woman can't be a different person?
Because what, Bacchus?
Well, because
enlighten me.
It'll still be the same homies. It'll still be the same homies at my wedding party.
Why?
Let me ask you, Bacchus.
Because you haven't grown and matured.
Let me ask you something, Bacchus.
Wait, because I have homies over 20
you care about what
years,
other people think about you? You care about what other people think about you?
Wait, is she saying because I have homies over 20 plus years?
No. You're taking that the wrong way. Here's the thing.
What you're trying to say?
Here's the thing, Bacchus. Here's the thing. Whether your homies hit her or not, does she make you happy? Does she make you smile? Does she entertain you in a point to where it wouldn't have mattered whether your homies hit her or not?
Yeah, it would.
And your homies would have probably been happy for you. So here's the thing. If you have true friends, your true friends might talk to you and say, yo, man, if that makes you happy, I'm happy for you. But at the same time, if they're truly your homies, those are the last people you should have to worry about trying to hit her again, even though they've hit her in the past. Because now she's your lady.
Correct. Now, if you got some trifling homies, that's on you.
Okay, so, ma'am, let me ask you this. So let's say back in college, right? I'm the son of a Navy man, so obviously didn't grow up with money. Back in college, I went to college, couldn't afford school. So I decided let's just pretend I decided to act in gay adult films. Okay, I'm not really gay.
Why do you keep bringing up gay today?
Bring gay up.
You are just radical. You are radical today. Radical.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Just allow me to get it out. Okay. So I did that just to make my way through college, right? Not really gay, but had to do something to pay my college tuition.
Let me tell you something.
No. Hold on.
We don't want to use sexual innuendos, or we want to talk about LGBT crew. We'll get canceled like nobody did.
Well, let me. Can I clean it up? Okay, let me clean it up. No. Because that's going to the extreme. Selling drugs, that's an extreme thing. Okay,
we don't want to talk about any of that.
But that's what you all have to do to justify.
No. That's not what I'm. Yes. No.
In order to justify the nonsense that come out of your mouth, you all have to.
No. It's just you can't defeat my argument. You have no
argument. Hold on.
You have to go. Well, you know what?
I can't even say it.
Beer just to pay his student loans, then does it matter that he's?
But here's the thing. Stop. I know where you're going with this, Darnell, because there are women that go out and they strip before they go while they're going to college to fund their college degrees. I get where you're going with it. But what's the point? Where are you trying to go? You guys keep going around.
What if one of those tapes gets out? Like, let's say a tape circulated on the internet. You found out about it.
So here's the thing.
How would you feel?
That would be a discussion y'all would both have.
What if she told you beforehand?
But would that be important?
What if she told
Would that
you?
matter?
You know what? If I dated a
you're
man that
saying-
was insecure like that, then you know what? I don't need him in the first place. Those are insecurities. That has nothing to do with what's going on in the relationship. That is an insecure man. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so are you an insecure woman because you don't want to? Whoa, you did this. You did these types of films, and back 10 years ago when you were in college, are you does that make you an insecure woman?
Now, please make it make sense, because what you're saying doesn't make sense.
The hypotheticals are way off.
That's because I'm being censored. It's kind of hard to make.
Let me ask
No,
you something.
We don't have to even go to those extremes. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I was talking. Darnell.
Go ahead.
You
Yes,
have some girls that out of Brazil. Men in the panels, we've said whatever, oh, this, and this. Has that stopped you from dating those women?
No, you're talking about concerns, right?
All right. So the thing is, why are you? If people in the panel are saying, Darnell, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, and you still do it, why are you concerned about what somebody has about your girl in the past? If you like her, if she does something for you, why are you concerned? Because those guys are with you for a temporary time.
They don't know.
Be with you 24 hours a day. So why be concerned about what others think about you if you happy with that person?
Because in this case, that is just rumors and speculation on people that don't know. It would be a different story if it comes out, let's say she did adult films.
Let's do you think that your girl, let's be honest,
do
you think your girl gonna do something with you she ain't do with somebody else? All that crazy thing you're gonna do, all that's
probably not.
Hey, I took it this way, I did that. All that happened was it was just on film. So she did it with somebody else. So what's the problem? Once you put in your mind that whatever you think you're doing ain't new, what's the problem?
Because I'm going to lose respect from other men within the social circle.
Here's the thing. Why does that matter? Those men are paying your bills. Hold on.
Darnell. You're insecure. That's why it matters.
Hold on.
You're very insecure.
Stop saying that. Here's the thing, Darnell. None of those men pay your bills. None of them men run your life. You don't work for none of those men. None of those men put money in your pocket. So what is it? Why do you care about their opinion?
Okay, then I mean, why doesn't Drake marry all his the women that he sleeps with? I mean, why?
That's why.
What about the NBA?
Well, listen. Drake goes in with NDAs. You already know. So if Drake is having you sign an NDA just to even not disclose that he's sleeping with you, does that mean that he's not serious? He might be eliminating women. You don't know what he's doing in the background. All we can do is assume. All anybody can do is assume about what's going on in somebody else's bedroom. This is the problem with society. We're always worried about what the other person is doing instead of worrying about ourselves and our own happiness. Whatever makes you happy, Darnell, all we can do is say, Darnell, here are the pitfalls of doing that. And if you choose to do it like you're choosing to do whatever you're going to do, we're going to support you in it. We're just going to help maybe give you an idea of what things to look out for. You're going to do whatever you're going to do because you're a grown-ass man. You're going to do it.
Darnell, let me ask you a question. What up, Darnell? You said Drake. You know Drake has a son, right?
Yes.
Do you know the mother's name?
No, but I know she's a P-star.
So you just said Drake doing this. Drake got a baby with a P-star. I mean, so you just said what people care about. Obviously, Drake make way more money than all of us combined.
So why not?
Baby mama.
So why not? But why not marry her? That's the mother of his child. Why not?
That's his business.
Yeah,
you got to ask Drake that. That's what I'm saying. All we're doing is assuming things.
Celebrities, they're not real people.
And let me ask this question, guys. Do you think
you can't talk about celebrities?
Do you think that have you ever been with? And I have. Have you ever been with a woman who acts one way with one guy and a whole different way with you?
Absolutely.
How would you know that? How would you know that?
Because she cheated.
I found out the hard way. Let's not put it to you like that, Miss Georgia. I found out the hard way.
I just said because
I've ever been the other guy, then you know.
The other guy. So I say that to say this, that Just because she's some way with one person doesn't mean she's going to be that way with you. You might bring out something in her that's entirely different.
Miss Georgia, you ever been down to Edgewood on a Friday night?
Lord Jesus, Buckus, what are you doing?
I'm just
Because
curious.
I'm 51 years
Miss
old.
Georgia?
Why would I be going
Doc?
to Edgewood at night?
I'm sorry, I think you're muted.
No, I heard her.
I'm not
She said
muted.
Bacchus
I
is
was just
51
asking.
years
I've seen
old.
51 plus
Why would she
people.
go down? Why would she go down to Edgewood? So that already clues you in. She understands what Edgewood is.
And I'm married. Like, I'm 51 years old and I'm married. What are we doing?
Just so, because I don't know it. What is Edgewood? Because
Edgewood's a street in Atlanta where, but
You're breaking up, Bacchus. I don't know where you're at.
You're breaking up, Bacchus.
Bacchus, your internet is like on squirrel mode right now.
But what you're talking about, Bacchus, is still on a somebody's current behavior. And you know, so if she's I'm assuming Edgewood is a
whatever kind of place.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in many streets in Atlanta, but why would I be in Edgewood or any other street at 51 years old and married? Why would I be doing that?
It's a question. I don't know.
Here's the thing. This is the question, and this is the thing I say a lot of times, and Phyllis says the same thing. A lot of these guys that you guys follow on these internet channels, they're 50-something years old, and they're running around acting like they're still in their 30s. That's fucking ridiculous.
Correct. It's ridiculous.
Now, I do agree with that, but with the panel agree that a lot of times these men do have a point.
A point of what?
They have valid points. Some of the things that they say.
50-something years old going to a club?
Not necessarily going to a club, but I'm just saying we're talking about
when you lead. Do you lead by example? But listen, when you lead by example, or do you just lead because you're older? Are you just giving that right because you're older, or are you supposed to lead by example?
You're supposed to lead by example, but let's face it, a lot of people, especially things that's been exposed, they're not. So, but still, though, it's like it's just one of those things that I'm just asking: does anybody feel that sometimes some of what they say there might be a ring of truth to it?
Let's say there is a ring of truth. At what age does it not matter? If you're 50, doesn't matter if she had a wild past. What happens when you're 60? What if you're 70 and she was wild in her 20s? Does it matter then? You in a nursing home, she in a nursing home, and y'all just living your life. So you walking around with a cane. Do you care if she was a hoe? Does it really matter at that point?
Yeah, at that point, I really don't care.
Hold up. If it doesn't matter then, who do you expect to grow old with? So if you meet her now, Buckus, and you growing old with her and you in the 70s, why does it matter in your 50s? Because you're going to grow old with her. If that's the woman who's going to take you.
Remember, I said, I don't really care if you have gone through and fixed whatever issues you had to make you do what you were doing. And then we have a successful, long relationship. I have no problem with that. The past.
American Live, you can come back, brother. Just to let you know. Come on back.
I just pulled him up. What happened?
He dropped. I'm not sure.
Dropped.
Come on back.
Oh.
So it doesn't matter. So I want to ask some other questions based on that video, because I know that Georgia, I know you don't talk to these people.
No,
a lot of, and the reason I say that is a lot of the points of views that the guys have in this chat is because not that they've surrounded themselves with them type of women, but that's a lot of the women that's out there, even just trying to date or going to date. And they say that I'm a strong black woman. And these are the type of women that they come across. Not that they, you don't have to put yourself in that position. It's just that's how they act. So my question to them is, to you and to them, how do we date? How do we date when it seems that that seems to be what's out there? The type of woman that we would want would be more, for lack of a better term, more like submissive, more respectful, things like that. And we don't get that nowadays. How do they maneuver And do you see it from their point of view when you hear stuff like that? Because I know your thing was, I don't hear it, I don't see it, not my circle. Understandable. But a lot of these guys, like Bacchus, I don't know, Darnell, just average every day going to the club. This is what they see out there.
But you just said it. You're meeting these women at clubs. I mean,
I don't know where they're meeting them at.
So how do you date? So number one, I think online dating, there's a lot of paid sites out there. If you're dating on Plenty of Fish, that's what you're gonna get.
May I tell you where I date, where I meet the women I encounter?
I'm sorry.
I honestly want to say, like, where I meet most of the women I encounter, I usually go to a lot of either networking events for just for work, or I'm in the tech space, and I go to a lot of meetups for hobbies that I enjoy, and I usually go to a lot of just regular events as an out and about. I feel meeting people doing what you love, then you guys have a common denominator, something you could share, and grow from there, and it's a lot more organic. And I'm trying to be more out with IRL. I don't do the online thing anymore. So
why?
Because it's not real, and it's a waste of time personally for me, and it's not how I type things. If you don't know my personality, you could take things the wrong way. So, or it's just not that level of that. I'd rather meet in real life, so I can present myself to you. You can present yourself to me. Sorry, say it again, Richard.
No, he's got
reverb on his mic right now.
Oh yeah, so that's how I normally meet. I sometimes go to clubs because I'm a photographer at the times, and I get hired to go to shoots in the clubs. And yes, I'll meet people there, but I'm not taking that. I take it for what it is, grain of salt, having a good time. Here's your pictures, bada bing, bada boom. Sometimes friendships come out of that, but it's not as much as how it was. So me personally, I prefer to meet people outside doing something I like and enjoy, not on a date, not on anything, just being out.
So within your social circle area of things that you like to do, the people that you meet in those areas.
In my area, well, I live in a DMV area.
No, and the areas of things that you like to do when you meet them, they're in your kind of circle of influence.
So I'm talking to a young lady right now who's a photographer like myself.
There you go.
You guys know I love that. So like we are really hitting it off.
Y'all have a lot in common, yeah.
We have a lot in common. We have a lot of great ideas, same ideas, and we look at things similar and different at the same time. So that's really working. I met her at an event, and we was just chopping it up. I've met her several times, and this is not until recent.
Of course, you should have by now.
Right? Yeah. We run into each other's. Whether it's that, whether it's like I said in the tech space, or whether it's anything I might be interested in. I have a very curious mind. I'm always trying to figure out new things. So I go to where the things are happening. I met people at the skate park when I was taking pictures of skateboarders, just hanging out, just doing my thing. So it's not necessarily say, let's go to the most ratchetest places and try to find the best of the best. Sometimes I want to get ratchet.
This kind of goes to George's point. Birds of a feather flock together. You're going to meet the person that you're going to be with within a social circle of like-minded individuals.
Correct.
So you basically proved her point without proving her point.
Right. No, I say there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm also when she was saying that she knows 20-year-olds and people in of those age groups, is what you get from them might be something completely different that I get from them, just from being a man. You're not trying to date them. You're not trying to get with them. You're not trying to marry them. So they're going to act like to you like their girlfriends, like how girlfriends.
Well, yeah, but I'm also in a capacity where people are they show themselves very quickly to me because I can see through BS. So I hear what you're saying, but I have a question for you. This is actually from my sister.
From who?
My sister, my fabulous sister. How many of you have met women with a sexual history that you could not get past? A woman that you were truly interested in?
It never got to that point.
I never got. Yeah, I think this is a disqualifying question because what happens is usually when a guy he disqualifies the woman, when he finds out something negative about her history. So he may be with her sexually.
We can entertain her, we can be around her, but it would never cross the line of we would go any further than that.
Correct.
Okay, so it's because you asked, or she was presenting behavior.
Even if we knew, we would entertain them, obviously, but we wouldn't go to point of allowing ourselves to feel anything other than friendship for her.
Well, I have to disagree with you, Ronan. I have to disagree with you on that. And the reason I say that, look at all you and I are both in the military. Look at all the men that have dated strippers, and some of them were dumb enough to even marry.
And the word that you just used was hold up. The word you just used was dumb, and the only reason you use that word of dumb is because later the reality of why they shouldn't have done it made itself plain. That's why you're using the word dumb. But had they made it for 15 to 20 years, like several military buddies I know that have dated and married and brought them back to the United States and done everything a passport bro says you shouldn't do, have demonstrated you can do. And Fearless is sitting over there, not that he dated somebody from a strip club, but he's married to a woman he's had in the United States for 7 years. So a lot of the things a lot of these young travelers say you should not do, it's lack of experience and inexperience that causes them to say that, and confidence within themselves and their abilities. Has nothing to do with whether it's true or not, because it's not. There's more couples that get along and make it than don't. It's just the ones that don't get accentuated.
I don't know. I'd have to see some stats on that one.
It's facts. I see it every day in my business. I see it every day. There's more couples that make it than don't.
Really? Can somebody pull up that divorce stat?
Yeah, 50% of marriages do end in divorce. 70% are initiated by women. So,
Darnell, we went down
more.
Listen. That's an American stat. Now take that overseas and see what the ratio is.
But it's rising even overseas. I looked up the stat even in Brazil, for example, and Colombia, and now in Colombia, it's starting to rise in Colombia. Now, granted, it's not as bad.
Wait. Let's be clear. You just shouted out the American stat. What's the Colombian stat to the Brazilian stat?
I'll give me a second. I'll pull that up for you right now.
Is it close to American stats?
As of right now, no, but it is increasing. It's going up.
Everything's going to increase based on exposure.
To the topic question, are we the dinosaurs? Are we the dinosaurs for feeling that we need to that we are judging a woman's past? Is that something that you can co-sign, or do you feel differently?
No. Oh no, we already went through that.
and just to let everyone know,
I am not pimp slapping nobody.
American Live helped bring us out. He called us the Neanderthals and
so you helped,
draggers or something like that.
Yeah, he called us knuckle draggers the other day, so we appreciate
we
that.
Got to thank him.
You gave us the motivation for the thumbnail and everything else. So thank you, brother. We appreciate you.
Yes.
How are my levels?
Yes, you're very
Your
good.
levels are always good.
So just to let you know, Georgia, Richard, which is American Live, he's a retired young man. He's living.
He's also on Patia, right along with Obstacles.
He's in Thailand. He's retired. He's living his best life. We had a discussion about, really what's important in life. So I think that he can add some things to it, and maybe he would probably be more.
And he's the older gentleman that won't get remarried, and he can give you reasons why. So now you got a wide variety of ages that are sitting on this panel, so they can give you some definite answers. So if you want to do a Q&A and ask us some direct questions, so you can get some research for your papers, or
we're all AI by the way.
You can go
really,
ahead and
I
ask.
do want you to answer this before you get off the panel. Are we the dinosaurs? And by dinosaurs, I mean we have certain standards when it comes to maybe women, how we raise our daughters, type of wife we want to do, the type of society we want. Are we Neanderthals, out of date? That's just the answer I want you to answer. You don't have to answer now. Just
Yeah.
Before the
Okay.
panel
Yeah.
closes.
And your closing remarks, you can comment back on us.
Okay.
But go ahead and do your research with Richard and obstacles. Again, both of those young men, men, I don't want to say young because Richard isn't, but I'll give you that kindness, sir. We'll call you young for the day.
Does he have on a MAGA hat?
Yes, he does.
Uh-oh.
That's not me.
Hey, you
Why,
cannot be
did he lose or
political up
something?
here. Black people can be Republicans or not. It could be a derogatory picture.
Yeah, what's wrong with a black Republican, Miss Georgia? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
That's
You're
not
being
real. I don't
biased.
know what tough stops y'all meeting those people at. Those people aren't real.
You're being biased.
Ain't that right,
There's
Miss
no
Georgia?
such-
They're not real.
Impartial, that's a therapist. And regardless of what hat he wears, if you have questions, go ahead and ask.
Wait, you
You know
mean
what?
what?
I promise. I think I'm gonna meth or heroin. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna start, but something's
Wait.
gonna happen.
You don't went from wine to vodka to now you're going to straight
Math,
drugs.
math.
Because of a black Republican, that's gonna make it go to the extreme.
No, it's all of us.
Hey, does that mean we're all?
It is all of you. Thank you, Ron. It's collectively. Y'all have
Oh,
driven me
okay.
to shoot up.
I was just checking.
So go ahead and ask your questions, Georgia.
So, okay, so the ones who haven't answered, because Darnell struggled. How many of you have eliminated a woman that you were interested in because of her sexual history?
No,
Richard,
actually,
you
I
can go
didn't
ahead
even
and
get
go.
a chance to answer.
I can't.
We already know your answer.
I don't have
You
the
beat around.
capacity, the bandwidth. I can't.
Richard, go ahead. You're in your later years, so have you, and then obstacles. You can go after Richard.
First of all, let me say greetings to the panel. I couldn't wait for this to start, but I was trying to stay up all night to catch you at 7 my time. But I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad that the doctor is still here as well. I couldn't wait to talk to her. Doctor, I posed a question to these knuckle draggers the other day, and I think maybe you could answer this better. I have this theory that the reason that men are traveling to find relationships abroad, or at least the men who do, are the men who are retired military, and because they traveled abroad, they didn't have a chance to enjoy their youthful years of sowing their wild oats, and they're much more comfortable with pay for play situations. And I wanted to ask the doctor, what do you think about that? It seems to be there is a modern movement of younger men who aren't retired military, but who caught on to this concept of traveling for relationships. Well, not relationships. We know what it's for.
Sex.
I think there's a large percentage of men who do that who are retired military.
Wow.
Wow,
Just throw all the military guys under the bus. Why don't you?
Well, no, I don't think it's throwing men under the bus. I think it's retired military. I think it's corporate men. So I have an opportunity to speak with people from all tax brackets every single day. And I don't think there's anything wrong with dating abroad. I don't think there's anything with dating. I know, honestly, I wish more Black women would actually date outside of their race. I wish I have no issue with that. So
not all.
Some people at all. Okay, disclosure. My husband is a whole white man. So I have no issue with people dating.
You swirling?
I'm sorry.
You swirling?
Yes. Oh, come on, man. Why are you interrupting her? Let her get it done.
Yes,
Get it
my
out.
husband is a whole white man.
White with blonde hair. Okay.
White.
Let it go.
Wait.
Oh, he white, all right. And can I say this story?
Yo, can she
Not like
don't tell
but
us.
I'm going to say this.
Let Georgia talk.
I'm just putting this in her defense. I've known
no
Georgia
defense.
for like 30 years, not 30 years.
Close enough.
Yeah, this is basically 30 years.
Since college days.
You would never, she was back there, it's like pro-black. I'm going to Atlanta. I'm like black power, all of this.
Black,
So,
black,
yeah,
y'all.
black. So
Black,
it was
that's gonna be a whole nother show right there.
but not out of character. It was just a surprise. I was like, you went to Atlanta to try to escape white people. Now you married to a white person. So, but all that said, I mean, I don't think it has any impact on who she is.
No, I
I've
don't.
known her when she was all black, and now she's white. So she's the same person. So
Lord Jesus.
she still cook that
we get
soul
back to
food.
Georgia?
Don't go ahead, Georgia.
So I have no issue. Unfortunately, when we talk about passport bros and things of that nature, it does ruffle a lot of feathers. And I'm not sure why, because women have the opportunity to also date outside of the race, to go outside of the country, date. I don't have an issue with that. I've never had an issue. My family is extremely diverse. So I understand why men are going to other countries to date. I feel like it's probably easier, and I feel like with the type of women that some of these men desire, you're not going to find in the U.S. And I don't think that's a ding to the women in the U.S. I just think that women from other cultures are raised to be wives, and they're raised to be more submissive. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Here.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, yeah.
Here.
So I don't think there's. So I don't think. I wish that more people would be more open-minded to understand that their mate may not be in the same package that they're in. I just think it's very closed-minded not to say. I hear people say, I want to have a black family. You say any other. Well, you're going to be single, because the chances that you're going to marry somebody marry number one, but marry somebody who is African American and checks all the boxes, we're the odds are against us, period. And it's not problem, to say that there's these horrible men out there. The chances of me finding a mate that was African American who checked off the boxes in Cincinnati, Ohio, was slim to none.
The problem is not the problem. Here's what happens. A man would have loved to find a woman like you. Like you cook a brisket. I mean, she could cook a brisket, brother. I'm letting you know. You want a woman who can throw down, cook, and she had these cookies. I don't know why you stopped making them cookies. She got some of the best cookies there are. And I'm talking about real cookies, not cookies. Y'all, your mind. I'm letting them know, because they mind go in places. I gotta specify real cookie, like chocolate chip cookies. The issue is guys are going overseas to find that woman like how you are, because it's very difficult to find that woman in the United States.
And that's a generational issue.
Yes. And I think the problem is, the reason it's difficult for the black woman to do it, because those men overseas or other races have those submissive women. And so when they come to, and I'm just generalizing, when they come to some of the black women, they like, oh, I don't want to cook. I don't want to do this. I need this. They have these high standards or these high stipulations where the other women don't. So it's very rare that a man from overseas would want to date an African American woman because of the attitude and things like that.
Wow, you
want I was just about to ask that, actually.
And it's easier for a man to date overseas because he's looking for that. He's looking for, oh, that's a feminine type woman. That's this. Guys in Latin America, guys in Russia, guys over there, they're not accustomed to their women being aggressive, being loud. That's just not what they have. So they aren't seeking African American women, maybe for a fetish, but not for long term. And so, and our stereotype follows you, because like the woman that I played, that's what they think that the women are. And as soon as they show a sign of that, they're like, oh, no. I know women that went to Africa and got slapped. I'm not condoning any type of violence.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but they would say it, and they're like, and the guys over there like, nah, we don't do that. And I'm talking about even women. There was a video of a woman in Jamaica, and an African American woman said something, and that Jamaican woman was like, look, man, you not in America. I'm going to have to show you're not in America. So I think it's very difficult for African American women. It's harder for them to date outside of their race.
Well, I'm going to disagree with it. I feel like it's harder for African American women to date outside of the country, but the numbers are changing. I see, a matter of fact, my husband and I, we were at Costco a couple weekends ago, and literally I probably counted 15 interracial couples where the man was white and the woman was black.
Okay.
So I think it's changing. I think it's changing a lot. So I think that I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I will say I think that I do think that unfortunately stereotypes have, when it comes to what other countries are exposed to, come from TV, come from music, and they come from the images that people want out there of minority women. So if you're not exposed to anything to offset that because you're outside of the country, then you don't have a chance to realize that, okay, this is not the norm, which is why I think we are seeing more Caucasian men marrying Black women. But yes, I feel like it may be more difficult for a man from another country to say, okay, I desire to marry a Black woman, just because they're only exposed to what's on TV.
All right. I would like to get obstacles in this conversation, and
Richard, if we can get him also.
Yeah, Richard kind of beat around the bush. He didn't really answer the question that was directed to him. I'm gonna give obstacles an opportunity first, and then Richard, you think about your answer. I know you're a little older. Senility might have set in. So
don't cook that grenade. Don't cook that grenade, Richard.
Yeah, that grenade you've been holding on for 2 weeks. So Georgia, the question that you had floored was what again for obstacles to answer? Georgia.
I'm sorry, I was reading.
You had opened a question. You had put a question out on a panel, and obstacles did not get an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. So my question was, have you excluded a woman or decided not to date a woman based on her sexual history, a woman that you were truly interested in?
Good question. Any woman that I'm talking to, well, first of all, shout outs to the panels. Any woman that I'm ever talking to, I'm interested in. I don't buffer, waste time, so stuff like that. So any woman that I'm talking to, I'm serious about, and I let people know that's my intention. And I disqualify them for numerous different types of metrics. I wouldn't exclusively disqualify somebody based off some sexual history. We all have history. Some are on it, some are not. So it's not even about what actually happened. It's about the disclosure. It's about openness and communication. And that takes a while to develop in a relationship. So I would say numerous factors. I never exclusively rejected a potential partner to take to the next level just based off of one metric called sexual history. That makes sense?
Okay,
absolutely.
Wow, you speak so well.
Most guys, most people, and again, they can do what they want. It's their relationship, not mine. But for my relationship, I think in combination of things, and I wouldn't even say I search the globe. I don't. I search globes for opportunities and happen to meet women. But along the path and the journey of meeting women, I look for partners with reciprocity. If they can understand the constructs of reciprocity, you might terminalize it as passive or somebody else, but I terminalize it as reciprocity. What am I putting in to the mating relationship, and what are they putting into it? And then we're actually negotiating that and saying, this is a good compensation for me. This is a good compensation for you. And I think within that construct, that's how I build my relationships, if that makes sense.
It makes sense.
No, it makes you a well-rounded man. Go ahead. Richard.
Yes,
can we get an answer out of you now, sir?
I apologize. I'm always fascinated by the question of body count that so many men are obsessed with these days.
No, we're going to drill that down to just you. We're asking about you. Don't refer in generalities. We already had somebody that wanted to go around the globe to answer the question. Do you use a woman's past as a reason of Xing her out of consideration or not? Basically the question. When it comes to sex.
I'll have to repeat what O2O says. That's a tough question. No, I generally don't. Yeah. I generally haven't in my past. That would be my answer. No, I don't really think that's okay.
There is no right or wrong answer. That's the point. I said the same thing earlier as well. That is not my first consideration of Xing somebody out of a relationship. And like I said, everybody has a past. And if you interest me now, That means whatever you've dealt with your past got you to a point where I'm here with you right now and I'm interested in you, who you become from your dealings in your past.
Look at
Now,
I
Go ahead.
wanted to throw this grenade in here because I still have it.
oh Lord.
The one you've been cooking for over a week.
The question is kind of hard to answer because one of the things I learned about relationships a long time ago, I believe Dolly Parton is a good example. I think she was married a bunch of times, and I think at one point
Negative. She's been married to the same guy. She just
might not have been Dolly Parton, but a famous actor once said the reason he loves the woman that he loves, who had been married multiple times, is because it made her the woman that she is, and that's what he fell in love with. So this whole thing about body count and disqualifying a woman because of her body count, a man's obsession with a woman's body count, to me is kind of weird because there are a lot of brothers nowadays who are traveling for companionship, and when you come to Pattaya, nobody's asking those bar girls what their body count is, and these women, lay with a lot of men. So I don't understand that question.
But the question would be, Richard, would you be serious if one of those bar girls said, "I'm no longer a bar girl. I want to be your lady"? Knowing that
no, because I didn't come out here to particularly this region.
Just in general, or let's just say not you. Should a man say, "I know you was a bar girl, soy 6. You quit a week ago. You're a new woman, and you'll be there for me." Would that be okay for a man to settle down with that?
That's up to that man. That's not a question.
But I'm saying this. How would he view that?
I would not.
Let's put it that way.
Simple answer: I would not. Not for me.
Why not? Yeah.
Well, because I kind of not in the dating pool anymore.
If you were,
I'm not.
If you were.
Wow, Doc, give me a break here. I never held that against a woman. I really have.
Yeah, he just answered the question. He just said he doesn't hold a woman's sexual history to task. That's a question that I think that's really just come up in the last 5 to 10 years, where guys really had to question a woman's past. When you met her, you liked her, you liked her. You didn't really care.
Maybe.
Can I pose
maybe the bar though? Maybe
it wasn't like that. Previously, you didn't have to really question a woman because the women really weren't out like that. It just
allegedly.
So you think?
Allegedly. So you think? Remember, there were chastity belts for a reason.
Georgia.
There's no reason that somebody created a chastity belt if nobody was out there. People were out there. Yeah. So again, let's be realistic. Humans are humans. Humanize them, regardless of what time period they existed in. Just got to do that.
I mean,
you're not humanizing them.
Grandmama had that Dan smock on, and she
and
got
was that
13, 14 kids.
So I want to say something here because it's interesting because we keep talking about body count, but we don't even talk about the fact that these men are out here having children with women who clearly have a high body count because they have children by multiple men.
Yeah.
So you're willing to have children with somebody who has multiple baby daddies, but then you're not willing to call this person your mate? Make it make sense.
No, it makes no sense. I don't know why those guys just, as a man, your speed should be your most important thing that you spreading out there. And because you should make sure that whoever you're going to have call that mother, you should be very cautious with that. I don't know why guys are doing that. I don't know. But Richard,
it makes sense
the same
to me.
guy that said that woman, her name is Finney, the woman that you heard in the chat.
You can spin this after he gets done.
He was the one that said, "Oh, it's okay to take her to a corporate event." So I'm just letting you know the person that you're dealing with.
Any one of the guys
hold on.
on this panel
he would take her to a corporate event. He had no problem.
Has the counterpart to this discussion, so I want to hear Obstacle's side of it. But yeah, Kevin Samuel said it's okay to take a hooker to a social event. Go ahead.
He did say that. Maybe he paraphrased a bit, but yeah. I think he said escort.
Yeah.
But nut.
She had a job there, though. She wasn't just there to eat the free shrimp.
Yeah, right.
Facts.
So I think it makes sense because, again, I just say we got to humanize people. And so the majority of men running around doing that? No. There's a portion, and there's always going to be a portion. You can't brainwash everybody to be on the same accord and care about their seed as the same way you care about your seed. So again, a portion of the population are just going to do it. And I take a more stoic perspective. You acknowledge the reality and move from that construct versus moving from a construct of O2O. I mean, I'll take my seed and I guard it like the goddamn. Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the next man, the small percentage of those men who do that, and the women who partner up with them to continue on that legacy, right? And so, again, that's just a portion of population that's going to do it. So I got to just acknowledge that, accept it, and identify it. And then, you could do what you want to do to try to help to change those mentalities, those behaviors, and those habits. I mean, that's your journey or your mission. But again, I can understand it because somebody doesn't have the next mindset like me. There's 8.5 billion people. They're not supposed to think like me.
So can I ask, I do want to ask a question, something that I said I make sure that is part of my intake process. How many of you men, and we'll start around the room, actually feel a woman's parentage and whether or not her parents are married? How many of you even factor that into whether or not this is going to be a potential mate?
I do.
Repeat that again. Her parents.
I don't any longer.
Whether or not her parents are married.
Yes.
And what type of relationship her parents had. How many of you factor that into whether or not she is a potential mate?
I used to, but I don't any longer. With my second wife, she was in a family, like I told you, that had been married for over 50 plus years. Did that make a difference in the way she carried herself? I mean, I always pick male-adjusted women when it comes to public opinion and the way she looks and, whether she's approachable and she's feminine and all the things that I look for in a mate. But at the end of the day, it didn't stop her from becoming whoever she's going to be. People are going to change over a relationship. They're either going to adjust into it or they're going to adjust out of it based on variable amount of different situations that might happen within the relationship. Whether she feels like she did not get to experience something, whether she's not happy with her life and some of the choices she made, even though she's in a good marriage, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, people have to make themselves happy, and they will do extreme things to do those things, regardless of whether it makes sense or not. So does it matter now to me? I mean, I look at it, but I don't take it as a contributing factor, whether that person's going to stay or not. I look at the person, how they're raised, and their mentality of our interaction to figure those things out more so than whether a parent is influencing whether they'll stay married or not, because that doesn't matter.
I'm the complete opposite. I take it into account because I have, through my college years, I've dated those women, the single that was raised by single mothers. And it always became a power struggle. It always became this relationship that was always based on competition or I don't need you. And I think when I got to a relationship, I wanted to be needed as a man. I wanted to be needed. I went in knowing my role, and I was dating people who didn't know their role. And that doesn't mean, hey, you're a macho man, you did this, but it's just roles in relationships. And it's just to say, if you go to a corporation, the CFO isn't trying to be the technology person. They know who they are. And so I had found that when I dated people who came from two-parent households, that there was not that those issues. And I understand what Ronan is saying, but in my experience, a lot of those women have trauma and they never dealt with that trauma. Maybe what they call daddy issues or whatever those issues are. And even when they're older and you say, oh, I'm ready to get married, they have just not dealt with those past traumas, that abandonment, or whatever the case may be. They've never dealt with it. And then they bring that luggage and that drama into the relationship. And that can reflect even when you're having children with them, where it becomes parenting roles, because that woman never seen how a father is in the household. When she has a child, she doesn't understand your role as a father. she really doesn't understand her role as a mother. I think it's very crucial to date people of those of what they call that yoke.
Yeah, I want to co-sign on what Fairless said, that last part. That's my only reason for thinking that. Do you have a father figure? Do you have some male figure in your life that shown you how to speak to a man, how to work with a man, what it takes? Do you know? And I've met it both ways. I've met it where she didn't have that and was very good in that, actually, took the time to learn and understand, and met it where they did have a mother and father. And you don't know, the father could just be the biggest simp this side of the Mississippi, and she didn't know how to talk to a man, or at least to me. She might treat somebody else different, but that is a factor. But that doesn't always, it doesn't mean that I'm going to go left or right with the decision. It all depends on their behavior and their experience with their male figure in their life. Some have the figures in their life that are good and bad, so it's a case-by-case basis. I'll say for me.
Should I speak?
Darnell?
Before you speak, Darnell, I just make sure. I'm sorry, I did see a late post. The therapist does have a Cash App up. You are getting free therapy right now, and if you like that therapy, usually this is going to be costing you $100 an hour if you had to go to her consultation. You're getting it free. I did put her Cash App in the chat, so make sure you drop her a little something to say thank you. We appreciate it for that free therapy that you get. Go ahead.
For my part, I dated a lot throughout my sporting years, let's just call it, and I never really dated with much intentionality. So for me, I don't judge women based on their past. I didn't stick around long enough for that to matter. That's where I'll park it. Did that answer the question a little bit, Doc?
It did. So I have a question for you. So if a woman asked you your body count, would you be open and honest about it?
Not at all.
Why?
Yeah,
Do you think it hurt you? Why wouldn't you be honest?
Hold on. Why not?
She wouldn't like the answer.
How do you feel about it? Now that you're older, you're mature, you've lived life, how do you feel about that number?
Messy.
Why?
Because I hurt a lot of people's feelings. I've broken some hearts along that journey. And it's an interesting question that you posed, Doctor. I look back over my past, and I don't feel very negative about it because it is the past and I don't dwell there. But I also know I broke some hearts, and it does kind of haunt me as I look back. Now I'm out of the dating pool. I am a vocel. I think the gentlemen know what that means. But no, it's messy, and I look back with some, I can't call it shame. Maybe you would, Doctor, if we were having a private session. And I've often said this: love doesn't owe me anything. Life has been good to me. Love has been good to me, and so that I'm alone in my older years, which I appreciate because I am somewhat of a loner. But no, it's messy, and I think a lot of men, if they were honest, would admit to that.
And just so you know, vocel is voluntary celibate. So he's celibate by
choice,
by his choice.
I just want to read out the $5 super chat.
And wait, Darnell, can you stop rocking? I think you're giving Bacchus like ADD. You keep rocking back and forth.
Nice podcast. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, D Ward, for the $5 super chat. I don't know if he had to go, but I appreciate you. He always comes back in, and I appreciate his support of the podcast and his super chat. By the way, the Cash App for our therapy session is right at the bottom. If you want to support Georgia and her endeavors, it's scrolling on the banner at the bottom. I appreciate you guys if you throw her a couple of dollars because we really do need our therapy.
So I want to.
I wanted to just,
I'm sorry. I want to follow up question with Richard.
Mhm.
When you think about the number of women you've been with in your past, was it just for fun, or do you feel like you were trying to fill a void?
Well, I answer somewhat indirectly. If God made anything better than a woman, he kept it to himself. So I guess it was for fun.
Okay. So you
And
don't
Doc,
feel like
I'd be
there was
glad.
anything. Go ahead.
I'd be glad to cash app you if you could ship me some of that brisket and cookies.
I think it would be bad by the time I got to Thailand. But you
Well,
can.
I want to. Oh, you're in Thailand?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, awesome.
I'm
Okay.
gonna help answer that question, Georgia. And I said this on that other panel, and I get criticized for it. There was a episode of the Chappelle Show, and they were talking about Rick James, and Rick James said he lived at the Apex.
Georgia, check your cash app. I think you've got a cash app already.
Oh, thank you,
It's by D
whoever.
Ward. D Ward sent it to you. You got to check. Sometimes they leave you messages, so you got to read them. That's part of it.
Yeah. He said he lived at the Apex, and what that meant was he was so sexually out there that normal sex didn't do anything for him. So to answer your question, if I had to do it all over again, I would probably, limit my sexual adventure to like the person I married, because I mean, it was just out there. I think it became like a marijuana thing. It becomes a gateway drug to something else, where for guys, and we're in these chats, Ronan, we see it, the WhatsApp chats that we in, where guys are just doing crazy stuff. It's like normal sex no longer excites them anymore. It's like I got to be with this girl this way, or two girls, or three girls, or whatever it is, because normality no longer is fun. And I think that happens even when it comes to like pornos or something. You say, well, just normal sex. Yeah, where they were showing the study where a guy just trying to get with a girl, it didn't excite him. He had to do something different. So to answer your question, I would teach guys, it ain't worth it. It ain't nothing out there. Stick with that one person. I think the saying I used to say is, instead of having sex with 1,000 women one way, I would rather have sex with one woman 1,000 ways.
Can I jump in real quick? That's a very good point, Ronan, as always.
Well, this is fearless,
Fearless. Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, fearless.
Like one of us is bald, one of us is not. I'm trying to hold on to my hair, please. Thank you. But go ahead.
When it comes to the aspect of men and body count and answering a question, if I, as a man, about the issue of body count, as I said to the doctor, I would not be comfortable discussing that. And I really don't think that is a discussion any healthy couple should have, because it always goes south, it seems. But I don't know, Doc, what do you think?
I agree 100%. Well, there's no basis. There's no reason why that should even factor in. And that's, again, there's a lot of insecurities that come out from a woman who asked a man that question, and from a man who asked a woman that question. What bearing does it have on the current relationship? Because then you're now comparing yourself. Was this and was this that? And am I satisfied? It doesn't do anything but brings in issues and conflict. So I want to also follow up my question with.
You didn't let Darnell, Bacchus, or Obstacle answer your question.
Joe.
Y'all terrible.
I had stepped away. Can you repeat the question? I had stepped away for a moment.
I forgot the question.
It was the same question. You answered it. It was the question about whether you take in consideration about the marriage of the partner that you're with. Like, is her
whether or
parents
not
married?
the parents were. Thank you.
Yeah, if the parents were married of the woman that you're dating, does that matter to you?
I'm sorry to say that one more
If
time.
you're dating a woman, does it matter whether the woman's parents were married? Do you worry about if they've been married, or if she's from a single family, single parent family? Does that matter to you? Do you look for
that's a good question. To be honest, I don't have an answer for that. I mean, it's been proven. I think both ways has been proven true that a woman from, say, a two-parent household can be the same as a woman raised by, say, a single mother. So there's just, to be honest with you, I think maybe some research needs to be done. But as of now, I can't answer that question. I just don't know.
Well, so I guess
a lot of research has been done on that.
Well, yeah. So I think the better question for you specifically is, has that ever factored into whether or not you are willing to move forward in a relationship, whether or not that woman's parents were married and what their relationship was like?
For me, no, but you got to remember back in the day, ma'am, well, hell, I'm a simp, so, you know, let's just say
that word with every fiber of my being.
Why?
Well, I didn't call you a simp. I call myself a simp.
I hate it.
Me.
Why?
But yeah, I'm not talking about you, Miss Georgia. I'm talking about myself here.
I know you're not talking about me, honey. No, I just hate that word. I hate it.
Why?
Well, I mean, why are you asking why? You know why she would hate it.
All situations aren't the same. So I'm specifically asking when you're dating a woman, whether or not it's even a factor as to whether or not her parents were married, and then do you even go further by asking what kind of marriage did your parents have? What kind of marriage were you exposed to as a child and growing
up? For me as a child, I'm the son of a Navy man. I was raised by my father. My mother had an affair around the time when I was 5. Basically, my father had orders from San Francisco. He moved back home to Dallas. My mother was staying under the guise of finishing her degree, and just never came back. It wasn't until my sister, my sister was murdered. That was her daughter. My sister was unalived. That wasn't my father's daughter. That was her daughter, not my father's. That was the only reason. No one knew where she was until my sister's death. So I was raised basically by a single parent, but a father instead of instead of the stereotype of the single mom.
Bacchus.
Why do you hate that word, simp?
No, answer.
Well, he answered that already.
Oh, I answered that already.
Going in the wrong direction. I think.
Okay.
It's,
no, then it's obstacles. Then.
Yeah. So when it comes down to it, it could be a factor, but I don't think it holds much weight. Excuse me, because this is a wife, so it's extreme due diligence. You get me? Like, this ain't no fly-by-night decision. So I could dive into the details and see each character. Each character can decide, each person can decide what happens to them based off of their life. A person in a two-parent household family, their mom could be nudging them and saying, honey, don't do what I did. Don't stay. I stayed with your father too long. I didn't do this. So you don't know what the internal family is saying to her, even though she came from a two-parent household. You don't know if the actual family is saying, hey, when you get your husband, treat him right, just like I did your daddy. You don't know. You have to do your investigation. You have to do your due diligence. You have to do a clandestine operation because this is your wife. This is the, anchor to your quote unquote empire and legacy and the mother of your children. So again, it takes extreme due diligence. And again, just because someone's born in a particular household, that doesn't mean they're going to be financially literate or they're even going to be actually, healthy. That dad could be doing stuff that I would never do as a man. So again, it just depends. My daddy, he ain't never do nothing. He did whatever my mom said and he shut up. And then, so that's not me. So again, it depends on the construct of the relationship. So I got to dig into the finer details. I think both humans can be amazing partners. It depends on what they're doing with their life and how they want to set it. They might be like, I don't want to be nothing like that. I want to have a family. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like guys who never had a father. They're proving something when they want to be a father. They're like, my dad wasn't there. I know what it was like. And you know what? I'm never not going to be there. Hence why a lot of black men are the best fathers when they are active, right? because they have that they're trying to fill in. So that could be a different perspective someone takes. So again, you have to judge each person by each person, especially for a wife. You only got to make one choice, right? That one person. So do it right.
So I just want to throw this in real quick. D Ward just basically said it perfectly. His wife, her father died prematurely. So no, all situations are not the same.
Correct.
So you have to, like Obstacle said, and I agree, you have to take each person at its their net weight. Doesn't matter whether they come from a married family or not.
So I want to finish the question about men sharing their body count. Now, Richard answered it, but I don't remember who else answered it. So where am I? Darnell?
No, I think Ronan.
Would you be comfortable sharing your body count with your potential mate?
Absolutely. Men and women are different. For whatever reason, when men are judged by body count, it's the exact opposite. As a woman, basically, the more bodies we do have, the more it seems society seems to accept us. Or, you get to, you the man, or you seem to be more attractive to the opposite sex. I guess because other women find you desirable. But like, take a man with a low body count, the first thing that comes to a woman's mind, what's wrong with this guy? Something's wrong with you.
Well, I disagree. Is there something wrong with this guy, or with a man with a high body count? Why doesn't he respect himself?
That I'm not. I'm not sure, but we had mentioned we had mentioned Drake earlier, for example. You got women trying to have his baby.
Darnell, I think it's unfair to use men who have a whole lot of money, because you literally have women who are willing to step out of their character to see if they have a chance. So I don't think that's realistic, because that's not the norm. It's not the norm to walk into Kroger or Publix or whatever and meet a man that is making millions of dollars. So I think when we use celebrities, whether it's Kim or Kanye or whoever, Drake, I think that it's just not it's a very unrealistic example.
As a Lyft driver, I have to disagree with you. I know you're in the Georgia area. I haven't been there since I was a child, but here we got a place called Scottsdale. You're going to meet people with money all day. You're going to meet celebrities. You're going to meet hedge fund managers. You're going to meet men that are considered high value all the time. And believe me, women are lining up like you wouldn't believe.
So let me rephrase. Meeting and being that millionaire's potential option is not likely. So I can meet a celebrity walking down the street in Buckhead, tonight. That doesn't mean that I'm that person's. He's gonna pick me. So I think that we gotta differentiate. My reality is I'm 51 years old. Okay, I am not going to attract a 25-year-old millionaire. It ain't gonna happen. Okay.
Dr. Georgia, I'm not sure, but you looking mighty nice tonight. I'm sure you can meet a 25.
She's a married lady, y'all. She's married.
I know, respect due. I'm just saying she's beautiful.
So all I'm saying is, I think realistically speaking, in our daily, everyday lives, I think we have to be realistic about again who is our circle of people? Who are the people that we come in contact with every single day that give us that potential as a partner? Me walking in Buckhead tonight, my potential partner is not a 25-year-old millionaire. So go ahead.
So I'm sorry to cut you off. So Buckhead, is this where the rich people hang out and stuff like that?
Absolutely. Well, I wouldn't say. Well, it's all around Atlanta, but Buckhead is like a nightlife type area here in Atlanta.
It's
kind of ritzy.
It's like
kind of like okay.
Yeah.
So, Miss Georgia, I would challenge you. Not that you need the money, but just do it as an experiment. But I would challenge you to, take up Lyft driving. And driving these affluent areas
Did
and
you just tell a
see what
therapist
it's
to go
like.
take up Lyft driving?
Okay, so
I mean,
now
as an experiment.
listen, this and I mean this with the utmost respect. All I'm saying is just because you meet a person doesn't mean that person is willing to date you. And just as I use myself as an example, me walking into Buckhead as a 51-year-old woman, my 25-year-old millionaires aren't running towards me. And all I'm saying is a Lyft driver, you pick up a millionaire, they're not going to be saying, "Hey, babe, slip me your phone number."
No. That's not what I meant. Just observe the people that you're picking up is what I meant. Not that I'm saying you're going to pick up a millionaire, but I'm saying you're going to be picking up a lot. You're going to be picking up, and this is what I found out about the casinos here. I mean, I have picked up.
You're long-winded as hell.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with that. Well, where are you going with the Lyft driver?
I think he's just trying to say you can get a consensus of the type of people that are out there and their different situations.
Exactly.
Just like a bartender at a bar would have exposure to a wide variety of people ordering drinks from all different walks of life.
And I think your experience will be a lot different.
Who's to say? She just said she has a diverse group of people that she already treats, from millionaires to regular people.
She has she does have a a diverse group she may treat, but like it's like there's the professional you and then there's the off the clock you. And when you start looking at people off the clock, you just notice there's a huge difference.
The people off the clock are lying, where the people on the clock have to tell her the truth.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the next question?
we got to move on.
Let's go here.
I did have a question for.
Wait. We have a question on the table that everybody hasn't even answered yet.
Let him go. The question anymore. What's the question? We done went so far.
What the question? Georgia had asked me, my body, if would I disclose my body count?
And you said yes.
Damn, you went on. What the Lyft driver have to do with that? Man, you got to stay on. We got to answer.
I was explaining because she challenged me on my way of thinking, and I was using my experience as a Lyft driver to say, well, this is
you getting like Richard.
Why
y'all got that grenade. I don't know what y'all be doing that grenade.
Y'all blowing your hands off, half your body, your legs, your hips.
Okay, so who else hasn't answered the question about disclosing body count?
I haven't. I think Fearless has. I don't think he has.
I haven't even got there. Yeah.
Okay.
Obstacles, go ahead. We'll let the bottom row go.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but now when I was an Uber driver, I'm just kidding. So what I was going to say,
about to say, are you freaking kidding me right now?
No. So I would say yes, and that's just because accountability 100% across the board. Like I'm not ashamed of my life and my decisions I made, and I'm just I trust you with more stuff. If we're getting married, I'm gonna trust you with my Charles Schwab bank account. Let alone my body count. That's something minuscule in comparison. That's access to my wealth, my energy, time, and attention over the span of decades. So if I can't trust you with my body count and you can't handle that neither, then you're not my partner. That's completely fine. You're not a bad or a good person. You're just not partnered for me. And I get it. Everybody's at different EQs, emotional intelligence. And so I respect it. And then we just keep it pushing. But that's something I can disclose. And if that person's not mature enough to handle it or whatever, maybe they just don't agree with it. Maybe they're mature to handle it, but it's not a partner they want. That's their choice, which is completely fine and they're right.
Okay.
Can I
that's my perspective on it.
I want to put this out to the male panel, and Doctor, I'd love you to.
Can we answer the question first? I just want to get around one question.
Well, if you haven't, I
we
apologize.
the host, man. We the host. We be all right.
Yeah.
Let the panel go. Go ahead, Richard.
I was going to ask the panel, gentlemen, how many of you would admit to your body count if you were overseas and engaged and paid for play? Would you admit that part of your body count as well?
Yeah. Wait, how many pay for play women we dealt with?
No. So if someone were to ask you, or as the doctor posed, the question of body count, how many men, particularly in the passport bro movement, would tally up their body count, make it plain to the person asking, and also include the pay for play as a part of the total body count. In other words, how many guys on the panel have been engaged in pay for play? And would you be honest with your future mate and saying to that person, well, I've had 100 women, but 50 of them were paid for play. Would you be willing
Before
to
you can even get this out, D Ward basically said the same thing. No woman overseas gives a damn. They ain't even gonna ask you. What woman have you met overseas that asked you your body count? They're not.
I'm not talking about overseas. I'm talking about in the States.
I thought you said overseas.
Well, I guess in the state, would you admit to pay for play? Is that what
let's restrict it. Let's say, if I could clarify, put a little bit more clarity on it. You're married now. You and your wife have had this discussion, and she's asked you, what's your body count? And you say, oh, well, when I was in college, I had a lot of fun. But when I went overseas, I engaged in pay for play. How many men would be willing to admit that as a part of their total body count?
I would say less.
I see what you're saying.
I would say less. I would say less than 10%. I mean, because you got to remember.
Why does it matter? It's part of your overall body count. That one factor shouldn't make a difference. If you have a body count, you have a body count. It shouldn't matter how many times you have to pay for it versus how many times you got it for free. Why would a woman ask you to break that down?
Because as a man,
number.
Because as a man, when you're
she didn't want a statistic of. Here's the thing: we're too analytical. She didn't say break down how many ones you paid, break down how many were black, break down how many were Asian, white, mixed. She didn't ask all that. She said, "What's your body count?" Y'all are making it to where you have to dissect every damn piece of the answer. She just wants a number.
And he said, specifically, RT, overseas pay for play. Like, it's in America too. Like, it's everywhere.
Yeah. It's everywhere. He brought up another question about how many men would be honest about if they were their body count if it included pay for play. My response to
Darnell, can we stop? Because this is making my head hurt. Why does it matter? If I ask you how many cars you own, it doesn't fucking matter if you bought it in Japan or not.
Y'all are making this way too difficult.
Like, what are we doing?
That's the one I'm trying to make you understand. Y'all are making it too analytical. A woman doesn't think like that. The answer emotionally is enough just to give her a number. But you have to itemize the goddamn number. Jesus Christ, what are y'all doing to her?
Well, my question is more towards the fact that I think pay for play is nasty work. And I think a decent woman.
Do you know every woman in the world knows there's women out there that sell pussy? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to say it that craftily. There's not a woman in the world that does not understand her competition is also filled with women that have OnlyFans pages that are IG models and everything else that men are desired. They see it all day, every day. It's not a stretch for this woman to imagine that are more than just regular women that you might be chasing after.
And let me ask you a question, Richard. I know you on this pay for play. Have you ever dated a woman that if you didn't take her to dinner, you wouldn't have had sex with her? Basically, you had to do something to get with her. Take her to dinner, take her out, take her something like that. Dinner led to sex. If you didn't take her to dinner, you wasn't getting none.
Oh my God!
I've dated women who have taken to dinner, and it didn't lead to intimacy. I enjoyed her company.
No. You just evaded the question. You evaded the question.
D Ward is killing me with these comments. Did your massage therapist use hot water or ice cubes? Answer the question. Hot water or ice cubes? Good God.
So
this is how simple it is.
Yeah, Richard, the question is, and it's simple. I've gone out with girls, and I've known they said, well, let's go out. And I know if I said, no, just come over, that we wasn't going nowhere. I know that the going out, whatever part we was doing, was going to lead to something else. So basically, I was paying for it. So you're going to tell me that there weren't times in your life that you knew that one step you took was going to lead to that next step. If you didn't take them out or you didn't take them here, that you wasn't getting none.
The flowers, the candy. y'all setting them up for what?
The
end result.
Again, I'll go with my first answer, and that is I like the company of women, whether it leads to intimacy or not, and I've probably done both. Doctor, I have to ask you, because the question begs itself. You're a lady. You meet a guy.
Actually.
The dumb question. Yeah, I know you're married.
No, she was going to say a lady. I'm in Georgia. I might be a man. She was joking with you, but
shit.
She was
and you meet a guy, and the discussion leads to the question of whether that guy has ever been involved in any amount of pay for play. Would that turn you off about him? Like if you knew a guy had spent time overseas and was just hanging out in the soy bars and just, going to Sosua, going to Brazil, and know that they're in these transactional relationships, and that guy told you about that. If you were single, would that turn you off?
I mean, I honestly don't find it any different from a man that pays for a woman to go to Ruth Chris and have
Thank you, God, Jesus, Lord have mercy. Y'all making this difficult.
But I'm asking, I get, maybe I'm not making it clear. If a guy told you he was involved in
you making it real clear, and I'm clear enough to understand why you're asking these questions.
She just answered too.
You've been in Chris's room too long. Chris's room keeps you in a mindset that feminists think a certain way. Feminists think a certain way. So this
doesn't bother me. Men who watch pornography doesn't bother me. Men who would decide that they want to go out and buy sex it doesn't bother me.
Oh, Richard don't think people that go to strip clubs are simps. So just letting you know that he doesn't even.
I think all men are simps.
Oh God, why y'all keep throwing that word around, bro?
So you don't even think men should go to the strip club? I think he has something wrong with
I enjoy strip clubs.
Boom.
They got the best chicken wing.
Dr. Joy.
There's some when I'm in Georgia. There's some the strip clubs here are top notch.
Or entertainment. That's where business is being done overseas.
They got the good food. They got the good food.
Great bar food. Great bar food.
I lived in Atlanta for a year and a half.
Did you go?
From Marietta to Valley Park.
Did you go though?
I don't like strip clubs.
I don't either partake myself, but at the same time, I don't allude or disclose. I know strippers that dance in the same damn clubs. I just didn't go in.
It's a sport here. These women are very athletic. It's very impressive.
Oh, I do know.
And
like I said, I've dated some strippers.
And I will say this: there is a difference between a stripper and an exotic dancer.
Correct.
An exotic dancer will make you think that you're the only person in the whole room and everybody can be there. Like she dancing only for you.
It's the psychology of sex.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And so guys just go there to be entertained. If you come in with the mentality that this is entertainment, nobody coming home with me. But for these few minutes or these few hours, I'm going to feel like I'm the only man in the room and I feel special. That's all right. Take it and go.
So Dr. Georgia, do you think women in your therapy sessions, have you met women who are bothered by a man who's involved with excessive pornography or pay for play or strip clubs? If a guy is obsessed with strip clubs, are there women who confess to you that they have a problem with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's probably the number 3 reason why women come into therapy about issues in their relationships is because of pornography.
But
without disclosing, that happens
without disclosing HIPAA violations, what is normally the rub and why these men or women are offended? Is it because they feel inadequate? They don't feel like they're pleasing their men? Is it something about self-esteem? What is it that causes the issue in the woman's mind?
Yeah, I just think it's there's already issues in the marriage, and then now this man is spending a lot of his time on, viewing pornography. So there are insecurities that seep in. So there's other reasons, but I don't know why excessive pornography, if you're missing work so you can watch porn, or you're neglecting the kids, or you're not interacting with the family because you've just got to view it. That's one thing. But I guess I just don't have an issue with pornography. But if it's an issue, like you're sitting there playing these PlayStation shit for hours on end, that's a problem. But I mean, if you just choose to watch it here and there, I mean, really, like, are we really doing this? So but that's me. But there's some women out there who are raised to where, sex is very,
it's the devil.
Right. So I think it's
evil.
How you're raised, and I think it's your level of comfort, not only with what your sexual relationship is, but with your own body and your own sexual history. I think if a woman has a lot of insecurities, then finding out that her significant other is viewing pornography just sends her through the roof. Whereas me personally, I don't have an issue with that.
I got a question. Do you have an issue with this? Because I know this is usually how this happens. And I know that Richard says those guys go overseas. What I have found, and I think BMT, if he is watching, he said this. He said, pay for your fantasy. And what he means by that is, I'm going to be that woman that I'm going to pay for. I'm going to do all the things that I could not do in a sense at home. So I'm going to go live this fantasy out, and then I'm going to come home. Do you think it's wrong for a man to do the things, all the fantasies, because he'll do it with that woman on the outside, but he wants his wife to be the good girl? And do you think that's where the porn comes in? Like, oh, that girl at the stripper, I can see her do things that I would never want the mother of my child to do. Do you see that?
I think that's
bias?
Weird. I think that's really.
No, I'm just saying. Do you see that bias? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I see it all the time, and I think that's weird. So, like, if you can't have those open conversations about what you like and what you don't like, I mean, if there's a disconnect, there's a disconnect. But if you two are communicating about sex and what you enjoy, then why aren't you doing all those things at home? So I think
you see that disconnect. I think that's sometimes I say where guys watch porn and do that is because there is a disconnect. They don't feel that they can fully express their desires with their wives.
Yes. There's two sides. Yes, that they, there's a disconnect and they're not getting all of their needs met at home. You know what? Y'all need to watch Baby Girl. That was with Nicole Kidman. I saw it in a theater last week. It was. Yeah, this is exactly what this is talking about. Anyway, so I think there is either a disconnect with what's going on, or that person just desires more. But I think that needs to be a conversation. If this is a deal breaker for you, then that needs to be talked about before you guys walk down the aisle, because porn has been out there for hundreds. I mean, it's been out there.
Can I add
some guys for that? No, go ahead. I was going to say I blame guys for that, because guys sometimes want to have that wholesome woman when they have whore desires.
Really?
They want that. It's like, oh man, they want to be out in the street with that freak, but they don't want the wife to be like that.
No, they want the freak in the sheets and a lady on the streets. What you talking about?
I know some guys.
No. Fearless is hitting. That's you, RT.
Go down.
That's you, RT. But no, Fearless is right. Even a lot of wives will disclose what their desires are, and then the guy will be like, oh, it's called I think it was called what is it called? The Madonna syndrome? Like something like that, where it's basically the guy, once he chooses a partner, she becomes mother of their children. They almost put the woman into a childlike or a certain type of perspective in their mindset.
And that takes away her sexuality, and then she's going to want to leave.
Of course, but I'm just saying, this is what humans do, I can't deny their activity. I mean, it's not an effective and efficient one, but it exists. So what Fearless is talking about hits the hammer on the head, where he's like, that's my wife. I remember a girl said to a partner, choke me, do this. And he was like, oh, not me, not to you. You're my wife. I could never disrespect you like that.
Enter your life.
I would never hit my girl like that. I would never do that. I would never pull her hair. So you got to remember.
When you can't breathe enough.
Exactly. But this is why they have that sexual experience gap between women and men. Women are not, reaching the final destination as much as men. But
because I'm heavy-handed, you might just lose consciousness before I.
Yeah, but that's you, Rona. Everybody ain't rolling around laying down a SmackDown like it's Thursday night WWE. But for the most part, they're like, I can't do that to the girl I love. Especially in Asia, it's ridiculous. But anyways, what I was going to get at too is the pornography for men is one thing. I think also just like you got to realize it goes both ways. And so even with Jordan Peterson, they asked him about what are women habits? And he was like, oh, they like to read romance and literature. I'm like, you're outdated, my guy. There's a whole store and 80% of the toys and technology is there and it's for women. If you go to this, you know what store, it ain't there for you. You go there and be like, dang, what's here for me? It's mostly toys for women. You be like, dang, ain't nothing here with me. So I think both humans.
It's either for women or Diddy.
What's that?
Diddy. He said it's
for women or Diddy.
Oh, come on, cut it out. So again, I think both people have the desires not being met, and I think it's mostly societal norms kind of crushing in on the ecosystem. As Fearless brought up, a lot of guys want, that's a mother of my children now. Don't you ever say that. And they don't want to do that to their own woman, even if the woman expresses it. Right? They're like, who are you? Do I even know you? So again, it's just like a murky water. This is why I say body count for me, I'm going to be honest, because what we're doing is exploring sexuality together. I don't have no insecurities. I'm me. If a dude came through and, he rocked you and he was 10, it is what it is. I'm me. I can only worry about my construct and what I do and how I'm being a better and effective and efficient love partner.
All I know is I'm breaking records. Whatever
else.
your record was, I'm breaking the fuck out of it. That's all I know.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, yo, when you go into it, just be like, I'm gonna work out a sweat. I'm gonna work out at least when I'm doing it. Like it's a workout. So I think like you just gotta have to explore that with your partner. You're gonna have to take some L's because she might tell you some things you don't want to hear, but that's just you in your mind. Of course, you're not letting her be who she want to be. You're projecting on what you want her to be. And that's really the problem and the issue. So I think a lot of couples have to explore that together and have open conversation with a therapist, most likely, because people be emotional.
Georgia. The panel members, including you, Dr. Georgia, ever watched porn with your mate?
That's a little personal, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
as a doctor,
don't answer that question.
Diplomacy, my guy.
Let's leave the doctor out. Let's talk to the fellas. I mean, who's willing to admit that? Anybody?
Yeah.
I did all the time.
Yo,
what you mean? That was
watch
a precursor.
porn, go to the club and pick up an extra chick. We go to the damn toy store, pick up some man, come on, man. Where you been?
Man, how you think I know about the rose and everything else? that rose is a powerful being.
What's the rose? What's the rose?
Oh, my God.
You
out of touch.
You see, Fearless?
You out of touch.
You don't even know what that is.
You don't know the Georgia.
I said roses are sold out all the time, man. You can't get a rose in the store. You got to goddamn order them.
Don't worry, he's celibate, so it don't matter. You don't need to know, Richard. Just stay in there.
Don't rack your brain over that one. Don't do that.
I've watched porn while having sex. You just look at that. Look, it's like having an artificial threesome.
Yeah,
it's like you having your threesome, but you ain't even gotta. You're not
gotta
even
get
cheating.
your stroke game up.
Yeah, you're not even cheating.
I've got to go there. Come on,
Georgia. Don't answer that question. But do you meet couples who do engage?
Not a swing.
Do what?
Do you meet couples who? Would you encourage couples to watch porn together?
Well, I wouldn't say encourage, but I always explore that with them. I wouldn't say encourage, though.
So if the husband had
sometimes it's visual. I mean, that's why like guys will take their girl to a strip club because it's like nice to see. Oh, she getting a lap dance. That don't mean that stripper coming home with them, but men are
or
visual.
She could.
Yeah, men become very visual, and that's how we get stimulated. That's why strip clubs, men go there because we're visual and we like to see that. We're physically stimulated.
Is that true, Dr. Georgia?
Yes, it is true. So, I want to go, there's something that you said, and I'm like, wow, that is so true. There's something that you all said about, some women not being comfortable with expressing themselves sexually with their husbands. And then I was thinking back through when the pandemic took off and people were now at home with their mates. And
you ain't got nothing but time.
That literally solidified some marriages and literally threw the grenade in some others. And a lot of that was behind sexual experimentation and starting to have more conversation. You guys are stuck in the house 24/7, and a lot of conversations came up, or a lot of tension came up. So, you
The
know,
ones that had conversation had babies. The one that had tension, they got divorced.
correct. And it's interesting to see how many people are into, you know, these nudist colonies and into bringing other partners into their relationships and having open relationships. A lot changed during the pandemic, and not necessarily, you know, there were a lot of divorces, but there were a lot of people who started experimenting more within their marriages. It made their marriages stronger because now they're having more conversations because they're stuck together 24/7, and now they're experimenting more and they're expressing themselves more, and they're just happier. So yes, we saw the divorce side of it, but then we also saw the side of it where people were really having conversations and I'm talking about marriages where people have been together for 20 and 25 years. And they're now having conversations about, you know what, I'm not happy about our sex life. And rather than getting offended, they had a lot of uncomfortable conversations that turned into some very fruitful moments. So,
See, I seen it the opposite way. I seen the 80-20. And what I mean by that is you're my wife and I'm with you 80% of the time, but I get that 20% from my side person, whoever that side person is. The same with a woman. She'll have that side person. You know, it's like, oh, I'm happy with you, but I can really enjoy myself with my whoever I'm cheating on, my what they call it, sneaky link or something like that. And what they found is they didn't have that sneaky link so more. Now they had to have 100% with the person they went, and they couldn't handle it. It was cool if I'm dating you, it's like, oh, she's good, you know, because if I want to dip out, I can dip out. But now when I couldn't dip out anymore, I got to deal with you full time. And a lot of them just couldn't deal with their mate full time. And not just that. I mean, that goes in every way. There's basketball players that say they get divorced when they retire from the league. You're like, huh? They be like, because I was gone all the time. They didn't have to deal with me.
Right.
And now I'm at home. And now they got to see me 24 hours a day. And they just don't want to be with me 24 hours a day.
So yeah, there was a lot of that. You know, there were a lot, like I said, there were conversations that made the marriage and there were conversations that broke the marriage. But the ones that stayed together really started connecting on different levels, not only sexually, but also financially, really understanding each other's needs and what was being done, you know, how wives who stay-at-home moms were spending, you know, out-of-home working fathers were restricting, and then having real conversations about, okay, this is what I need and this is what you're not doing. So yes, there were a lot of conversations that were had and a lot of marriages that were strengthened, but yes, unfortunately there were a lot of divorces.
So Richard, have you ever watched porn with your significant other?
Yes.
So
just like you said, Fearless.
Was she offended?
It was like a private orgy. No. Women like porn too. Yeah, it's like a private orgy.
I already know. You ain't got to explain to me.
Yeah, well, you're nasty. I think we've made that very clear. That's why you get so offended when I talk about paper play, because you got some skeletons in your closet, young fella.
Hey, nope, they've been all broken out. Believe me.
I want to move to another question, because I know we're going on 3 hours, and but this is just to go a little bit forward, and this is her name is Femi, if you didn't know.
Are we bringing her back up?
No, because I want to go with how is the modern woman compared to like us? You call us dinosaurs. How is that? Is it tradition? Do you see us as, oh man, you're too traditional? Men don't exist like that anymore? Or is it the women have become more modern and passed us by? Where do you see that line at? Because I always feel like, oh man, you know, I want to be the traditional man. Are we just dinosaurs now trying to be a traditional type man? That doesn't exist.
No, I never said dinosaurs.
No, I'm just using that as, you know, I'll use it.
No, I think it's a combination of both. I feel like it's a combination of men who really want the traditional looking family, the traditional wife, the submissive wife. And then it's also women who are now being exposed to the fact that they can be the breadwinners. They can be more expressive sexually. So I think there is a shift in what were women were so contained back in the, and I'll say 70s, 80s, where, that's my era. Um, it, it just looks different. Women weren't really encouraged to express themselves, where now you have the Cardi B's and the Red and whatever. And they're talking about sex all the time. Granted, we have Madonna, but then they tried to censor her, 50 Ways from Sunday. But now we have people who are openly talking, openly talking about what they want sexually. And so there is a shift. There's more women who are business owners who are, making, six figures and more.
But let's take that. You said because it's different. And I say the man always had to be the man. That woman who is the six-figure the six-figure woman, how many of them are willing to take care of their man?
Not many.
So that's where I say the tradition has changed. It seems
So
like
the power dynamic
money
shifts, and hypergamy dictates that a woman's always going to marry up, where a man will marry down and bring that woman up to his level. There's not too many women that are going to look down and pick that man up to his level, to her level.
I think that's
She's always
so
going to
untrue.
look up. So then it's going to be a stack of women up here, and there's not enough men to go around. So eventually they got to get it in their head.
That's not true. And I want it from the therapist. I know you go through therapy, and a lot of probably what the problem is becomes financial. But Richard, I'll let you ask your question or make your statement.
I have a very close friend who is recently married, and I can't believe some of the things I feel that I have to coach her through. Things about pornography, things about finance that she's struggling through. She's lost a passion in the marriage after just 3 years. She could probably benefit from your therapy, doctor, but she can't get him to go to therapy. So I've heard these discussions before, and I talk with my friend almost every day. There is nothing between us. I'm the godfather of her son outside of that marriage. And I've heard these things over and over again. And what it always leads me back to, and I wanted to ask the doctor this before we wrap up, because I'm really curious. To what extent, let's say since the 80s, the crack era, the rap industry, to what extent have men, in particular us, Fados, Black men, to what extent have we failed our women? And that's why we see the Cardi B's and the Sexy Reds. I think we bear a tremendous amount of blame that a lot of us, we talked about accountability on your previous panel, a lot of brothers aren't owning up to the fact that when you lionize a character like Jay-Z and multi-million-dollar record sales with him, praising the fact that he used drugs or sold drugs into his own projects, and now he's the boss. You got, not Rick Ross. To what extent have our brothers failed our sisters, and yet we're pointing the finger at them saying we can't find a good submissive woman? I've never been able to come to a conclusion on that. Do you understand my question?
No.
I think Black men have a tremendous amount of blame if they were to take accountability as for why women are the way they are now.
I like the question, honestly. I don't necessarily feel that men have failed women.
Thank you. That was a Dr. Umar statement. Good God Almighty.
Well, because I feel, well, you might not like this. I feel society has failed women. I feel society has failed men. So we are now looking at a generation of men who are now, we're talking about men in their 30s and 40s who were raised in single parent homes. And they don't know how to lead. I think women don't know how to step back and allow a man to lead. I think there's a lot of confusion in the world right now. I do. I think there's a lot of confusion in the world right now. And you know what? And I have no issue with owning up to my confusion. And I think had I married somebody who was not willing to allow me to be me and not control me, I don't know that I would have gotten married. And I think as our marriage has grown, we're going into 10 years. I think I have learned how to trust my husband and allow him to be my husband and lead. And I feel like I fought him a lot in the beginning because I wasn't raised in a home with a father. I was raised with my mom. And so I wasn't taught, that wasn't modeled for me. So I didn't know how to do it. So I think there's a lot of men out there who are wanting to lead and they don't know how to do it. They're being raised by single women.
Correct.
So I feel like I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Please continue. I just wanted to ask to respond after you're finished.
So yeah, I think society has failed men and women, and I feel what is needed in order for us to send out healthy individuals who are in the mindset to get married. I don't think we have it. I think we're losing that daily because we're really struggling with how many people do you know that still have parents who are married in healthy marriages where they taught their children, and I hate to say gender roles, but I'm going to say it. I'm probably going to get a bunch of pushback. But it took me a minute to understand, like, my husband has a role and I have a role, and it's okay. Mm-hmm. And I fought that for so long. That's so interesting because we talked about this probably maybe even the last podcast that we had, him buying the whole house thing. And it's like it took me a minute to sit back and just pay attention to all the things that happened. But as unhappy as I was about my husband making the decision to purchase our first home, he saw the bigger picture. And I fought it tooth and nail. And had he said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and let my wife have her way, we would not be where we are. And that was a hard pill for me to swallow. And the bottom line is, I did not understand what it meant for me to sit back and trust my husband. I didn't.
So imagine this. You are not, and take this in no bad way. You're passive in this sense. You're not like the aggressive people that you see. Imagine if you were that aggressive woman who said, we ain't doing nothing. Your husband would not have had the confidence to do what he did. And so I think in today's society, a lot of men meet that other type of woman who, is it the word emasculate the man? And they don't allow them to make decisions, or they question every decision that they do. And I've said this before. I know I'll play this because I know you wasn't on the show. This is what I played last time from a series that was in the 1970s. And it's scary because, I'm saying maybe the 80s. We keep thinking this is a modern thing. This is not modern. This has been going on for a while. They asked these women, let me see if they asked the question. Oh, wait. Hold up.
Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. 1. The rest of you.
And I go through and say how
with the boss chick independent.
Don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Did you just hear?
We keep saying it's a modern thing. It's not. I wish that they had done a follow-up interview, where they are today.
15 years later.
Yeah, 15 years later. But what they were setting up was all of these girls who were just teenagers. It's like, I don't need a man.
I think that was shot in the 80s.
Yeah, in the 80s. It's like, I don't need a man. I don't need a father. Father wasn't there. I wasn't there. And so I say that to say this.
Here's
Women
the
are
thing.
upset.
Did you hear the tone in which she said it?
Oh, yeah.
Like, so disrespectful. Like, maybe the father didn't have a choice of not being there, or the mother didn't want him there because she was taking advantage of the system. And she already knew that system was there for her as well.
I'll show you the system. And this, hold up, Darnell, before you go, I want to show the system that has made men come out of the house. And then she goes to her grandma.
Florinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Florinda was born, just as her own mother, Florinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born.
3 generations
on welfare. And so, and I know what you're saying, Georgia, but when I look at that, I have to blame, and I blame is a strong word, so please bear with me. The women raised those men today. The men that the boy that girl raised, those are the men today. And those same women are saying there's no good men out there. But it was the women who raised those no good men. And so Richard wants to say it's the men's fault. And I'm saying, well, sir, how can it be the man's fault when they didn't raise the kids?
And I said that last session, last podcast. I said that.
Mm-hmm.
I said that.
So I missed that podcast. But Darnell, please. By all means.
So I just wanted to respond. To me, I think you have to examine cause and effect, right? So what caused, like in that video that you just played, what caused her to actually say that? Well, the fact that, she didn't have a father, she said, or at least she came out okay. But at the same time, too, you got to understand. I mean, things going back about 120 years ago, a lot different. One, women did not have the right to vote. For the most part, couldn't work. Yes, there's some jobs they could have. But for the most part, they could not work. And then you had an issue with our nation had an issue with alcoholism. A lot of men were failing their families, which this is the first feminist movement that I know of, had to do with, or came about started in the late 1800s. That was the first one where women argued for universal suffrage, and a lot of times they were pulling, husbands out of bars, they were losing the family farm because their husbands weren't being the provider that they were supposed to be. Hence, why women also advocated for the prohibition movement. Okay, and you guys can look this up if you guys disagree with me, but you can look this up. But women advocated for the prohibition movement, in my opinion, due to failing husbands. Now, also, you also have to look at factors such as the Great Migration of the 1930s. You had men, the 1930s, hard to find a job, in your local area. So you migrate to the big city, mostly places like Detroit. A lot of times a man would leave his family and say, hey, I'm going to go up to Detroit and see if I can go get me a automobile job, in a factory job. And I'm going to send you money. And I'm going to eventually send for you when I get myself established. I'm going to eventually send for you, and the kids. There was, unfortunately, sometimes that didn't happen, whether the guy made it or not. There was cases he found he got accustomed to the city lifestyle.
You're going on long, Darnell, man. All right.
Well, you're talking about 100-year period here, so it's kind of hard to be sure.
The difference is
Mm-hmm.
when that man left, or whenever that time was,
mm-hmm.
the woman still never said, "I don't need a man." It was never. It was that man left, and he was bad. But the women just said, "I don't need men."
Mm-hmm.
They still look for a supportive man in the family. So none of that meant anything. What you're saying in the 1980s is shifted, where women say, "I don't
That's
even
my
need a man
point
in the household." I don't know what point you made because you was all over the place. So,
no, well, but that's the point. Is you just said it in the 1980s it shifted. There was another feminist movement that took place after the 60s, partially thanks to World War II, where women had to work in the factories. Remember, men had to go work fight overseas.
I'll break it down for you. In the 1960s and 70s, it was the rise of feminism and the workforce participation. The 1980s and 1990s, diversification and legal protections. 2000s, the growth of knowledge-based roles. And from 2010 to 2024, it's continual evolution and leadership roles. That's the dynamic of change throughout the last 70 years.
Yes, that's the dynamic of change, but the point is that you had generation. That's a nice large time period. You had a couple generations worth of women that, you know what, we didn't have a man and we were okay, kind of thing. So again, cause and effect. Can you blame women? No. I mean, you can't, because, hey, I mean, wouldn't you feel the need to not want to? I mean, why would you want to be in a relationship with a guy if you can make your own money?
But here's the thing, Darnell, that you're missing. In those times, a lot of men voluntarily left because there were few jobs. There was a depression going on. I don't know if you recall back in the 70s where you had to have the last license number of your car in order to go and fill up that week because they had a gas shortage in the 70s.
Yep.
So here's the thing. Men would leave to go and work, like you said, and that's true. They would send that money back home to support the family while the wife was still on the system. She was double gaming the system because it helped out the family overall because they had so many children for the man to be outside the house. He stayed in a boarding house where he lived a less than desirable life because men can rough it, while he enabled the woman to have the money that she needed in order to support the family. That's the way that went. That was great. That was great grandma, the lady that she was talking about. Grandma didn't have a husband because he probably decided to leave. Then grandma got comfortable in the system, and when she had her daughter was already comfortable with not seeing daddy around, so she then had a teenage daughter as well. Now you're 3 generations in that have not seen a man, and that's why she's talking the way she's talking on that interview.
Exactly.
She hasn't seen a man, but yet and still, those women are the ones that started that.
But did
women start that, or was it men? Now, the one point I do disagree with you, Roman.
Men, I'm just going to say the system helped, just like Georgia said.
Right.
But hold on. I gotta say I have to say the women. I just don't know men who say who make it, who get financially stable and be like, I don't need a woman. Usually when a man kind of gets financially stable, he wants the family. He does not become independent of a woman. He actually wants a woman.
Fearless, let me ask you this. Do you know the story of Fannie Lou Hamer?
Yeah, you're talking about the World War II women.
Mm-hmm.
No, she was a civil rights. She became a civil rights activist, but she was a sharecropper, I believe. Her husband left her, I believe, in the 40s or 50s, somewhere in there. She had to go work the fields to feed the family. The husband just walked out. All right. She had to go work the fields as a sharecropper. But the thing is, with Fannie Lou Hamer, and that's why I'm hitting you with the Fannie Lou Hamer, is that again, that was a case where a man walked out on his family, left the family, and failed her, as a husband. She had to take that masculine. She had no choice but to take that masculine role, but to work that field and to become the provider.
Did Fannie say, "I don't need a man"? If a
She
man
didn't
would
say
have
it at the beginning, but I'm pretty sure.
If a man would have came, she would have been happy to have a man in her life. That's the difference. Here, they become independent of men. Like, we don't want a man in our life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. Go ahead, Richard.
But
let Richard go.
I had a question for Dr. Georgia and for Darnell. I'll start with Darnell. You look way too young to have a name like Darnell.
Okay.
I just had to say that. I'm always working on material, Doctor.
Thanks.
Doctor, do you agree? Well, I was posed this question in the last panel. Did I think feminism was a good thing? I said I thought it was. How do you feel about the feminist movement and its impact on women today? Because I imagine you're probably semi-feminist.
I don't know if I would consider myself a feminist.
We need to create a session next time called Stump the Doctor.
Okay, so let's clarify. I do not have a PhD. I have a master's degree. Okay.
I just like calling you doctor, though.
Hey, I love to hear it. And you guys are speaking it into existence. I just want to be clear. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't feel like I'm a feminist.
Are you a feminist?
One second, George, before you
was
answer.
Feminism good for women?
Richard, can you, because here goes the issue. Can you define feminist or feminism or feminist for us? Because other people have different definitions. Can you define that?
Women's liberation.
Gender equality.
Gender equality. Thank you. See, I'm old. I'm the dinosaur here. I think we've established that. Gender equality. Because there's been so much equality.
But does gender equality also mean genderless roles? Meaning, first date, we're both equal. You pay half, I pay half, or she pays it, and I don't have to. I don't open up doors because we're equal. Somebody breaking the house. Hey, girl, you got to get up and help me fight, because we equal. So what do you mean by equality? Let's go there so we can find that. Yes.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I always open the door. Even when I was driving.
But does feminism, because hold up, the true essence of feminism is we are equal. I know, but the true essence of feminism is equality. Like, we both equal. Like, if you go on the Woman Who Shall Not Be Named show, she says we all equal. I think she had some up there like you don't teach a man to open a door for a woman. You teach a man to open a door for people. Like, the gender is totally out of it. So she would be offended if you open the door. Because she
what
feels
in the modern TikTok nonsense are you talking about, bro?
No, dude, she's offended. I mean, she was offended by the Titanic survivors.
Long enough that you don't even realize.
Yeah, you don't even know what room you in, man. That's crazy.
But may I also answer your question just really quickly?
No. Wait. Go ahead and finish up, Richard, because I haven't said anything, and I've been taking notes here, and I need to get some.
And I will, if I can find it while you're doing that, I will actually read what the person said. Matter of fact, I think I do have it. Benign sexism.
Dr. Georgia.
Hold up. I'll say this so you understand where she's coming from. Benign sexism. Things that sound nice but are actually sexist. I raised my son to respect women. This is sexist. There's nothing unique about women. You should raise your child to respect people. I don't hit women. It should be I don't hit people who are physically weaker than me. Some women are physically stronger. And if a stronger person hits you, you hit them back. This is what she says. I hold the door open for women. There's nothing unique about women. What makes it necessary for you to hold the door open for a woman? That's sexism. Women are queens. No, women are not queens. They're humans. So that is from a feminist. So that's why I want you to define it, because everyone has a different definition. Her definition is we are equal. Don't hold no door open for me. Don't do nothing for me because I'm just as equal as you.
Well, that's just extremism.
Hold up. I want him to answer because that's when someone says feminist, they say equality. And you've been in that room so long that you don't even realize what they preach over there. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what they preach.
Okay, so let me try.
I've seen this one before. Sorry.
Let me try to put this in like some empirical terms. My mom and dad were married a long time until they passed away. God bless their souls. I saw gender equality expressed through the love they had for each other, first and foremost. So if my dad got home first, he would cook. If my mom got home first, she would cook. My mom had to hold down the household throughout a 50-some year marriage at times in her life. It was never about, here's your gender role. You must pay all the bills. And then here's your gender roles. You must stay home and cook and clean and provide me with sexual favors. I didn't see that growing up. They were equally yoked. And I think that's missing from the contract of marriage these days, the concept of being equally yoked. So feminism to me was my mother's personal strength and how she was going to hold down the fort no matter what happened. I knew that. That's the nurturing aspect of a woman and a wife and a mother. And I knew my father was going to do his part as well. So to me, look at all of the Black women as quoted by Darnell, Fannie Lou Hamer, who, walked the lines of the civil rights movement, Coretta Scott King. Women have always been there on the front line with us. Have you guys forgotten who Harriet Tubman was? I'm waiting for the Tubman 20. They're going to release a Tubman $20 bill in the future.
I thought it was the 10. I thought
it was it was the 20. But look, women have always been right there at the front line, particularly in our community. So I don't get this gender role aspect. I think what's missing in the minds of people in y'all age.
Can you clarify that real quick? What do you mean gender role aspect? Please break down what the gender roles are nowadays.
I said this on the last panel in the chat. Let a woman be a woman and let a man be a man.
Define that, because women don't want to be necessarily just women anymore.
Yeah, and then when I asked
they
you
want
to
to act
define
as
a
men,
woman,
so you need to be very clear about let a woman be a woman, because some women don't act like women. But if you're saying let them be women, then if they want to act like a man, then they can act like a man. They can act like a woman when they want to choose. See, they get to pick and choose.
Yep.
So
And
what
then
is the
Richard,
definition of what a woman wants to be?
Yeah, and I asked you to define a woman, and you never answered that question.
I think it goes without an answer, but Doctor, I know it's getting late there.
He looks,
No, don't do that.
He just did it again. See, he says let a man be a man and a woman be a woman, but then when you ask him what's a woman, let
me go over some things real quick. If you can't answer that, I'm just going to go over some things.
Well, let me just speak to that real quick. I'll make it real quick.
Hold up.
Listen,
are you sure it's going to be quick?
About being a feminist.
That you guys are struggling with that question.
We're not struggling at all. We're very aware. We're very aware. You're struggling with the answer.
Yes.
But you guys are struggling with that question. speaks
No,
to the
we
fact
already
that
understand.
you
We
might
already
not be very
understand.
clear about what a man is.
No,
you
I
keep asking
absolutely know
exactly
what
what
a
a
man
man is.
That's why we're being called knuckle draggers, because we know exactly what men are supposed to be.
That grenade
I defer
just
to
never get thrown. It
So
never gets
let me say
thrown.
this real quick. With all the diversity and all the feminism and equal rights, there's only been 9 jobs that women have ever held since they've gotten equality. They've not switched out and wanted to be firemen. They've never done anything that's going to be dangerous. They've been in the regular industries of healthcare, education, business, and finance. They're now in STEMs. They're a whole bunch of them in entrepreneurship. Not that that's bad. Service industry, which is retail, hospitality, childcare. The old jobs they used to do was clerical, secretary, stenographers, and telephone work. They used to work the switchboards. Out of over 100 years of equality, they still doing the same damn jobs. So
So when it came down,
hold up. Have they really progressed in the job functionality that shows that they're saying they want equality with? First of all. Second of all, I'm gonna play this video real quick because it's funny in itself, but a lot of people are gonna get a little pissed off about this one because it looks like assault. I'm just saying. You can answer that for yourself. I'm gonna blow it up. Oh, she's so happy right now. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all get the gist of that. There's no
Basically, she
such
did
thing
to
as
him
gender
what he
equality.
did to her.
Exactly, but nobody had a problem with him denting the hell out of that damn pot on his head. But the minute he did it look fair? There is no such thing as gender equality when it comes down to certain things. So y'all need to cut that shit out.
So if a woman
We are
bonks you
not
upside the
saying-
head with a pan, would you bonk her back, Ronan?
Absolutely. She ain't my woman.
All right.
I was
So
taught
here-
a long time ago. Listen. I've always been a good-looking kid. I ain't gonna I'm gonna just tell you the way it is. I was always getting hit on at school and everything else. Little girls were trying to let me know they like me. But this one girl wanted to take it a little too far. So my mom told me, even as a child, if that girl approaches you and acts like a man, you treat her like one. She hit me hard. I stuck her straight in her chest. She ain't never touched me again.
Richard, let me
And
ask
I'll
you
do
a
that to
question.
any woman that walks up to me, even as big as I am, and tries to act like a man.
Yeah,
I'm
Richard,
sorry.
let me ask you a question. I know you're a strong guy, but is there somebody you be like, I ain't hitting him? You know, people say Mike Tyson, The Rock. You know, just throwing me a name out there. Really.
Yeah, there's some big Ruskies out here, some big Russian. I'm like, man, could I take him?
All right, let's say that big Rusky. Why wouldn't you hit that big Rusky? Or if you went and hit him, you know, he's a big dude. Why wouldn't you hit him?
I know better. Is that
Because
the
he's
answer you're
bigger?
seeking?
You know
Probably
the
he's
limits
bigger.
of your ability, and you know it's going to end up in violence. But women don't; they'll take it too far, and they'll
Exactly.
smack
So-
the shit out of that dude and expect him
Let
not to
me
get
answer. Let me answer the question more directly. Have you never been hit by a woman that you didn't hit back?
I've been hit
Here,
by my exes
let
all
me
the time and
explain.
never
The
hit
thing
back.
is, the reason you won't hit that Rusky dude is because you know if you hit the Rusky dude, he can hit you back, and you're like, I'm not going to take that risk. The problem is that woman that hits you thinks that she can get away with hitting you without hitting you getting hit back. See, that woman should never feel that she should be able to hit you, because if you were a big woman, she wouldn't even do that. She wouldn't hit you as a big woman because she knows that big woman going to hit her back. So no woman, you shouldn't even feel comfortable enough to do that. Why would a woman feel comfortable enough to hit a man that she knows could take her out?
Because
That shouldn't
she's
even be
weaponized the system
exactly
to protect her, and most of the system are made up of other men supportive of that woman to do whatever the hell she wants to do.
exactly.
I mean, perhaps, but at the same time, too.
Perhaps that's a fact.
No, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, Ronan, but the only thing that I wanted to say is that through rehab and therapy, I have learned that unfortunately you just can't control what others do. All right.
You can control what others do to you.
Not really.
You don't have to allow it. Are you saying you just need to allow people just to touch you any kind of way they want to touch you?
No. What I'm saying is
boundaries on that shit. You put boundaries on that shit, and you let them know I'm not going to tolerate that. Push the limits, and you're going to find out what the fuck's going to happen.
And when you do that, what if something gets out of hand? You have to pay the consequences.
I can't even show
it. Sucks.
Why? Because you're going to go to jail.
If I show this,
why do I have to pay?
If I show this picture, I am going to jail.
It's just how society works.
Is it that bad?
I ain't going to jail.
It's just different. It's just different. It's all natural.
Okay.
I'm not going to jail. I'm not going to jail.
Yeah,
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing she would do to me. She put her hands on me. I'm calling the police.
Is that big games?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as my father would say, famous last words. But
I've been hit by my exes before. I've walked out the room. I don't necessarily have to put my hand on a woman, but at the same time, if it's a strange, here's the thing: if it's a strange woman, that's a difference than your wife. Not saying I'm abusing people just because.
Right.
Somebody that doesn't know me and puts their hands on me, I'm not tolerating that.
One second, we never got this question answered. So Richard was asking about feminism, and I don't think that I don't think we ever defined it or got there, but I want Georgia to answer about the feminism, and maybe she can define however she thinks what feminism is.
So I define feminism as equality, men and women being equal. And I can't say I'm a feminist because I do feel I still believe in traditional gender roles. And so, does my husband open the door for me? No. Not the car door, but if I walk into a restaurant and I touch the door, he gets mad. He gets irritated. And I'm fine with that. So I still believe in traditional gender roles. I'm not going to say that.
Would you ever put your hands on your husband?
You a dinosaur just like us.
Yes. Would you ever put your hands on your husband?
Oh, hell no. I never called my husband out of his name in life. And he will tell you, he and I have yelled at each other to the top of our lungs. I have never called my husband out of his name. I have never said anything to emasculate my husband. I have never called him out of his name.
I can
under your breath, maybe every now and then, even under your breath, under your breath, or maybe you kept it to yourself.
But I have never. I will never disrespect my husband. Period.
Were you raised by?
I'm sorry.
Were you raised with your father in the household?
No, my mother and father died when I was 4.
That's a good woman, right?
Her mother, but her mother was not that would not emasculate. She was still. So when it comes to when I've seen relationships, especially relationships that come into therapy, and I hear the way a woman is willing to talk to her husband, I struggle with that because I don't care how mad I have gotten with him. I don't care how mad. I can't bring myself to say something that I know I can't take back. Like he can't unhear whatever's about to come out of my mouth. And I will say, I'm gonna go back to this. I was in a relationship. This was probably 20, maybe 25 years ago. And he and I broke up
and he moved away, and we got into it. I said the most effed up thing that I could pull out. I mean, it was so bad. I called my mother. I couldn't believe I said something like that. That was the last time I said something like that to a man.
I wished I could. I no. You said
you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know who you're talking about, but I know, and maybe I just remember in school, in college, you said something, and I was like, "Damn, that was fucked up."
Yeah,
and I can't even say what that. I'll put it in the. I'll text. You.
Yeah.
I'll text you.
But I just so from that point, and this was, I mean, I'm in my 20s. And I called my mother, and I was devastated because I'm like, how do you say something like this to a human? And so from that day, I have never said anything. So even when my husband and I, that wasn't it. No, it was way worse than that. So even when my husband and I go back and forth, and we don't do it often, but I have never even thought to say something. I've never thought to say something that if he woke up the next day, he'd be like, "Who the hell did I marry?" I've never gone there with him.
Can I also ask?
I'm sitting there thinking, have I even yelled at my husband before? Yes, I've yelled at him before, but I've never said anything.
I'm about to look at you sideways if you would have said, "No, I ain't never."
Yeah, I've yelled at my husband. He will tell you to this day, I have never said anything. I've never said anything to hurt him.
Let's read this super chat, and then I got to ask you a question. That this is Just John. Thanks, Just John, for the $5 super chat. I think there's an appeal for men when we look at a woman with an education. Even billionaires' ex-wives were educated at some prestigious institution.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Dating in your social circle. I said it.
Yep. Now, my question is this. I'm sorry, I keep going back to this. The woman that was the woman that we heard, the girl Femi, I said something to her like along the lines of this. What kind of woman talks to a man like that? Her response is, "You're not even a man. I wouldn't do it." But I talked to my wife, and my wife was like, "What? No woman in her culture, women just would not talk to men like that all over. It doesn't matter what type of man you are, and it's just a respect issue. As they just because it makes them as a woman look bad." So my question to you is, how do you see that when a woman talks to a man like that in general? Because she just couldn't comprehend it. And at the time, her
she wasn't
mother
talking,
and
she was screeching.
Yeah, her mother and her aunt was here. And I let them hear it because they were listening. And they was just like, it was just unbelievable to them how women talk. Like it don't matter what they was talking to a man. Yes. They put it to American women. They're like, man, is this the culture in America? Is that how they are? But I'll say that, how some women talk. Explain that to me. How do you see that? Because they seen it like that. I don't care how mad you are. That's not a feminine woman.
It's not. So when you subjected me to listen to that nonsense today,
subjected. I love it.
It was horrible, and I was mortified because it wasn't the first time. It wasn't the first time that I had heard a woman speak like that, but just the screeching and the use of the N-word and the fact that she was so willing to be so disrespectful. And she was like trying to look for ways that she could literally just destroy you. You know, she's bringing your wife into the picture. Why are you going there? And to me, when I hear a woman who's doing that, because I've been out in public and I've heard women just totally go into their partners. And I'm thinking that woman is damaged. There's a lot of trauma there. And there's a lot of bitterness and anger. That is not a woman who is okay. When you are willing to go to the bottom of the earth to tear your partner down, there are deeper issues than that. Why
Well,
can't you disagree?
she already acknowledged that Fearless was not her partner, so she had nothing to lose.
But
Plus,
but
it was
when
being
you're
protected by Chris because Chris wasn't going to tell her to shut up.
But
But
what
when
was
you're
scarier
willing
was
in the world.
Right,
her
but when
partner
you're
was right
talking,
there. That's the
right,
scary part. She's
right.
talking like that with her man right there. What kind of
But
woman?
she talks like that to him.
Most likely.
So this it's across the board. She talks like that to men, she talks like that to women, she talks to that to people who are in positions of authority. So she doesn't there's no that you don't turn it off. This is how you deal with people. That is somebody who is angry and broken. You will not deal with a woman who has some sense about herself and some couth about herself, who's willing to speak to her partner, let alone a stranger in that manner. You're not. So to me, when I see that and I hear that when I'm out in public and I see young girls acting like this, there's a lot of anger, hurt, and trauma behind it. And I would challenge her to say that she was raised in a healthy household. No, you weren't. When you're willing to go there with a man like that, anybody like that, there's so much trauma, unhealed trauma.
Mm-hmm.
So
go ahead and defend her, Richard.
I want to say there's two things. First of all, this is natural and it's rising. Because I
Who you talking to? Who you reading the chat
from? That's why I keep going like this, because I'm like, this is gonna look real different. So I'm being honest. So I want to read something. One of my friends sent something. A lot of takeaways from tonight, and I love the fact that this is like she took her time. There's like a lot here.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. So I want to read this because I love the fact that she took the time to do this. So she says, yes, partnerships are built on past experiences, but experiences doesn't just mean sex. If I went to Freaknik, why can't that be that would have been how we crossed paths? I'm sure what she meant by that. But it has to be an assumption that a woman was in some hoe shit. Number two, a lot of men are inexperienced in the bedroom. That feeling of insecurity is reflected onto the woman with the assumption she has more bodies. Number three, nobody with 2 t-shirts in their closet and no haircut should be assessing anybody else's lifestyle. I'm just reading this.
Wait, who was that a shot at?
Damn, that sounded like it was a shot at Darnell.
No, I am reading down the list. All strong women's mentality doesn't just come from being in a home with a single woman. A lot of fathers raise their daughters even while being outside of the home to be better, have respect for themselves, and not depend on a man. Number 5, how are body counts coming up in conversations when dating? Never in my life as a ever asked me about no shit like that ever. That's clear. I have never been asked that. I have never been asked that. Number 6, as a man, you have waited till your mid-40s to finally settle down. You have to be accepting of the dating pool because you're looking for a younger partner at this point and not your equal in life and experience. What these younger women are going to require of you to have their full attention going to cost. Pay to play or shut up. Good night.
Straight like that. Straight like that.
Hey Ronan, let me say this because real quick, and then I'm gonna drop down because even though I'm retired, I still go to bed and get up like I go to work in the morning.
Okay.
Even in the hip hop world, she said one thing that even men teach their daughters this. And Biggie said a line in one of his songs: "Give my daughter this college plan so she don't need no man." So she's right. Even some men teach their daughters that nonsense that they don't need a man.
But Biggie wasn't there for his daughter.
Yes, he was. He was there till the day he died. I knew him. So he was there for his daughters, but he still taught his daughter that concept of not needing a man, right? And even the women that you see today, that's where they get this manly attitude from. And you see some of them in the gym. When you go to the gym, she 180, 200 pounds. Why she ain't got her butt over on that treadmill? She's over there lifting weights with the men. You know what I'm saying? She's 180, 200 pounds. Know damn well she need to get her butt on that treadmill and get that cardio going. But they want to lift weights and be strong like they men.
Wait a minute, I'm a weightlifter.
You're not 200 pounds.
Yeah, but you not 200. You not 200 plus pounds.
Okay.
If you go in the gym and look around, and you'll understand what I'm saying. And you see a woman that you know.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you know that she needs to do some cardio and get that weight down. But yet she's trying to bulk up.
You sound like you're fat shaming.
Call it what you want.
This ain't
You can call it what you want. No, he can put that on me. He can put it on me. I don't mind.
Fat shaming.
Okay, Kevin. Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, that's called the truth. All right,
that's exactly what it's called.
Well, hold up. We got Mercy Justice in here. He hasn't spoken since you've been on the panel. Mercy, what you got going on here? What is your opinion of what's being said in here? What was the question on the board right now, Georgia?
I don't know. We went past feminism and then
I
kind of got lost.
It was feminism. Is it? I believe it was. Is it a good thing? Bad thing?
Stopping in, Gans. I appreciate you stopping in, bro.
No, we were talking about the women. We were talking about and I think Georgia was saying how a woman like that is broken. That
Yes.
You can't do that. And I wanted to hear Richard's response.
Yeah, he was
to that
defending.
because
Yeah.
he was defending her. So Richard, defend away.
And I'll say this more pointedly to you, Georgia. Femi is a shock jock. Her channels have been demonetized, some even taken down. This is why she's Femi in the cloud, Femi from the chat. She's a shock jock. Now, here's the strange thing that I observed with her. I went to her channel, watched one of her streams, her screeds, while her husband was getting ready for work. And she was taking a break from the screaming and cursing and said, baby, you got your dinner for tonight? He's like, yeah, I'm good. And she was a totally different character. What Femi said, and even OB, I was really disappointed with him, Fearless. I don't know what that's about. We kind of hang out on two different sets. So this being only my second. It is wrong, but some of that is really, and as I mentioned before, some of that is just, now you're part of the game. You're out here.
Oh no, fine. And I'll give you a little background real quick. Yeah, Darnell, gotta stop, man. You got me ADHD, and I ain't got ADHD, but you rocking, man.
Hey, y'all got to deal with it.
So here's the thing. I'll give you a little bit of background. I guess I did an interview with Austin Holloman when he came into Dallas. And we hung out. Now, Austin Holloman, just so you know,
Good
Georgia,
stuff.
he's a 25-year-old.
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, he's a 25-year-old content creator, has a bigger following. And so, we went out, we discussed. We actually hung out before we ever did our video for about 8 hours. Just, I'm trying to give him points. I'm trying to give him pointers, how he should do. But he's his own man. He does what he wants to do. Can't do anything about his life choices. I can only give advice and try to say, hey, this is maybe the route you should go. OB had got on one of our panels, and I guess he just got upset. I don't know where he came at. He wanted to try to challenge how much money I made. You don't make this, you don't make that. And so he said he exposed me. And the crazy thing, when he said he exposed me, he said, oh, you live in Frisco, Texas. Well, Frisco, Texas is like the highest suburb, in Dallas. And I was like, well, I don't know how you exposing me. He's like, well, you live in an apartment. I know where you at. They cost about $2,500 a month. I'm like, but they ain't really exposed me. I seen you in your convertible car. I was like, well, you saying now you exposed me. I'm broke, but I'm driving a $125,000 car. I live in a luxury area. Then he wanted to say that my wife was a teacher. And I kept saying, my wife's not a teacher, man. She's a Spanish teacher. I looked it up. And I was like, well, what you saying? And if she's a Spanish teacher and has her master's, she make more money than you in Texas. That puts her at about $70,000. I didn't know what he was exposing, but he kept saying, and he kept had this anger, like he needed to try to drag someone down. And I will say this, and my wife was pissed off at me. And this is probably where you need to help me out, Georgia. I felt the need to try to prove what I was doing.
And you still do.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Where I had to show my degree, where I had to say, bro.
Why?
And you still do.
Because
you still
I came
doing
to a
it.
place where I had to show my receipts. Like, man, you're going to try to.
Fuck all that.
Always,
nobody deserves to know anything.
Why does it matter?
Because I always felt that the lie travels much faster than the truth.
But why do you care?
Who cares? Nobody's writing checks for you.
And you're right. But here's where it got dangerous. They went onto that panel, and what you didn't know, maybe, Richard, they tried to dox. They couldn't get at me because I don't care. So they tried to dox my wife. And what is dox? They were like, oh, his wife works here. This is where his wife works at this building for the schools. This dude, OB, wrote a letter in an email to my wife's school.
Wow.
Saying that she should be fired because she believes in child trafficking. Was it sexual trafficking or something like that?
Yeah, let's not say it all the way out.
Yeah. And so, the person called her to the office, the human resources, is like, hey, you're not in no trouble. It's nothing like that. We just want to let you know what somebody's putting out there. So be careful, how you go out. And I called him out. I said, where I grow up at, there's 3 things you don't do. You don't talk about nobody's wife. You don't talk about their kid, and you don't fuck with their money. He keeps saying he was gangster. I was like, that's not gangster. And me, I'm from those streets. So I'm like, bro, we can meet up. We can talk this out like men.
Y'all both in Texas too.
Yeah, we right around this corner. Let's do this. But I found that he's a person too, that if he's he'll just overtalk you. He's like, oh, I'm just going to keep talking and talking. And the louder that I talk, the more right I must be. And I was like, yeah, that's it. So that's where our problems came in at. Because I was like, you just don't do that. You can be mad. No matter how mad I can get at Richard, I'm not going to go at Richard's girl. No matter how mad I can get at Chris, I'm not going to go at Chris's wife. And I hate the way they try to adjust it. So that's the background. I was like, brother, I don't know where you exposed me. Because he was like, I'm hanging out with somebody who was half my age. I don't know. You're not in the YouTube, so you don't know who Mr. Beast is. Mr. Beast is like a 27-year-old guru. He get like millions. He has
a whole show
views. Yeah,
got a whole show on Prime Video called Beast Games right now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I mean, he's
making money.
And what I said was, I don't care. When I got into this, I learned from somebody younger than me.
Right.
I said, you know what? I was working, and the guy said, man, you need to get in the security in the cloud. And I was like, oh, And he said, I tell you what, we can lift weights together. And if you help me lift some weights, I will teach you this. I was like, shoot, this dude is half my age. I have no problem with that. So that's how I learned it. So I said, I have never had a problem learning from someone who's younger than me. But, let me see. I'm trying to find out. Let me see if I can go to his thing, because I sent this to the Maroon Tiger, as you would say.
Man, don't put that out there.
Oh, yeah,
But why do you go back and forth with like the lady Mariah or whatever her name was?
Maya.
Why, whatever.
That's really what started everything.
But
She
I don't
went
know.
into that room and started crying, and everybody.
Well, one of the things I said, fearless early on, was I was never going to read the comments because not everybody's going to like what I have to say.
Right.
But I don't have to go back and forth and even acknowledge. People are hateful. What I have noticed about people on the internet, people are free to say whatever they want to say because they're hiding behind the screen.
And that's what he does. He don't
Yeah.
give his name. He never shows his picture. He always does a avatar. And it's like I don't want you to know nothing about me.
You can say whatever you want behind the screen.
Exactly.
So I will never, even once I have my own channel, I will
Coming
never
soon, by the way.
I won't acknowledge fully, because why are you giving energy to that?
No, you are right. You're absolutely right. I just came from when we grew up. Yeah, let me make this point to her. When we grew up, Georgia, we grew up at the time, if you had a problem with somebody, you just met them at 3:00 after school. And we just settled it. Win, lose, or draw, we're gonna be friends. We're gonna take care of it like that.
Shake hands.
And that's not how it is now. And in this sense, I am a dinosaur because I just never did that. I'm like, I ain't gonna talk all this smack because I'm always what I cannot say to you in your face, I'm not gonna say to it on a keyboard.
Right.
Go ahead, Richard.
I feel you on that, my brother. I've said this to you before, and to Ronan and to other people on the panel. It's the internet of things. And so once you put yourself out there, there's a measure of yourself that you keep behind the scenes. You know, I mean, when you watch a movie, when you're watching TV, there are more people behind the scene than there are in front of the camera. So this is what the internet is. And this is what YouTube is, and what feeds and sensationalizes views and clicks and arguments and comments. That's what this is about. And I wanted to say this more pointedly to you, Georgia. I would advise you to surf these YouTube streets if you haven't enough, a little bit more research. And I would advise you probably to not do a channel. I don't think you do it for the money. You probably would do it for the passion. And there are other ways to do it. But these lives and then the comments that follow is just what this is. And people will bait you into exposing yourself more and more, trying to prove yourself more and more. That is maybe perhaps fearless, a deep-seated need inside yourself for validation. But this ain't where you get it.
No, you are correct. And one reason is because when they say it, I'm thinking, man, you really don't know me. Like he'll say something like, "Oh, you don't do nothing for black people," and I'm like, brother, you know how much
that part they don't need to know about you.
No, why are you Justin? Why are you even validating or putting energy in that? And that's something, Richard, and I agree with you. However, with me and wanting to talk more and have a more of a platform and a space to talk about SA, it's needed. And I don't care about the negative stuff. I'm not going to give energy to that, but I'm also going to not do something because of there's some hateful people out there.
You can't run in fear or and
right. So I'm not gonna do that because I know that in my industry there is a space that's needed for especially African Americans to talk about SA. And so I'm gonna do that. And I just have to remind myself not to give into the negative energy.
And to be honest with you, that's what the space we were trying to create. When I talked to you, I said we want to have a space where we can have diverging views. Now, if you see how the show goes, the first hour we just talking a whole bunch of trash. We getting everybody hyped up, and then we get into like the serious talk where it's like, all right, now everybody hyped. We got everybody eyes on us, and now y'all can start watching the lesson. And the way I say that is like on my other channel, Richard, if you've seen it, I say,
it's good.
This is the Kool-Aid with the medicine. You're gonna drink it. Yeah. And I'm going to give you this message, and you ain't going to know till you driving home or going to sleep or looking up at your ceiling what the message really was. And so that's
Hey,
how I
Phyllis,
look at this. Yes, sir.
I'm making my bed now.
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about. And that's how I thought we could do this, where you get all the hype and you hear all of that, but then we get the people in, and then they can really start to say, oh man, that was a good point.
Yeah.
That was a good thing. And I think we can learn from everyone. Even Richard, he brought something back to me when we talked on the last one. We were talking about time. And he's like, well, tick, tock, tick, tick. And the symbolism was
the talk.
You know, it basically your morality.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of us didn't face that. And I was like, yeah, I'm scared. And he's like, why are you scared? And then you had to think, well, yeah, why am I scared? I've lived a good life. But those are the things we talk about. And I think we get to that fluff. That's the Kool-Aid. And now we at the medicine part. And that's what I hope people stick around to hear, the medicine part. And you're right. Your channel probably won't be like this. It'll be a little more serious. But I know the guys that we deal with, when we try to do serious subjects just in the beginning, they tune out. They don't listen. So you almost have to give them the drama and throw that medicine, them lessons in there, slight, a little slight. And that's why even if you see, I'll take 1 point one time and then I'll challenge the guys another time. What you mean? Why does body count matter? In the beginning, you hear me say, I can't deal with nobody like that. Then I'll flip it and say, well, why does body count matter? Why can't you be with somebody? So that's what I try to do to make people say, to get on those different thought processes.
Yeah, it forces people to think.
My point was, and certainly, Doctor, I don't mean to dissuade you, but I guess what I was really trying to get at is you got to really have a thick skin if you're out here, and you can turn the comments off once you start your channel. That's a little bit of censorship that I don't think anybody needs. I got heavily accused for coming to the beautiful seaside town of Pattaya, Thailand, where I live and have retired. And everybody thinks that I'm here for the women. I'm like, we don't even speak each other's language. I'm learning a little Thai here and there, but not for that. I came here for the safety and the peace of mind, right? But everybody thinks that. And I joke about it, I've never been a pay-for-play guy, so it's kind of hard for me to understand how a man would lay down with a strange woman that you actually have to physically give money to leave. That's what the joke about pay-for-play, you pay him to leave. And it's very, very risky out here in ways that I can't even imagine. So I stay home at night and watch you guys. But my point is, if you're going to step up into these YouTube streets, and Ronan, you got it in spades, and Phyllis, you wear it well as well. But man, F the haters, because this is the space for it. That keyboard warrior thing, they out there. And if you're going to feed into, let me show you this, let me show you that, oh, I am who I am, then that betrays your title, Fearless.
You're correct. You are correct. No words are better spoken than that.
If you step out in these YouTube streets, you just got to be like, yeah, whatever. Austin Holloman has made a career out of it. You know how many haters he's got?
Mm-hmm.
So,
you know what? And this is me being a dinosaur. And I'll explain why. I'm trying to do some self-reflection. Georgia, I think this is what happens. I came up in a time where if you let someone disrespect you, if I let you disrespect me and other people seen it, then other people thought that they could disrespect me. So we had to nail it right.
That does not apply on the internet.
I know, but I'm saying that I still had that mentality where your reputation and the way that you carry yourself goes so much further. And you can't.
But the whole thing is everybody's got fake reputations online, so that doesn't even stand or hold true, because you were who you were in public, and in real life you stood tall on who you were. You stood tall on the things you had. You can pretend to be anybody on the internet.
Right.
There is no stabilization as far as, is that person real? He can give you the perception he is as real as he wants you to be.
You're true. But that is my issue, because I was always under the fact, and even with my friends, it's like, man, we can't joke don't be joking like that in front of people, because you could be like, oh, he's gay, he's this. I was like, because somebody else overhears that and they think they can joke with me the same way. And my response to them is going to be very different. So
Yeah,
I've
I'm
always
play
had
play.
to cut that out to say, look, we can't joke like that in front of people. Like I can't even joke like that in front of my wife or somebody else. I can't call her no B word or call her this, because somebody else may hear that and think they can call her the B word.
Right.
And we're gonna have problems. But that is my issue being a dinosaur, because that is my thought process. And I know now.
Yeah, because you just can't punch people in the face, Fearless, anymore.
You're right.
You just can't.
And, hey,
Okay.
I'll even say this, and Ronan
Stop.
knows. I'm gonna let you know how bad it
Yeah.
is. There was a dude on here that said he talked smack, and I said, "Smack, brother, you in Dallas? We can meet at Twin Peaks. I'm gonna be there Saturday." And I showed up Saturday, and I'm
With his
sitting there
fries
like,
and drinks.
whenever you ready, brother. I'm here smoking my cigar. I'm having my drink. I took a picture and posted on my thing, and like, here my receipt, here my time, the exact time I said I'm gonna be here. I'm waiting.
Fearless, I hate to interrupt, but listen, no one wants to watch two old men fight.
That's true. That's true. I'm past
Let's
that
get
age.
that through your head. You know, everybody said that Mike Tyson should have never fought.
Actually, they do. They want you. They want to see the crash out. They do.
Yeah, they do.
That's why
not
a lot
old
of guys get
guys.
paid.
Not
No,
old guys.
too. It's all
Oh,
about the
boy.
crash out on the internet.
But that is my era, and if I need therapy, that is where I'm saying I.
Well, that's obvious.
Yes, I need that. Because
Okay, so I am going to bed.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Well, let's give a little final round. We said that one thing you needed to state prior to you leaving and getting off was to answer the question. Yeah, are we dinosaurs? And he says, yeah, dinosaur days are over. So are we?
D-Ward, I thought you were in the bed.
Yeah, he said bye a couple times, I think. I
Yeah.
don't know.
So I don't think you're dinosaurs. I think that you all are having a hard time adjusting to what the new world looks like. But I don't think you're dinosaurs. I think that, I think these are great conversations to have. Now, y'all frustrated the hell out of me today. The absolute hell. But I think these are good conversations to have. Again, there's some things that we talked about today that have been coming up as themes in therapy. So, I enjoy this platform. Number one, because I like the banter. I like the fact that Bacchus likes to stress me out. But I like this general, I like the conversation and the fact that we don't all agree, but we can have a conversation. And with that being said, Fearless, you have got to stop entertaining foolishness.
Thank you, Lord Jesus. Somebody
You
else.
are so much bigger than that. And so today, when I was subjected to my brain cells rotting for 29 minutes and I think 38 seconds of watching that, I literally was like, I cannot believe you engaged in
the energy that gets sapped out of your body just like listening to that.
Because this is stuff that we need to have conversations like this. I want, when I have my channel, Stephanie and I have our channel talking about SA, I want you all to come on and talk about just your experiences as, men and having these expectations put on you as far as, sex, blah, blah, blah. So this is a great platform, and don't encourage the ratchetness. Don't invite the ratchetness. This was a good, healthy conversation, and we weren't calling.
Now you got to get out there. I'm sorry.
And what'd you say?
And that's what I tried to tell Richard, and even the guy. I said, we can disagree, but we're not cussing each other out. We're not doing that. We can agree to disagree in sometimes, and then we can look at points and say, I don't agree with it all, but that was a great point. I'll agree with you.
It doesn't have to be ugly and disrespectful. And what you engaged in, it was disappointing because that she is not that caliber of conversation. Like, what? Don't even like. What are you doing? Like, why are we entertaining? And you're bigger than that. You know,
Sometimes I wake up and I was like, what the? I'll text him while he's in the panel. I'm like, what are you doing in here, man? Why are you in here?
Yeah.
I catch him.
say
He
this.
won't tell me he's in the room.
Yeah, I'll say this.
Later, like what?
He sent me an email saying it went off rails. Come back and we can talk. I'm just letting you know that I got that email, and I was debating.
No,
whether
we're done. You can close the book on that. It's done. You're bigger than that, and I feel like, you know, for women, you know, we should be able to get, you know, passionate about conversations and be able to talk without being disrespectful. You know, why is she calling you the N-word? Why is all the cursing? It's just like, come on now, stop feeding the stereotype. You know, we get so mad because white people look at us this, that, and the other. Well, how are you combating that? What are you doing differently for them not to say, okay, this is what they look like? Stop. It's embarrassing.
Can I ask you another question? I know you're going to get off. I know we focused on her, but what about him? Because he seemed to be enabling that behavior, and not only enabling, encouraging.
My hope is that with him it's for the views.
No, he doesn't get monetized. He doesn't care about that. It's not about.
I mean, it's sad because it's like I kept seeing how he would cut you off and say fearless, fearless, fearless. And then he was okay with the way she was speaking, and the way that she was speaking was not okay. And the stuff that he's engaging in, I don't care what situation you're in, it is not okay to engage with married people. Like, they've entered into a covenant. They have said their vows. I don't care what's going on in the relationship. If they're not happy, then leave the marriage. You don't entertain all this other stuff. So he's got some other issues that he needs to work through. But, you know, focusing on you, Fearless, you're bigger than this. And the fact that you were even staying engaged in this nonsense, it was like, really? First of all, you know you have an awesome wife. You know you have a new child. You know you're a father again after I don't know how many years. Hey. You know, it's just, you have so much going for you. So why are you even engaging?
And you can see the words in the chat, from the wife. Hope he listens to those words from you, Georgia. I'm tired of telling him the same thing.
I'm tired of telling him too. I tell him go watch that tiger and the donkey thing. He still don't pay attention.
Yeah. So moving forward, Fearless, my hope for you is that you focus on this new platform that you created and that you put your positive energy. You know, even though you guys say some things that really get me pissed off, you know, I like having conversations because, number one, I can tell you two are two educated Black men. I love having these conversations. Even if we don't agree, we're not being disrespectful to each other. And at the end of the day, you know, we have to learn how to be more supportive and learn how to have uncomfortable conversations without it being disrespectful. So my hope for you, Fearless, is to stop yourself. The minute you realize that you're getting upset about it, then say, you know what, it's time for me to disengage.
Matter of fact, right now, I'm going to fine you $20 every time I catch you in that room.
Yeah, you got too much. First of all, I'm gonna keep saying this. You have a beautiful wife and a new baby.
A beautiful baby too.
You have all these new. You have all these new experiences. Focus on that. Yeah. You don't have to prove yourself to anybody.
You're right. And that is my downfall. And I got sucked into it. I
know.
Even at the time,
yourself to get sucked into it.
Even at the time, and at the time I did, I was like, oh, what the hell did I just do?
Something in you likes it, though. Something is a part of you that likes that.
It's not like it. I
just want to punch.
No, it's not like it. Oh yeah, I want to punch somebody in the face.
You want to fix it, I think.
Yeah, I
Own it.
don't get disrespected. And the thing is, it's like, how you gonna tell? It's like, how you gonna tell me what I got, brother? Do you know? It's like, see, the difference is Georgia would know me, so I don't have to say that. When I can be like, do you not know who I am?
Right.
I can say that to you, and you understand it, where they don't. And I guess I'm still trying to prove this. Like, brother, do you not know where I come from? The cloth that I'm, so that's the thing. So
This ain't the place for it,
It's
though.
not the time.
Peter.
It's not the platform to do.
Yeah, it's not.
Like I said, if they walked up to you in person, they wouldn't say half the shit they're saying on that keyboard.
You punch him in the face. We know what's going to happen. Hey, Ronan,
let me tell you, when I walk into a club, listen.
Second channel is amazing.
Let me say this.
Great points.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it.
Let me say this. When I walk into a club, do you know the bouncers shake my hand and want to know that I'm not going to be a fucking problem that day?
Wow.
And I usually greet them too, because I already know what the deal is.
You like punching people in the face too?
No, I'm that big that I walk in a club. I look like a football player.
Y'all don't realize
I'm
that
6'2",
Ronan
man,
is like
295
6'2".
pounds.
Yeah.
So when I walk in a club, the bouncers look at me like, I don't want a fucking problem with you. I'm not going to be a problem.
You
I
need
don't get drunk like that.
I think you need a new chair with better hydraulics because you sitting low.
Well, that's because my camera's up here, and I have a hydraulic table that goes up and down.
So I think they underestimate you, Ronan. And I tell them, I'm like, Ronan is like 6'2", brother. He 290 pounds. He's not a little dude. They keep thinking
most people walk up to me and actually say, "Do you play for a team?"
Now, I did want to pose a suggestion to Georgia on your upcoming podcast for you and your co-hosts. There's a question I've been posing to people over my years about men date women who've been victims, right, of SA.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I've met women throughout my adulthood who have been victims either as children or young teens, And have you ever considered the impact on the man's side when he hears that and how that may affect the relationship? There's something I'd love to discuss, on your future channel.
Well,
that's something that you think.
Let's jot that down. Maybe we can make that a discussion. Because Richard, we had a show on men suffering silence. And we had a gentleman, Vernon Miller, who was actually the R word.
You can find his book in my description and buy it, by the way. He does have a book out.
So we had a whole talk about the gentleman being essayed while he was in prison. Yeah, not easy. We had him talk about his experience about that, how he felt, how he came out on the other end. He spent 25 years in prison. For bank robbery, and his first month in, he was sexually assaulted. Yeah. Yes, so we try to do things like that and talk about it.
But I don't mean on the man's side of sexual assault. I mean men who have dated women who have been sexually assaulted.
Yeah, and I love that.
I can actually speak to that because I've shared this story plenty of time on panels that every woman I've ever dated, I've helped them through their own therapy because I've seen their brokenness. And rather than take advantage of it, I've actually pointed it out to them and tried to help them go through therapy and get the help they needed. And it's bad because I said every woman I've ever dated.
I'd like to explore
that. Have you ever woken up beside them in bed?
I just want to read this €6 donation by Nakmeezy, our brother. He said, breaking news, Darnell's black card has been reapproved. And welcome home, soul brother. So you are back in the fold again.
All right. I've been waiting. I've been waiting on it, man. Been waiting on it. Thank you.
Appreciate that news, Nakmeezy. Brother's happy about that, definitely.
But I want you to jot that down for us, Georgia, because I am curious about that. I'm always curious to know if a man takes advantage of that history, meaning that woman's broken. And does the man come in, or are there men that look for broken women?
And the short answer is yes, but this needs to be a conversation.
Yes. So
I love the fact that you both pose that question. So, my hope is that we open the door to, and we're, with Vernon, we were talking about adult essay, but we are literally going to be talking about childhood essay with young boys and young girls and how it affects them throughout the span of their lives.
Yes. And their partners.
It's a conversation that needs to be had. Literally, and I keep taking this number up, 90% of my new people that are coming in have been a victim before the age of 7 years old.
Wow.
That's insane.
And have never talked about it before. And some of these are individuals who have been in therapy. And it's just mind blowing to me that as your intake, it's on your intake form. So why is it that this isn't being delved into? And then I went further by reaching out to my previous gynecologist and asking, you asked this on the intake form, are you a victim of previous SA? But nothing ever happened with it. So why are these questions being asked and how is it being followed up?
No follow-up. Correct. Man, that is...
I've woken up on more than a few occasions with a woman trembling, in a nightmare, a fit of nightmare. And I would just, after the first time, it was shocking. The second time, because she had been abused as a child, a lovely lady. You would never know. That's how I found out. And I asked her, what's wrong? What's wrong? And just kind of let her come out of it. I'm here. That's a real strange feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about a woman and I'm her man and we're spooning. Took her to dinner, had a lovely day, whether it led to that or not. We maybe known each other for a while and her trembling beside me like, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Yeah.
And she was reliving that experience. So that's a conversation I think. If none of you brothers have experienced that, I can speak to it myself. I'm sure some of you have, maybe not. But that's
or maybe not realize that that's what was going on.
Right.
Yeah, I've had it where, and I won't hold us up. I'm joking. I'm a big dude. I'm joking. I might be like, girl, try, joking around. And I've had a girl just like bawl.
Clench up, yeah.
And I was like, whoa, like, I know it wasn't for me. Where did that come from? It's like that flinch. That, oh man, I've been hit before. And you're like, whoa, I didn't even go that far. And it makes you really step back and be like, hold on, we got to have a discussion on this.
Right.
So I think we brought up some great points that we can have in a future show that we should do. And American Live, I know that this your timetable, but he's about 12 hours difference. We will still love you for
14,
your
I think, at the time. Aren't you 14 now?
What time is it there?
It's 12:50. It's going on 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh wow!
You're 13, and Philippines is 14.
On a beautiful, partly cloudy, azure lit sky with a soft breeze. It's only 82 degrees. It's the best time of the year to be here, and it truly is a wonderful, wonderful place.
And before I go,
Dr. Joe, I appreciate you, sister. You are phenomenal. When I heard you were coming up, I'm going to put it in the park right here, y'all. When I heard you were coming up, I'm like, I got to get up. I got to be up to start this show because I had so many questions. And wherever you go, let me know. I will definitely follow you in these YouTube streets. Give me a wrench. I'll hit somebody. Give me a wrench. I'll hit somebody in the head with it. I'm still like that. Fearless, Ronan, some of the best stuff is starting to evolve from this channel. Trust me, I used to do this back from 2009. I still put stuff out every now and then. What a brother got to do to get sub. Fearless, your second channel, amazing, dude. I didn't even know you had all that in you. I only met you out here in the raw. But man, his finished content is so amazing. Mercy Justice, I wish we had heard more from you. Darnell, man, I'm feeling you, brother. I'm going to put it in park right there and say thank you. Thank you to all of y'all. And this has been very therapeutic for me.
Yeah. And by the way, stop threatening people with grenades. Go put them.
Especially how long you hold them.
Yeah.
No, I threw them.
No, you don't.
You guys just impervious.
They fall right in front of you. They don't even get away from you. They just fall right.
I threw them in there. You're impervious to my grenades, it appears. This is why I'm saying take none of this stuff on the internet seriously and just keep pushing the good message. This is good trouble.
All right. I know if we keep talking, we're going to keep talking. So I'm
seriously.
No, seriously. One time we were going to quit at 3 hours and 46 minutes.
And
Next thing we know, we looked up and it was 8 hours. We're like, the hell happened to 5 hours?
Right.
I try to limit this to like 2 hours, but you can see we at 5, and sometimes we get into those great discussions, and I don't want to stop them because we doing some healing. If we went as long as we want, y'all wouldn't have helped me heal. So I appreciate it.
Aww.
Again, we're syndicated here. Every time I catch you in that room, you owe me $20.
Oh,
there you go.
That's just like the same thing with the person that will remain nameless. Every time we say it, we got to pay each other a super chat.
Yeah, you gotta do things differently, Fearless. Don't feed into that. You're setting a new stage, and just don't feed into that negative ratchetness. You're above it. You're way above it.
Well, if you knew better, you do better.
Especially somebody you wouldn't even associate your life with.
Yeah, that would be right.
You would never be around this person if you
In life.
And she's sitting there squawking.
Or he punched her in the face.
Oh
my God. I'm like way past my bedtime.
Yeah.
All right, Georgia.
So let's sign off, guys.
Do we need your permission to stay on, Georgia, or something? If you leave, we all gotta leave. It's
everybody's gotta shut it
taking your ball and going home with it.
Shut it down.
Like that? God damn.
But
All right.
Darnell, one thing I do gotta say, it ended it. We ended that here. You said the last time that we was gonna come on this show, by this time, you was gonna have your channel.
I know. So,
and don't go into
my
it.
Co-host and co-host and I have literally, I've seen, as of tomorrow morning, I have 2 more clients. I've seen 30 clients this week, which is more than I ever do. And so I am not complaining, but this has been a very, very busy January. So my hope is that Stephanie and I will be able to sit down. We already started.
This is tax season. Wait until people start seeing how much money they owe. They're gonna come see you.
That part. So yeah, we're coming. We haven't forgotten. It's just we've been very busy. So, and we both have our own private practices. So it's trying to find the time to get together.
Kind of like me and Fearless. We both have totally different things going on.
Yes.
To work it out.
Right. So we're coming though, because literally every day this is coming up in therapy now, and so we've got to have a platform to talk about it. So we're coming.
One last thing, and I promise I'll let you go. So I don't say this, I can't go to bed. The last week we were on, I said that my wife didn't do the laundry or something like that. So she said, "You got to clarify this." That was 10 years ago, and the basis is in her country there is no hot water. Well, hot water is rare. So you wash everything all together. You put it all in one tub and wash it. And then you just hang dry it. So when I said she didn't do it, yes. She didn't, but that was 10 years ago. I kind of made
I'm glad Neil says you would fix the shit.
Yeah.
Fix it.
Yes, I had to get online and publicly apologize.
I don't blame her because I told you, how many times did I say you better stop bringing your wife into? How many times did I say that?
You're right. You're right.
Because you was working on get your ass whooped.
Yes, I was.
By the way, we're gonna have a Lion's Den. Somebody hasn't given me a title yet, so I can make a thumbnail.
I'll get it.
Tomorrow night, we're gonna have a couple ladies on, and we're gonna have a Lion's Den. About what? I don't know, but if this fool does not give me a title, I don't know if they're gonna come.
Georgia,
they need some time.
I got to take some time, but you was there the last Lion's Den where we was asking a question and the woman was like,
and the woman just like off in the space,
spaced out.
Yeah,
not the same woman. It's a different one.
It's a different one. It's a different one.
Yeah,
that was weird. Like I was like, maybe she was. I think she was on something.
That's what. She was on some happy juice or something. I don't know.
Well, I don't want to say no more because we're gonna keep talking. We've been trying to end this for like.
We're done. I'm going to bed.
Do we have an outro
next Thursday?
Do we have an outro?
I don't know.
Well, we can't hear last word from the sponsor of the show.
Oh yeah, well you did.
Go ahead, George. Go ahead, Georgie. If you want to go, then he got to.
Thank you for not. No, thank you for.
You're not the sponsor of the show, Georgia. Darnell is. I'm sorry.
No.
I know I just took the air out.
You the host. Yes, you can put your closing remarks in. Thank you. Before Darnell.
Yeah, brother.
Go ahead, Darnell.
Yeah, so while Yeah, not a problem. But yeah, just I kind of wrote, a few things down, and
let me put some easy listening music on to go a little smoother with all this.
Darnell is very long-winded.
Yes, that's why I got to put some music on. Go ahead.
In the Army, we had a form called SF-86 in order to get to apply for a secret clearance. All right, and SF-86, you have to disclose your past going back 10 years. That's financial, criminal.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
No, I said it makes it sound better when you're talking with this rhythm on right now. Go ahead. It's like you're singing to it. Yeah, go ahead.
So, you got to disclose your past going back 10 years, financial, criminal, drug use. Now they've even added a question involving if you ever engage in pay-for-play activity. And I only bring that up, because it was suggested, why does, a woman's past matter? Well, why does the government care, if I smoked a blunt, say, 10 years ago? I never got caught, anything of that nature. I'm not using now, so I'm not an addict. Why does that my past matter? Why did the companies, when Facebook and the social media companies first came out, why were they going on your Facebook page and looking at an old post of you saying guzzling a 40 a few years ago? Oh, well, this guy has a drinking problem. Unfortunately, I don't write the rules of society, but unfortunately, that's just the way things are. Society dictates social norms, and to close, just what one of your friends had just said, about I guess, with my appearance, right? Oh, it don't matter what this guy has to say. He looks like he's kind of bummy looking, this and that. I'm in a hotel right now. I just sold my home. So I gotta be out by tomorrow. So I just booked this hotel, and I haven't moved my clothes in. But again, there is that level of being judged, and I'm saying, hey, if I'm being judged, why isn't it fair for me to judge women based on a past body count? And I'll just end it right there.
All I gotta say to you, Darnell, is I'm glad that you did not fly planes for the military, because them planes would have never landed. They would have been going. Planes would have been flying. They're like, bro, Darnell, you got to land that plane. He's like, I'm not coming down.
Hey, I still got at least 2,000 gallons of fuel, and I like the easy air up here. So, by the way, this rhythm went really good with your voice, man. So it sounded like you were rapping. That's why I'm over here jamming right now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to listen to that on the playback.
With that said, we're gonna bid everyone a good night. Thank you, Georgia. We'll talk and see if next Thursday or the following Thursday is great for you. Think of some of those subjects and topics you have.
Absolutely.
We'll bring them up. We have to bring something up to them. We'll make it, I promise, a little less. But until next time, travel with Ronan and stay fearless. We out.
Deuces.